you are unconditioned energy. So you are so creative and unique, you are in your fullest glory. So it's not for everyone the same. The outcome makes you more unique than ever, but the realization, what you truly are, is the same for everyone.
Yeah. So you become the original version of you, how you were meant to be, or...
Yeah, how you always have been.
Ah.
And always will be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds great. But yeah, you just told us that not many people are willing to die to themselves and to open up, or whatever you want to call it. Does that bother you? Does that make you sad?
No, that has been for millennia like this. If you read scriptures from 5,000 years ago, or the Bible from 2,000 years ago, it has always been like this. And I give everything for this, that people are being inspired and wake up. And I have no attachment to the result of it. I know it works because I see it working with people. I see people come to realize themselves. I see people get rid of their identities and become relaxed in what they always have been. I see it works. I also see the resistance. Because there is probably nothing that resists us more than this. Because our whole structure, our whole system wants to survive. We are, the person is the product of the survival energy. And here you stop this energy that is always in charge of surviving. And you stop it. So it's against your structure, but it is needed for your nature. So you have to distinguish what's your nature and what's your structure. And this is difficult for people because the people are more familiar with the structure than with their nature. So if I operate something on their structure, they feel like I'm attacking them or I take something away from them. All our wars are about this, about identity, about the structure, about political or religious identity, ethnic identity. So here I'm saying that that's so dangerous to live from that identity perspective. First of all, it's not who you truly are. So your tensions are inside. But as we do this in a collective field, we will have tensions with people with other identities. They fight together. Wars are coming. So I see what makes people suffer. And I see they are attached to their suffering and identity. They love to polish up their identity. They like just to feel good. But to operate upon yourself, sometimes you feel great, sometimes you feel horrible. So you need to be mature to see this. There needs to be an intelligence that knows this is not only about flowers. Sometimes it's bitter. And if you know about biographies of people that have been going through this, you see this is not only flowers. People have been facing their deepest fears. They have been challenged by their environment because families are opposing this. Society can oppose this. But so you need an inner strength that is doubtless to continue. And I was lucky that I had this. And I don't know, I cannot explain if I deserved it or that I'm so great because it's like this. I can't help it. This is an insight that was there from my early 20s. 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 And okay, I see a lot of suffering, and I cannot judge anything about it. When people don't go inside and find out who they are, I don't judge it. I don't judge ignorance. It is there, and it can take lifetimes, it can take no time that one comes to realization.
And a couple of 100 years ago, if you were talking like this in public, chances were great that you were thrown into prison or put on the...
Yeah, in many countries it's still like this.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Because it's so threatening to the identity of the people, the things they cling on to.
Yeah, the whole structure of society is actually being challenged by this message, by the message of Krishna, the message of Jesus and Muhammad. Not the religions that came out of that. They are already part of the society. That keeps it going. Mm-hmm. That's not anymore rebellion against it. So that's not a danger at all. They play under the same umbrella.
But you come and bring so much freedom. Why not give you the best chair in the room and start listening to someone like you? Mm-hmm. And we still listen to furious leaders and politicians who have the biggest mouth and the strangest, the fastest brain.
Yeah. Because they are closer to your own structure. So they are so much more familiar. They support you in your survival techniques and programs. And it also shows that people are not aware what freedom means. Mm-hmm. They like to have freedom from the sense of I. From that perspective. They like that the personality is free. And I say, no, personality can never be free. You can be free from the personality. That's freedom.
Yeah.
But then you have nothing in your hands. You have no reference point anymore. So you are empty. You have no center.
Yeah.
Exactly. There's no center. And we want to have anchors in our life that define us.
Yeah.
And if someone takes it away, you are ready to fight for it. Because it feels that it's so dangerous.
But still, when I take time and take rest and listen to your words, there is a knowing inside which tells me that it's the truth, that it's true, that you're not selling bullshit to me. So
okay, but you say something important. You say, when I take the time.
Yeah.
When I take the time to consider, to contemplate, to meditate, to go inward. But not everyone does it. This is often heard on the level of opinions and ideas. So people say, I agree, I disagree. And as long as you listen like that, you will not hear what is really being transferred. Mm-hmm. So it's so good to realize that this is always about the unspoken. This is about the wordless reality. And as soon as we make words to describe reality, and we start interpreting them, and we start discussing them, then we start to miss. So just to get out of words and realize oneself, we can all say I am, but to realize I am without saying I am is so different. Thinking I am is not I amness. Understanding the truth is not being the truth. But it looks so similar. We are immediately taken just by the words. I understand it. And you say, now I know it. I have heard this. And you pretend to own it. But you don't know, you don't live it. It's not in your cells. It's not in your blood. It's not in your bones. It's not in your consciousness. It's only in your mind. So you need a master to bring the unspoken beyond the mind. You have to really bring it in the heart. And you can't really do that with words. You can do it with energy and Shakti and love, of course. But not by methods. Not by exercise. It can help to relax the body on that level. It does something. It can help you to understand. But this is the same with psychotherapy. You can understand every facet of your youth, what went wrong and what was painful and what has been repressed. But then you know everything, and then it still guides you.
Yeah.
So you have to go deeper than the understanding of it. So the whole energetic tensions that have been created will reset. And that's the operation. I spoke about that's the operation.
And is there such thing as a mind realization or half a realization, or is that just can be thrown away?
Of course, a mind realization is not a realization, and a half realization is not a realization. It appears to be like that, but realization cannot be compromised. It is or it's not. You are awake or you are asleep. And you cannot say, you are close to awakening.
Yeah, it's just like being pregnant. I once heard someone say, you cannot be a bit pregnant.
No.
You are pregnant or you're not.
Yeah. I'm almost dead, I'm almost pregnant.
Yeah, almost realized. No.
Exactly. It's not like that. The ego loves to say these things because it doesn't have the humility just to say, no, I'm not realized. That's difficult after 20 years of self-discovery and meditation. So then you better say almost, at least to keep your ego a little bit up.
Yeah. Then there are also people who say, well, self-realization is my birthright, so I was born self-realized. I don't have to do anything about that. I just have to lose the thought that I'm not realized. And then I'm realized. Is that also fooling yourself?
Yeah, these are all games.
Yeah.
These are all games. So we talk here about self-realization, and what I can say about it is, I just mentioned before, I amness. And self-realization is that you don't have to exercise yourself anymore to realize I amness. The presence that you are, the consciousness that you are, out of time, is never out of perception anymore. It's continuously there, and you don't have to do anything for that. So I amness is your breath. I amness is every second of your day. And everything comes out of it. But that's the so-called center. We spoke about center. Then, after I amness, after self-realization, there's another jump, quantum jump, possible. And that is what I call enlightenment. So first there's the beingness, pure awareness, but there is still a sense of I in that. Or in India they would say Atman. You realize Atman. And it's wonderful because realizing the self, realizing Atman means you are clear, you are not divided anymore, you are not confused, of course, anymore. You are in this amness. And there's another jump, which I call enlightenment, and what in India is being called Paramatman. You transcend even the sense of self. And in some traditions this is called the no-self, the experience of the no-self. And I would describe it that when you are for years deeply embedded in beingness, and not just by your statement, but in your actuality and in your reality, and you live it not only in meditation, but also in relationship with your kids, with having a job, and this was my field. the whole realization and enlightenment came while living here with children and my wife and working in a trauma clinic where I was dealing every day with the traumas that people get in wars, in prisons. And that was my previous job. So I was not naive about this world, because my world was fine. I have been seeing so much misery and suffering that this was the working field. The cultivating field was in the midst of these everyday experience of horrible experience of people. And then about enlightenment, when one is so long, let's say, resting in the self, being just the self, in silence something is maturing. And it matures and one is not searching there anymore. One is not anymore waiting for a certain experience. There's no agenda. But then it just can happen without you doing anything, that also the self explodes. The soap bubble of the self is suddenly not anymore. And how we realize that, how we actually experience it, is that love starts radiating. So love has nothing to do of behaving lovely and friendly to people, but when you really enter the self, so the self is already there, but then even you transcend the self, then love starts radiating. And that I call enlightenment. And actually for our human form, for our body, that's intense. Because our body has been in the modus of surviving for so long. So your nervous system, your muscles are all in that direction of, let's say, defensive notions. And enlightenment means there is no one to defend. And there is no center. Even the sense of self in self-realization is a kind of center. And here you lose even that center. And this is called the great surrender or the great death. And that gives such an incredible fulfillment. And it gives the perception that everyone has this design. But most people remain in the seed. The seed never cracks open. And we try to have a good life within the seed consciousness and not while blossoming. And actually, if you realize this, it's so amazed that this is possible. I didn't know this before I met masters. Life was so grey, actually, before that. Although wonderful things could happen, but compared to this, I can now say that's so grey. The holidays, the wonderful concerts.
Did they all give you like a glimpse of this, or is it totally different? Like being on a great show on a holiday. Was it a glimpse of that possibility, or?
It is a different language, actually. So we can also use it as an analogy. But glimpses are here in these traditions called satoris. Mm-hmm. It means there are moments or periods when there is no mind and where you experience pure presence. This happened to me when I was 13 years old for the first time, out of the blue, not being part of a religious community or so. Just out of the blue. That happened. And what happened is that everything I perceived was incredibly alive. The grass was alive, the water was alive, houses, things alive, and the one that sees everything alive. Everything vibrating, the energy is alive, the sky is alive. And we often talk about imprints that we make when we have traumas, but we do not often talk about imprints that we make when we have satoris, when we have enlightenment experiences. And this was for me that made such a deep imprint that something was imprinted like, never forget this. This is reality. This is as it is. Even when the mind would take back its old position, but this is the in-ground of the mind and of everything. I could never forget this. So as soon as I start listening to the masters, I recognize this not by logic or something or understanding, but from an inner experience. The imprint had been made already. And every time when there comes an imprint in our system, that you have the realization of your true nature, it reveals itself, it really resets your old structure of survivalness. And it creates gaps in that system. Yeah. And so you start tasting and smelling the perfume of no mind and of reality. And so you prepare your whole system to receive this intensity. So your question, why is not everyone looking for this? Because if we meet the truth, our whole body-mind system cannot digest it. We are in shock. We experience death. And we have no education that tells you what it really is. That this is a good sign. Yeah. When you feel scared by coming to a master, for instance, you're on the right way. But don't run away. When you get scared and there's resistance when you meet a master, don't run away, you're on the right place. But no, we humans are different. When there's resistance, we leave him or her. Yeah. That's the old mind.
We get scared.
We get scared.
Totally scared.
Yeah. So when you are on the path, you say, every fear that might show up, I encounter. Everything I encounter live, that's actually a commitment. And I don't care how it looks like. If it looks bitter, I encounter the bitterness. If it looks wonderful, I encounter the love and the wonderfulness. But this is not the attitude of human beings. This is exceptional. We just want to feel good.
It reminds me of a story where there's a man searching for God, and he's searching everywhere, and people point and God, he lives on the mountain. And he comes to the mountain, he sees a sign on the door, here lives God, and he turns around and walks away. Yeah. Because he thought, I want to keep on searching.
Mm-hmm. And this is my experience with human beings. I know people that have been studying Advaita for 30 years, and they have a mental understanding of it. So not an existential understanding. And in satsang with me, they really started to cry and to shout. They say, everything is emptiness. And they were shaking, their whole body was shaking. I'm disappearing, help me. And they were so scared. I said, you have been looking for this for 30 years. You have been reading about this for all those years. Now it starts working. And they were so scared and they never came. And I'm sure they are on the search now. They go to satsangs and they meditate, I'm sure. Yeah. And I don't blame that. I don't judge that. I know we human beings are so afraid for ourselves.
Crazy, isn't it?
It is. It's so absurd. But it's because we identify ourselves more than we could ever imagine to our personality, to our past, to our convictions, everything. And only when you are ready to surrender everything, you might receive what speaks all the time already to you.
It reminds me of another story where there are French prisoners who were locked up for 20 years in darkness. Suddenly soldiers came, they opened up the cage and they said, come out. They didn't want to come out.
Exactly.
They thought, let me stay in the darkness.
And if you like to see a wonderful movie about this, The Shawshank Redemption is about this. It's not only about a prison where the inmates actually feel attachment to being there, and there's only one man who wants to get out of jail, and everyone thinks he's crazy that he wants to get out of it. But he does. This is exactly how it is in our societies. So it's exceptional that one really wants to leave the prison and enter the unknown. Everyone wants to make his life as comfortable as possible inside of the prison.
Yeah. Even when the door is wide open.
Oh yes, in that movie you can see that one man surprisingly was being released after being there for more than 20 years. He hanged himself within a week. He had no identity outside, he had no job, he didn't know where to go, and he did not understand the world he came in. Yeah. Because 20 years is a lot. So much is changing in 20 years. He didn't know how to cope with the reality he was facing.
The real world.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that is our story, that's difficult for us. So to think about it, that's okay. To read about it, fine. To discuss about it, etc. To meditate even about it or so. But when you start really disappearing, dissolving, in reality, the whole system starts to resist. There's attraction, but then when it gets too deep, you go back. And to surpass these kind of tendencies is in us, that's quite something. I never say underestimate it. We are born enlightened or realized, and you just have to forget about the denial of it and then enjoy. It's great to say, but let's see if your everyday situation shows that saying, is an expression of it. Life is honest.
Yeah. There's no shortcut. You have to go.
I mean, a shortcut, everybody can go from where he is right now in his experience to what he has always has been. That's quite short. I don't know, there's not much distance. So one of the things I say, it's not a teaching, but I'm indicating to people is, come closer. And with coming closer, that can mean come closer to me. But what am I? You don't find here somebody. So I also say when I say come closer, of course, to yourself. Be intimate.
Yeah.
And this intimacy is actually not an accurate word, because closeness is still an expression of distance. So I say take away all the distance that's between you and your reality. And then you fall together with what you are. Then that one you thought you are, or that was conditioned to be someone, dissolves in what you always have been. And enlightenment is the most intimate that exists. There's nothing more intimate, because you enter life, you enter yourself, and you dissolve in it. You don't come back and can say, hey, now I am enlightened, or now I am this or that. You dissolve in it. There's nobody enlightened. Yeah. And then years again, because that system, and then I just look at the body and the nervous system and the mind, is conditioned for millennia. And it needs to reset. So for years and years, that these energies are resetting. And that's intense. It can keep me awake in the night for hours. And this is for everyone unique, how that process goes. Until it is completely embodied. So this is for me so important, that our humanity, the way we function, is not separated from what we are. And that reminds me too of how I was as a young boy. So uncomplicated. Maybe you remember how long a day appeared. when you was 5 years old.
Yeah.
It's like eternity. If I looked when I was 6 to the people that was in the 6th class of my school, I actually had something, I will never go there. That is eternity. Another 6 years, I will never get 12 years old. This is so far. One day is already eternity. And then 6 years. What is that? And slowly, slowly, that happens to us. That open, eternal, timeless perception we lose. And we come in patterns. And we live in getting up at a certain time and having the rituals of a newspaper or a television program and our holidays, and something of that openness or magic starts to narrow. And then time starts running. The perception of time is so different than years ago. And when people come here, closer to their being, closer to what they always have been, it opens again. And they experience their timelessness again. Mm-hmm. They experience that openness and that mystery again. And that's possible also when you are 50 years old, 60 years old.
Age has nothing to do with this.
No, but when we live for 50 years identified, the structure has been so thick, it's like concrete. Yeah. And if you then start to dismantle it, there's so much poison in it. There are so many convictions and tensions in it. And you was identified by the tensions. Yeah. By your unhappiness, by your boredness, by your dullness.
You have a lot invested in them.
Yeah. Also. You have always invested in your identity.
So it's hard.
Your education.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not, when you're getting older, you're not that willing to give that up because you have so much time invested in it, energy, stories, money.
Exactly. So sometimes people come to me, they say, I'm already for 30 years on this path. And I say, better whisper this. Don't speak out loud. You might say this as to show that you are not a beginner anymore, but if I'll be honest and I see the result of it, maybe you better whisper.
That's nothing to be proud of. No.
Look at the result. If you study mathematics for 30 years and you still don't know the ABC of it, better don't shout out.
Thanks for this great talk, Naropa. We've been talking in time for more than an hour. At last, some practical information. You give retreats in the Netherlands, but also in foreign countries.
Yes, you're right.
Which ones?
Most are in Czech Republic. Retreats are here in Holland, 5-day retreats, the silent retreats, and in Czech Republic 5-day retreats, silent retreats, and also 10-day retreat. Next week we have one. But I also have, we call it sometimes summer retreats or traveling retreats. Then we are not in silence. We live together for 10 days. We have satsang, but we also swim in the ocean, climb mountains, go to the opera, whatever. Exploring the world, enjoying the world, within and without.
Yeah. All information can be found on naropa.eu.
That's it?
Yeah. Thank you very much, my friend.
Yes, so much welcome, Patrick.
Sitting here in Amstelveen, in the Shiva Yoga Center with James Schwartz. You're visiting our cold country.
It's a little cold, yeah.
But you come here...
I come from much colder.
Yeah.
We have a home in Oregon, in the mountains, and when I left there were about 3 feet of snow.
Oh, so this is peanuts for you.
So this is peanuts, yeah.
Okay. You're visiting Holland for quite some time.
Yeah, I've been coming here for a long time.
Yeah.
In fact, the first time I came to Holland was in the 60s.
In the 60s?
I was a hippie.
You came to smoke weed?
I went to Paradiso.
Ah, with Willem de Ridder.
And listened to rock music and and take acid and smoke dope.
Great. That's a good country to
And
come to.
so I've been coming here for, 45, 50 years.
Yeah.
Like that.
And when you came first, did you immediately started talking about Vedanta?
No, when I first came. But I've been teaching classes here at the City Yoga, teaching Vedanta here for, 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah.
Because I became quite famous because of this book I wrote.
The Essence of Enlightenment?
Well, the first one is called the How to Attain Enlightenment. The second one, Essence of Enlightenment, is basically the same book, but a little more easier to read for Europeans,
Yeah.
people for whom English is a second language.
Yeah.
And I enhanced some of the teachings and added some teachings that weren't there in the first book.
So James, how come we're all in search of this big thing called enlightenment?
Well, it depends on what you mean by enlightenment. What does enlightenment mean?
Well, if I look to myself, an escape.
To what? Okay, you want to escape from suffering, but where are you going to go? Where are you going to escape to?
The place where the drama of the world no longer is of importance.
That's good, but where is that?
Where is that? Well, I can say that I read in all the books, it's inside me. It's not in the outside.
Yeah. Okay, and yeah, this is okay, it's inside you. Inside where? You means what? Inside your body?
Well, no.
No, it's not inside your body. Inside you means where?
Inside my being.
And what is your being? This is the point. This is what Vedanta is about. It's what is your being. Vedanta means the knowledge that ends the attempt to escape from this world.
Uh-huh.
You will no longer try to escape from this world when you gain the knowledge of what your being is.
Because?
Well, because your being is complete and whole and full. Its nature is love or bliss, and you're free when you understand who you are. So you get there's a huge benefit to understanding what your being is, because your being's always free. It's always full and complete. If you're full and complete, we're going to call it your being now.
Mm-hmm.
But your being is a difficult formulation, isn't it? Because it sounds like you and your being are two different things,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Well, if Vedanta says that reality is non-dual, so you and your being can't be two different things.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are whole and complete, then why is the world a problem? Huh?
Yeah.
The world's only a problem for me if I think I'm incomplete, because then I want worldly objects to complete myself.
Mm.
But the problem with worldly objects is what? Yes, you get temporarily satisfied when you get what you want, but you don't remove your basic sense of existential incompleteness.
Yeah. It just gives a little satisfaction.
It gives you a temporary satisfaction.
You
And
forget
then
about the incompleteness.
Yeah, you forget about the incompleteness for a few moments, maybe a day, a week, or a month, it depends. And then what? It immediately returns. And now what? I need another object to complete myself.
Yeah. Yeah, you can come look at the self-storage box I completed with all the stuff I gained in all the years. It's sitting there in boxes. I walk around, I think, what was I doing? I was looking for completeness in the object.
Yeah, in the object.
Gaining.
Yeah. And so, Vedanta, it makes it very clear, and it's not that Vedanta is a philosophy. Vedanta is not a philosophy. Vedanta is just an analysis of experience. But we just look at the nature of human experience, and we extract the knowledge from experience.
Mm-hmm.
We're not looking for experience's sake. We're looking because experience is just a decaying time capsule that's meant to deliver knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So we're knowledge seekers. Vedanta means, Vedanta means the knowledge that ends the quest for knowledge. So this is a knowledge, when you get it, you stop seeking to understand anything because you understand everything. And that understanding of everything is understanding who you are, what your being is. And this is not something you can do on your own.
You need a teacher.
Yeah, not only just a teacher. Now that's what the teachers out there, the Advaita teachers tell you need a teacher. But a teacher, what good is a teacher without a teaching? And a person's experience doesn't count for a teaching. Because what I'm experiencing doesn't transfer to you.
Yeah.
What knowledge transfers, I can give you knowledge if I have knowledge. Like if you don't know that it's cold outside, I can tell you that it's cold outside and you can understand what that is. And then you got knowledge, well, it's cold outside. Right? So knowledge is, you can pass knowledge from one to another, but you can't pass experience from one person to another. Because your experience is generated from your past.
Mm-hmm.
So these teachers, this modern Advaita or the Advaita they call it, they don't even pronounce it properly. The actual pronunciation is Advaita. Dvaita means duality and Advaita means non-duality. They don't have any teaching. They've got an idea. They talk about, they've taken a few teachings from Vedanta.
Mm-hmm.
One is that you're not your mind and you're not your ego. Now that's an important bit of information to have. Because most people think I'm my mind, I'm my ego, I'm what I think and I'm what I feel. So they tell you you're not that. And they also tell you the positive side, you are awareness. You are limitless awareness. Mm-hmm. So those two bits they've got. But then how, but they don't tell you how you get from what? From thinking that you're a limited, inadequate, incomplete body-mind entity to what? To limitless awareness. They have no way of showing you how to go from this point to that point.
Most say it's bliss.
They say it's bliss, but
or it's grace when you.
That's right. In other words, their idea is that something is going to happen that's going to make that connection between you and yourself. That's called yoga. Mm-hmm. Or we call that the experiential view of enlightenment. That you are by nature incomplete and inadequate, and you will become whole and complete and adequate and free when this thing happens to you. Grace, bliss, whatever you want to call it. And maybe the guru can transmit it magically from his third eye. And there's a lot of people that believe this sort of thing. But Vedanta says wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Why is that wrong?
Totally, completely, absolutely wrong. Why? Because reality is non-dual. Now, what does that mean? That means that there is no separation between the subject and the object being this experience of bliss that you're looking for,
mm-hmm.
and the person who's looking for it. That's what non-dual means.
Mm-hmm.
Their whole idea is based upon the idea that duality is a reality, and that you can erase duality by a particular kind of experience.
And then you find non-duality.
And then you'll discover non-duality. But Vedanta says that reality is non-dual and you're non-separate from reality, so you're already what you're looking for. Now, that idea doesn't sell. Why doesn't it sell? Because it completely contradicts my experience of life. My experience of life is that you're there and I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
And Vedanta says you're not there and I'm not here. You're me and I'm you. That's what Vedanta says.
Mm-hmm.
Well, excuse me, sir? Huh? Excuse me? That's not how I feel. I'm experiencing it differently.
Yeah.
Huh?
Could you say that because people are conditioned this way, and so this is so, how you call it, stiff, you can't get rid of it, you think that those kind of teachers stand up?
Absolutely.
They fulfill what people want.
Absolutely. They're complete dualists. They're talking non-duality, but they're complete dualists. And the reason they're dualists is because duality, the notion, is we call it hardwired.
Yeah.
It's everybody thinks that way. You're taught that way.
Yeah.
And you can understand, it's understandable. We're not saying that they're bad people or anything like that, or there's something wrong with them. We're just saying what they have, this duality is based upon the notion that my consciousness, my being, myself, is my body.
Yeah.
Now, if myself is if I am the body, which most people think, if I touch you, you'll say, well, don't touch me, or please touch me again, depending on how you feel. Huh?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, right? Or don't. One. What do I believe? I believe that I'm the body, because I said me when my body was touched. So, and if I am the body, then you're there and I'm here.
Yeah.
Right? There's no problem with that. But what people fail to think about, and it's perfectly sensible and it's perfectly logical, and there are moments when they actually say, this is my body. Now, if this is my body, then I've got to be something other than my body, don't I? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Now, whoever it is that what you call my being, your being, is something other than your body.
Mm-hmm.
So if I look at you from the point of view of my being, I can't find any difference. If I look at you from the point of view of my body, definitely you're different.
Yeah.
So this whole idea of grace and this experiential notion of enlightenment is based upon the idea that reality is a duality, that my being or myself or the truth or freedom or God or whatever you want to call it is something other than me.
Yeah, it has to be found.
It has to be found.
Yeah.
And there's no space between you and yourself. It's a journey without a distance. There's no space.
Yeah.
Because reality is flat. It's non-dual. Flat is not the right word, but you get what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
There's no actual separation.
Yeah.
If there's any separation between me and anything else, then I can have a journey, then I can do actions and so forth and so on.
Yeah.
But if there isn't, then there's nothing I can do about it. Except what? Understand what non-duality is. And this is where Vedanta comes in. Now, you say, well, that's all intellectual, James. That's all very intellectual. You see, I'm going to tell you that the problem is your mind. You're just thinking. This is all intellectual. No, we're talking knowledge. It's not intellectual. Knowledge is not intellectual. Knowledge requires an intellect, but knowledge is not intellectual.
What is knowledge then?
Knowledge is what's always true, or what you can never dismiss.
It has no opposite.
It has no opposite. There's no way you can remove it. Like, fire is always hot, right? Sugar is always sweet. There is never... so that's knowledge.
Yeah. Non-disputable.
That's right. It's indisputable.
Yeah.
Now, Vedanta says it is indisputable that you're free. It is indisputable that you're whole. It is indisputable that you're complete. It is indisputable that your nature is love. That's indisputable. But okay, then why will no one accept this fact? We say that's a fact. You cannot. That's the truth. We say that's knowledge. Then why doesn't anybody accept it when I tell them?
I think they know better.
Yeah. No, because they believe that they need to have an experience to prove it to them.
Yeah. Yeah. Show me.
Show me. We show you, and you will get an experience that confirms it, but the experience will be the result of the knowledge. They don't care about the knowledge, they only want the damn experience.
Fast.
The fast and easy way.
Yeah.
So they get the experience, that they feel so good when they get this experience of non-duality, that what do? They don't understand the knowledge that's contained in that experience. So when the experience ends, what do? They have to go get the experience back again to feel whole and complete and non-dual again.
Yeah. That's why we have this thing called satsang hoppers. People who visit all the retreats, the satsangs, to fill up or to...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we get, Vedanta gets the satsang hoppers when they're no longer going to hop anymore.
Yeah,
they stopped hopping.
The non-hoppers.
The non-hoppers. They realize they've hopped, but they realize you can't hop there.
Yeah. So James, here I am. I stopped hopping.
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
That's the first stage.
Yeah.
If you haven't stopped hopping, we can't help you. And we say, go ahead, keep hopping. Just keep right on hopping, because one day you'll stop hopping, because hopping doesn't work. Chasing objects, doing things doesn't work. And a mature person, a grown-up person, understands that. So Vedanta is for people who've had some life experience, who've analyzed their life experience, and have figured out chasing objects, including enlightenment, experiential enlightenment, doesn't work. And then somehow, if they got good karma, if they got good luck, their grace is what? They hear about Vedanta. And they're ready to what? Convert their desire to experience something into a desire to understand who they are.
So I'm done hopping. I'm come and visit you.
Yeah.
What should be the first question I ask you?
Who am I? Now, I can tell you who you are, but then you say, okay, so what? I still feel inadequate and incomplete. I can tell you you're whole, you're complete, you're non-dual, actionless, ordinary, unconcerned, ever-present, unborn awareness. Awareness, consciousness, existence. Okay, I can tell you that.
Sounds great.
Huh?
Sounds great.
Yeah, whole and complete, ever-present, unborn, non-dual, ever-free, existence, consciousness, bliss. Okay, I can tell you that. That's who you are.
But I should not start believing this.
No, you don't know. You shouldn't start believing it. No, if you believe it, then what?
Yeah,
Well, you should believe it. You should believe it pending the results of your investigation. If you don't understand it immediately, if you're prepared to understand it, then you'll understand it immediately, and just that knowledge will set you free. But most of us are not prepared to understand it. So to understand it, I have to believe that that's true. And then what do I have to do? I have to practice inquiry until I can understand until I see that it's true.
Yeah.
And then the belief turns into knowledge. So we call this faith or shraddha. But it's a peculiar kind of faith. It's not blind faith. In religion or in the Neo-Advaita world, Neo-Advaita is just like a religion. They think they're all spiritual and superior, but they're actually just like religious people. Because they believe that they're awareness, but what? They have no way to convert that belief into knowledge. They have to keep relying on experiences to prove it to them.
Yeah. Keep reading the books.
Keep reading the books, keep going to the satsang,
Yeah.
all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So first of all, I have to analyze, well, why doesn't this statement make sense to me that I'm whole, complete, unborn, limitless, non-dual, unconcerned, ever-present, existence, consciousness, bliss? Okay, why don't I understand that? That's the point.
The first thing that comes to mind to me is because I've been told otherwise all my life.
My mind is not prepared to receive it.
Yeah. It's resisting.
It's resisting. Because it's all based upon my interpretation of my experience of myself as an experiencing body-mind entity. And taking that experience that I have as a body-mind entity as knowledge is the wrong way to go.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's not knowledge. There may be bits and pieces of knowledge, but it's all what? It's all a particular point of view.
Yeah, conceptual.
It's only conceptual, and it may be true for you, but it's not true for everybody.
Yeah.
We're making a statement that's true for everybody.
Yeah.
Which means, if it's true, then it's knowledge. Just like, fire is hot and sugar is sweet. That's knowledge.
Yeah.
That's true for everybody. Gravity is the same for everybody. There's no exceptions. And
breathe in, breathe out.
Breathe in, breathe
Yeah.
out. Yeah, that's right. This is just facts.
Universal.
Universal. And this is a universal truth. Everybody, everything, not just every human being, but everything is existence consciousness, is full, complete, ever blissful consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't understand that. Why can't I understand that? Because my mind is not adequately prepared to understand that, because I'm so conditioned to the opposite view.
Yeah.
My whole thinking patterns, my whole everything about me, my emotional patterns, all that are based upon the incorrect assumption that reality is a duality.
And there's some Advaita teachers, James, who say, well, it's a paradox. It's both. Let's say duality, and it's dual and non-dual at the same time.
They're absolutely right, but they are correct. It is and it isn't. It's duality if I look at it from this point of view, and it's what non-dual if I look at it from that point of view. So now we've got reality is a both and, not an either or. Okay, now how do I explain that? Because that's a big problem, isn't it? How can something be a duality and a non-duality at the same time? Because my idea is what? Non-duality cancels duality.
Yeah.
If things are non-dual, then they're not dual. If things are dual, then they're not non-dual.
Yeah.
Now, what is the teaching that they have to remove that question? What teaching do they have?
Advaita, yeah.
No.
No?
That's just, Advaita just means non-dual.
Mm-hmm.
So non-dual doesn't remove that problem.
What does?
Yeah, you don't know because none of them know because, Because Vedanta is the only spiritual teaching that has the answer to this. We call it Satya Mithya. Okay? And if you understand this, then it will set you free.
Oh.
Huh?
I'm hanging on your lips.
It's just, if you understand this, it will set you free. In fact, it is the essence of freedom or moksha. This Satyam Mithya comes from a statement made, a Vedanta statement, made in the 8th century, that is based upon the Upanishad texts. This idea, Satya and Mithya, is based upon the fundamental source texts of Vedanta, which come from the Vedic age thousands of years ago, thousands of years before Christ. And that statement is this: Brahma Satyam, Jagan Mithya, Jivo Brahmeva na Paraha. Okay. Now, what does that mean? I wanted to tell you that because I want you to understand that this is not James. Okay, I didn't invent this statement. Okay, I'm going to explain this statement to you, and hopefully in such a way that it will set you free. Now, what is that statement? In other words, the problem is, how do we resolve the idea that reality is a duality and reality is not dual? That non-duality and duality are not opposites.
They're the same coin.
That's right. Because reality is non-dual, then if non-duality exists, then how do we explain? I mean, if duality exists, then how do we explain it? If reality is non-dual, how do you make that explanation? Because that doesn't make sense, does it? See, so we got to get. You can't say that that duality doesn't exist, can you?
It looks that way.
Yeah, because why? Because you experience duality.
Yeah.
So you and the neo people, the neo Advaita people, they try to tell you that it doesn't exist. This is how they get around this problem. But they don't get around the problem by saying it doesn't exist. Tony Parsons and these people.
All there is this.
All there is this. They don't get you away. They cannot explain to you why then that you're experiencing duality. If all there is this, then I shouldn't be experiencing duality, should I? So how is it that I'm experiencing duality, but you're telling me that the reality is non-dual? See, we come back to this basic issue. Huh?
Tell us, James.
Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya Jivo Brahmeva na Paraha. Brahma Satyam means what? Consciousness or existence or being, what you call being.
Mm-hmm.
Well, being's a good word, fine. Sat is the word Sat. Brahma Satyam, okay? Being means Sat. What is? Reality.
Mm-hmm.
Reality is what is. Isness or reality or truth or God or consciousness. These are all synonyms. Brahman is Brahma what? Is limitless. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Your being, who you are, is limitless. That means you're free. You have no limits.
Not bound.
No boundaries. No duality, no divisions, no limits. It doesn't mean big. Limitless doesn't mean big.
All over the place?
It doesn't mean all over the
No?
place. No.
What does it mean?
It means you are not modified or changed by what happens to you. Because non-duality means there's no time and space are not real. So you can't say that the self, you, are big, and you can't say it's small. In fact, our scripture says it's bigger than the biggest and smaller than the smallest, which means that it neutralizes the idea that it's spatial. So you're not big means what? That you're Satyam means what? You are limitless means that you don't change when your experience changes.
That's a good one. You don't change when your experience changes.
When things happen, you don't change. What? I think that everything that happened changes me.
I'm an experience junkie.
I'm an experience junkie. My whole identity is based upon what happens to me.
Yeah.
And we're saying, no. And how am I going to show you that? How am I going to show you? Because we're saying this is a fact.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a fact, then we have to be able to point out this fact to you. We have, all of our teachings prove this fact. I can just give you one or two or a few.
Mm-hmm.
For example, it's your experience that you observe your thoughts.
Yeah.
You know what you're thinking. They're just then.
Yeah.
Huh? You looked and you
Yeah.
saw your thought, huh?
Yeah.
Which means what? Your thought is an object known to you.
Yeah.
Right? Now, if you take... So, I am watching my thoughts. When that thought occurred, and I produced that thought in you by asking you that question, I caused that thought to happen. Okay? Now, when that thought appeared, did you come into existence? Were you born? Were you suddenly created at the moment that thought came?
No.
No. You weren't. You were there prior to the thought, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. When the thought was there, were you present?
Yeah.
Yes, you were. And when the thought disappeared, did you disappear with the thought?
No.
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 In other words, what? You're present and aware and conscious, and the thoughts are what? Appear and disappear in you.
Yeah.
Isn't that your experience?
Yeah.
That's the experience of everybody. It's the same for everybody. Yeah. Did that thought change you, your awareness, your consciousness, your existence? Did you become a different person, a different being when the thought appeared and when the thought disappeared?
No.
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 That means what? What you experienced didn't affect you at all.
Yeah.
That's what limos means.
Doesn't matter if it was a dirty thought, a good thought, bad thought.
It has nothing to do.
No. No. Doesn't change you.
That's called satyam, that's called you, that's called the truth, that part, that being, that existence.
Yeah.
And it is not changed or modified by experience. So Brahma Satya, Brahma means you, consciousness. Satyam, that existence, consciousness. Jagan Mitya, that's the second part of the statement.
Mm-hmm.
Now what's Jagan? Jagan, our word, you know the word juggler?
Mm-hmm.
A juggler?
Yeah.
Huh? That means what? Something that's always in motion.
Yeah.
Huh? Well, what is it that's always in motion? Our word juggler comes from jagan.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Sanskrit term. What is it that's always in motion? My thoughts.
Yeah.
My mind. My
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah.
My experience is constantly moving and changing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that is mithya. Oh, this is a... That's not satya. That's not the truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what's real and ever present. That's mithya. Well, what the hell is mithya? That mithya means apparent and dependent. And all of our all the teachings basically prove the same equations. But I can give you an example. Look at a wave in an ocean. What's the truth of an ocean and waves?
It's all water.
It's all water. What's the wave? Satya. Apparently true, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You're very, very clever, because actually most people would say, well, the truth is the ocean, because the ocean's always present, and then the waves come out of the ocean. Huh? But what? There's also a higher fact there, isn't there? Which is what? The wave and the truth, the wave and the ocean are both H2O.
Yeah.
They're both water.
Yeah.
Hmm? Now, but the wave, is the wave free of the ocean?
No.
No. But the ocean's free of the wave, isn't it?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah. For the water of the ocean, it's no problem that there are waves all around.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, if you're this body-mind entity that you think you are, is that a wave or is that the ocean?
Well, I could be clever again and say it's both.
You could be, but in terms of this little teaching,
Yeah.
huh?
Okay, so, yeah. Okay.
That in other words, this person that you think you are,
Mhm.
this James,
Mhm. It's
and
just a wave.
is just a wave
Yeah.
in what? In existence.
Yeah.
I just come out of existence, and what? And when my life is over, I go back into existence. In fact, I didn't really leave existence because I'm existent when I'm a wave,
Yeah.
huh? And when when I cease to exist as a wave, I exist as the ocean.
So you're just the ocean pretending to be a wave.
That's it.
Yeah.
And the wave, is dependent, and the ocean is independent or free.
Yeah.
Now, what about your experience? My experience is that what is independent always? My consciousness,
Yeah.
me. And what's dependent? My thoughts or my experience. Now, if that is firm knowledge, you will never confuse yourself with what? Your body and mind.
Yeah.
Right? If that knowledge is firm, what? You're free. You're immortal. You don't all of these problems that come from in life of living and dying and getting and keeping and all that stuff, all those things disappear. Why? Because they only apply to the wave, they don't apply to me, to the ocean.
Yeah.
I am what is existent. I am what is always present.
Yeah.
Now it's hard, huh? Why is that hard to get? It's not hard to get, you got it, right?
Yeah, when I'm sitting here with you, it's
it's easy,
Yeah.
huh? It's pretty
Yeah.
straightforward when you hear the teaching.
Yeah.
But when you pack up and you're on your way and your girlfriend calls you up or your boss fires you or whatever it is,
Yeah.
huh? Then are you happy? Are you the ocean, huh?
I'm back into the drama.
Yeah, you're back into the drama.
Yeah.
Well, what for? Why?
Well, some woman I talked to once said this hypnotic field of the person is so strong outside, let's say,
Yeah.
that you have to stand firm in this position of being the ocean.
Absolutely. Well, that's right. We call it taking a stand in awareness.
Yeah,
You have to be firm in it.
because you get pulled back into this.
Now, if it's hard and fast knowledge, you don't have to take a stand because it's just a fact.
Yeah,
So when you hear that your girlfriend left you, you say, "So what? I'm the ocean." And there's lots of waves in the ocean, and maybe there'll be another girlfriend wave, and maybe there won't. But so what? I'm the ocean. I'm always okay.
So how come
So if the knowledge is not firm, then what's the problem? Well, my mind is not capable of retaining that knowledge. Now, which means what? I've got some work to do on my mind. This is again what the Neos don't tell you.
Yeah. Do your homework.
Do your homework. But they don't tell you what your homework is or how to do it.
No.
They say do your homework. Well, yeah, do your homework, but what is the homework?
Well, you get a little phrase called like all thoughts are not true.
Yeah. Well, big deal. So what?
Yeah.
Huh? No, the homework, that's true. It's true that all thoughts are not true. But what is true? What is the truth? Okay, all thoughts are not true. Then tell me what the truth is. Well, the truth is what? Me. I'm the truth. Well, if I'm the truth, then it doesn't matter whether the thoughts are true or not, does it? Then the issue is not about all thoughts are not true. It's very clear to me that all thoughts are not true. In fact, when we did this little analysis here of our experience, we saw what? The thoughts are not true because they're not present all the time. They're impermanent.
Yeah.
But this consciousness existence is always present. It's always true. It's permanent.
Yeah.
And its nature is limitlessness. Its nature is existence. It's free. It's ever blissful. It's always present. So everything that I want, I already have. I already am. Have is a bad word. Mm-hmm. Whatever I want, I already have. This is what people ask me, what do you want? I say, I want what I have. They just look at me, are you kidding? Are you mad? Well, it means I don't want anything because I already have what I want. I am what I want.
Yeah.
Now, this tendency to always want, this desire, how am I going to get rid of this desire? Because it's this desire for objects that's causing me to forget who I am. As you put it, was what? An irresistible attraction to the object.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, the hypnotic field of the person.
The hypnotic field of the person. Right. Unless it's like Donald Trump or somebody like that. That person doesn't hypnotize me. That person turns me off. Yeah. I want to run as far as I can from that person. But, that attraction to an object.
Yeah.
Right.
Could I blame all the commercials on TV for that?
Yeah, you can.
That doesn't help me.
It does. No, it doesn't help. Yeah, you can blame mom and pop, the federal government, religion, the TV. Because the whole world, right, tells you that there's something wrong with you.
And you have to get something.
And that you need to get something to complete you.
Yeah. Get that new Rolex, get that car.
Yeah, get that trophy wife, get that 6-pack abs, whatever it is. You gotta have that, and then you're okay.
Then you're complete.
Yeah.
Then the search stops.
Yeah, you're okay for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But 5 minutes of happiness is not good enough for me.
No.
I want to be happy all the time.
James, can I tell you some dogmas from the Advaita world, which I'm very curious about your vision on it?
Sure.
For example, this world is an illusion, they tell me.
Uh-huh.
And what I just heard from you gives me a sense of that also, that you say this world is
not real,
full of objects.
Yeah.
So it's all temporary.
It's temporary, yeah.
Yeah. So
we don't like the word illusion, although that's okay. Illusion is something you experience, but it isn't real.
Is the world real? That's my question.
No, the world is not real. Satya, Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mithya is an interesting category because it's neither real nor is it not real. The ontological category is different. We think, well, is the world real or not? No, the world is mithya. Now, what does real mean? Real means always present and never changing.
Yeah.
Huh? So that's the definition of real. What's always present and doesn't change.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's real. Now, the world is what? Sometimes present, but it's always changing. Isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because the world is nothing but your thoughts about the world. The world is just your experience of the world. And your experience is only subjective. If there was any objective world, then everybody'd see the same thing here.
Yeah.
Huh?
For a little ant, the world is completely different.
Completely different. A tree is a conscious being, but it looks different to the tree.
Yeah.
And then from one person to another, depending on their condition, it's totally...
Yeah.
It's
so there's not one world, one objective world, would you say?
Yeah. There's no... the world is non-objective. Well, there is an objective world, In other words, we call that Ishvara. That is, if your senses are operating properly, then and I put my hand here, you have no choice but to see a hand.
Yeah.
And your knowledge will be, this is hand knowledge. So that we call Vyavaharika Satyam. That means the part of reality that's empirical. Because if that world's totally an illusion, then we can't count on anything here. We can't count on science. When your ears go bad, you can't go to a guy to fix your ears because they're totally personal. It's totally subjective. But the fact is, your eyes and ears and your senses are all principles that are operating here. They're knowledge that's created by Ishvara, or God. And so there's a certain objectivity there, a practical objectivity there. It's not real in the sense that what? It changes all the time, but the changes are predictable. That's why we can have sciences, because the changes are predictable. So Satyam means it seemingly real.
Appears to be real.
Appears to be real. Yeah, that's the word. Now, we're, as a body mind, as a person that we think we are, that's called a jiva, or a reflection of awareness. There's pure original consciousness existence, and then that reflected in the mind is called a jiva. That jiva is apparently real. It's not actually real. Now my problem is I take it to be an actual reality. I don't take it to be apparent reality. I think my life is real. And when my life is actually what? A dream. It's like watching a movie. It exists. We can't say it doesn't exist because we experience it. You can't experience something that doesn't exist.
No. Yeah.
It's obvious. Now, the Neos have no idea about this. They say these words, but they have no teaching. You see how carefully I unfolded that? So it's perfectly understandable to you.
Yeah.
Now, what Vedanta does is Vedanta has all of we call these prakriyas, these teachings that I've been sharing with you, or working on you, actually working them on you. And when you're following them carefully,
yeah,
and you understand it. It's clear.
Yeah.
So all of these prakriyas, all these teachings, just what do? They give you different windows, looking at everything from a different angle on the same truth over and over and over again. And if you expose your mind to this teaching consistently, all of your notions of duality will disappear. But you've got to do the work. In other words, you have to apply the knowledge, and that knowledge needs to be taught to you. You need to learn how to think this way. See, I'm just thinking differently.
Yeah.
I'm thinking from the platform of non-duality. I'm not thinking from the platform of duality. The modern Advaita teachings are all thinking from the platform of duality. They're talking about non-duality, but all of their thoughts and their teaching comes from duality. So they imagine that they're non-dual, but they're actually dualists.
Yeah.
Because they don't have a teaching.
Yeah.
They're talking about the topic.
But not from.
That's right.
Yeah.
And they're not, and their thinking or their teachings are not what? Coming from it.
Yeah. And that applies to all Advaita teachers you
yeah, absolutely.
Not one you say, well, he...
Well, I don't know. Except in our tradition.
Yeah.
You'll hear bits and pieces.
Yeah.
And you can benefit from them. We're not saying you can't benefit from them. But you won't get the whole teaching.
Luckily we have you and your books.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I wanted to get back to was this, why I don't understand and what you can do. Because this is another huge problem with the Advaita people. And listen, they're not bad people.
No, they don't mean wrong.
Most of them are well-meaning. There's a few rascals and scoundrels there who are just chasing power and pleasure and wealth. You got the Andrew Cohens and those kind of people. Even they're not bad people. They're just misguided or misunderstood. You know, they have psychological problems that cause them to use the spiritual world for psychological reasons rather than for the truth. But so they're not bad people, but they don't have a complete teaching. And it's all experiential. It's based upon their own experience. And they're saying, well, because I experienced non-duality, you can experience non-duality. Well, even if you can experience non-duality, you'll be back to duality when the experience ends.
Yeah.
So everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Now, what they don't tell you is this, and the reason they don't tell you this is because they don't have a teaching, and that is what you can do. They don't tell you. They tell you can't do anything because you're already free.
Yeah, you're already it.
You're already it, and you're not a doer.
Yeah.
On top of that,
Yeah.
you're already it, and you're not a doer. Both of which are true, but what? That's totally an unhelpful teaching. Is this?
No, it's still running. Yeah.
Totally unhelpful teaching.
But let me put it in plus one moment.
They're totally unhelpful teachings. Why? Because I actually think I'm a doer. And my whole thought system is based around the fact that I'm a doer.
Yeah. Me the doer, me the hearer, me the experience.
And that doer is not going to just disappear. Nothing in nature just suddenly poofs and disappears. That doer, enjoyer entity has been there forever.
Yeah.
It's built up an accretion of thoughts and experience, we call it karma, that just keeps going on and on and on.
Yeah.
They're saying, well, you're not that, you're this, and there's nothing you can do about it. Just wait for grace.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me? That's absolutely incorrect. That's why people keep satsang happening, because they don't give them a sadhana, what we call sadhana, or spiritual work to do. To what? To prepare their mind to understand this. And once they understand it, to keep their mind clear until the knowledge is firm.
Yeah. This can be understood. That's what...
Yeah. The understanding's not a problem. You got the understanding. You're very clear about it. I could tell by you following it, and then you feed back, and you accept it. It's easy.
Mm-hmm. But what's the work I have to do?
Okay, that's the point. They don't tell you what the work is. Well, the work is karma yoga and jnana yoga. Or there's three, actually. Karma yoga, vipassana yoga. Upasana yoga, not vipassana. Karma yoga, upasana yoga, and jnana yoga. Well, we'll call it jnana and upasana. So we could just reduce it to two. Karma yoga and jnana yoga. Now, what is that?
Should I go meditate?
Huh?
Should I go meditate?
No.
No.
That's part of karma yoga. Okay, but no, you shouldn't go meditate. You should until you're practicing karma yoga. Why? Why shouldn't you meditate? Because unless you practice, because meditation's the same problem, isn't it? You get quiet. It's just like an epiphany. You get peaceful and you get quiet. As soon as you stop meditating and go back to your life, what happens? Your mind gets disturbed again, and then you have to run back and start meditating again, don't you?
Yeah.
So you got the same problem with meditation you had in the world, chasing the women, chasing the money, chasing the power. As soon as the thing changes, you got to go back and get it again or get another object.
Yeah.
So meditation doesn't work unless you have karma yoga. Now, what is karma yoga? Karma yoga burns up your karma. Well, how do I burn up my karma? Everybody says, well, you got to get rid of your karma. And of course, the Neo teaching is that you got to stop your mind. Stop thinking. Well, yes and no. First of all, you can't stop thinking. You can reduce your thinking to some degree, and you can change the quality and texture of your thoughts, but they don't tell you how to do this at all. They just tell you it's an act of will or something, or go ahead and do it. But you can't do it. You need karma yoga. This is the most glaring and biggest problem of these Neo teachings, these Advaita teachings. Advaita teachings, as they call it. Huh?
You're not so fond of.
Well, no, I'm not. I mean, I went through it, see?
Yeah.
It's not that I'm against it.
No.
I went through it. I think I was a lucky one who got through it. And
didn't stop.
And found Vedanta.
Yeah.
You know, when you get over it, then you know, Vedanta will come to you if you have good karma. If you're not, then you're really lost, because you know you've tried the world, and then the neo world didn't work. So then you get depressed, and you go back and you try to make the world work, or you just you're just in despair. You get over that dark night of the soul area. No, the whole problem with them is with this neo teaching is they don't have karma yoga. First, I explained to you they don't have a teaching, a proper teaching. That's called jnana yoga. But you can't understand jnana yoga unless you got karma yoga. And nobody teaches karma yoga. And even the people that teach karma yoga in the Indian spiritual world, 99% of them teach it wrong.
Give us the right way, James.
Well, the wrong way is you see, you got to do selfless service. So you come and we're in my ashram, and I'll put you to work, and you'll burn up your karma there.
Yeah.
That's
worship.
Work is your work is your worship.
Yeah.
And that's not karma yoga. That could be karma yoga, but it isn't. Not the way it's sold. You just think, well, if I mechanically do all these things and give all my effort and time and money to the guru, to the church, or, you know, how did the Catholic Church get so big? Huh?
Yeah.
And how do all these institutions get so big? They get you to go and give your money and your effort and your time, and they tell you that's good for you spiritually.
Yeah.
It's not good for you spiritually. You haven't gained anything. All you've got is what? You just got yourself stuck in another samsaric activity, and you're thinking it's a very spiritual thing, and so you don't get free from doing this. Karma yoga sets you free from what? Your misconceptions and your negative states of mind. Now, how does it do that? That's the point. Karma yoga is an attitude that you take with respect to action and its results. What does that mean? Karma,
What you, what's the thing called? What you reap is what you sow? No.
What you sow is what you reap.
That's
no. Everybody knows that. That's not karma yoga. No, that's not karma yoga. That's what you sow is what you get back. What you put out.
Yeah.
But we don't care about what we put out or what we get back, because we're not looking for good karma. When we practice karma yoga, we're not looking for good karma, and we're not trying to get rid of bad karma.
What are we doing?
We're purifying our minds. Why do we want a pure mind? So we can understand these teachings. And so once we understand it, the knowledge sticks.
Yeah.
And that we're no longer confused and identify ourselves with objects that are appearing in us, and we remain free. So karma yoga is not about making good karma.
It's making room.
Yeah, it's because there's no bad result from karma yoga. If you do karma, there's good results and bad results. If you're skillful, you'll get maybe more good results than bad results. If you're not so skillful, you'll get more bad results than good results, and you'll be a depressed person or an angry person. Happy people are people who basically get more good results than bad results, because they're skillful in action. But karma yoga is not skill in action. Karma yoga is what? Removing the tendencies that are causing you to chase objects. Now those tendencies are called vasanas. This is a technical discussion based upon that. Whenever you do an action, it causes a result. It causes an immediate result. Like if I insult you, say you're a jerk, and you punch me in the nose, well, that's an immediate result.
Yeah.
Huh? If it feels good that when you punch me in the nose, then the next time somebody insults you, you will punch them in the nose.
Yeah.
You had another option. You could not punch them in the nose, or you could feel bad punching them in the nose, so you wouldn't do it. But no, you when they feel, you punch them in. Why did you punch them in the nose the second time?
Yeah, because it felt good.
Yeah, because you got a vasana to do it. You have a tendency to do it, and the next time you punch it, then what? Then you're going to punch the person. Every time you're going to respond in that particular way. So your unconscious mind is sending you out whenever you chase an object or avoid an object. You condition your mind. It's your conditioning. You condition your mind to behave in a certain way, so that all your thoughts run toward particular objects that you think are going to. Now, karma yoga removes those tendencies to think that way.
From the subconscious.
Yeah, right. It purifies your subconscious mind.
Yeah.
It obviously will change your life too, so your conscious mind is going to be changed, obviously. But karma yoga, you introduce a particular kind of thought into your mind that isn't there in normal situations. Karma yoga, you have to take or make a cognitive shift. Now, when you want something or you don't want something, what's behind that? Fear or desire, greed, or anger. And what? And an expectation that I should have that thing, and that if I get that thing, it will make me happy. Now, karma yoga says this: fair enough. You can act and you can go for a thing, for whatever it is, but you don't have any right to get it. Now, everybody basically knows that, don't they? Because if it was your right to have what you want, to get the results, and you only do actions because you want the results, and you think those results will complete you. The problem is that what? That I am not the one that produces the results. Am I?
No.
Because if you produce the results, then you'd have everything you want.
Yeah.
But I don't have everything I want. That's why I'm upset and unhappy and miserable, and that's why I'm seeking things, spiritual things or whatever, or worldly things. It doesn't matter. So then, what is it, or who is it, or what is it that's producing the results?
My karma.
Yes, but who's producing my karma? Where's my karma coming from? Because my karma is not up to me either, is it?
No.
Or apparently not up to me. It actually is to some degree. But you never know what's going to happen from one moment to the next.
Yeah.
This is why everybody's constantly on their cell phones and stuff and on the internet checking the news and figuring out and talking to their friends and trying to figure out what's happening all the time. Everybody's nervous and anxious and concerned about what's going to happen. Why? Because they don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. It's trying to reassure yourself that everything's going to be fine.
Everything's going to be fine.
Is the world safe?
But is the world? But the world is never safe.
No.
And yet results keep coming. So where are the results coming from? From the field, from the world. We call it the field of existence. When I make an offering, in other words, when I do an action into the world, we call that an offering. So karma yoga is like a religious thing. It's not religious like religion. It's like a contribution or making an offering. When I make an offering to the world of my actions, then what? That result of that action is out of my hands now. If the result of my actions is out of my hands, then is any of the subsequent anxiety and worry for the results a legitimate? Huh?
No.
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 No. if I have control over the results, then yeah, worry, get yourself all fear, worry, desire, do all the things you manipulate and try to change and make everything change and to make it work. But hey, it's not up to me.
Yeah.
Well, who's it up to? The field of existence. Okay, God. We're not afraid of the word God because we know who God is.
Mm-hmm.
Spiritual people hate the word God. It's got too much religious connotations about it. So we just call it the field of existence. So, or Ishwara. We have a technical term, Ishwara. We have several words for it, but basically it means what? The field, my environment, is what's determining the results. So, understanding that, what do? I surrender the results of my actions to the field or to God. I let go and let God.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Inshallah.
Inshallah. That's right. It's all the Islam's guys got it right. That's right. Inshallah. Oh, who it's not up to me. Now, what's that going to do to my mind?
It makes it more humble.
Yeah, and clear,
Yeah.
and still, and steady. Why? Because the vasana, the worry, the subconscious worry, goes out when I surrender the result.
Yeah.
So then, what? Every action that I do in the world becomes a purification of my mind. I don't go and meditate to purify my mind. I don't go to church to purify my mind. I don't read holy books to... Well, you can, and that's helpful in the second stage. But what? If my life is not a worship, and if my life is not my spiritual practice, then what the hell good is it? Because my life, the way I'm living my life is what? Is totally disturbing my mind. And no wonder I'm not getting anywhere spiritually.
Yeah. So maybe that's a very interesting point. Maybe if I look at myself and some friends who are actively looking into this, we think that it's separate from life. We think that we go on and chase all the women,
Yeah.
and talk dirty to the neighbor, and then in the weekends we go to satsang.
And relief. Yeah. See the dualistic
Yeah.
notion.
You have to walk the walk and talk the talk.
That's right. Your spirit, your life is your spiritual work. The problem is my attitude toward life is the wrong attitude. That's why I said karma yoga is an attitude with respect to action and its results. Yeah. It's not a particular action or a particular result.
But then the Advaita teacher tell me, well, forget about it. You're not the doer.
Yeah.
So you can't change anything you do.
That's right. And so what is the basic subjective result that I get from that? You get resigned.
Yeah, you get distance.
You
from
get
life.
negative, and you get distance from life.
Yeah.
You don't participate in life. You try to avoid life, and what? And you don't get any happier because you're not dealing with your damn karma.
Yeah.
You're putting off your karma.
Yeah.
You're avoiding it. You're running away
Yeah.
or escaping. The word you used from the very beginning was escape.
Yeah.
You're escaping from life. You're not engaged in life. Now, Karma Yoga says you have to engage it, but you have to engage it with this attitude that the results of the action are not up to you. And then the next part, which is even more difficult to Karma Yoga, and this is why people don't like it, is what? You have to take the result with what? As prasad. We have a particular technique, so that means as a gift.
Even if it's
a result I don't want.
Yeah.
So what? Whatever happens is, and you welcome bad results because they teach you, they show you where your what? Your idea is in conflict with the nature of life or reality.
Yeah.
You when you get a bad result, you don't think it's your problem. You think it's the world's problem.
Yeah.
You say, well, the government this and the church that and my wife this and the job, my boss that, and you blame the world for it.
Yeah.
The reason you're getting a bad result is because, you got a bad idea about your relationship to life. You're not following Dharma. We call it Dharma. Dharma is just the rules of life. The physical rules, the psychological rules, and the moral rules that are operating in the apparent reality, in the mithya aspect of reality. And we're talking now about a person who's living in the mithya, in the dream world, in this ordinary, everyday dream world.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just, so concerned about myself that I, don't understand what the rules are here. And I'm not playing by the rules. And when I get whacked, when something bad happens, I just blame the world. I don't think it's my fault at all. So we're happy to get bad karma. Happy, yeah. Please give me more bad karma. Whack me. I need to understand something.
Yeah.
I'm ignorant here.
Yeah.
I don't understand, God, what you want. Because this isn't about me getting what I want. I will get what I want if I do what is expected of me here. Nobody came here on their own.
No.
Nobody created their own body or mind. No. Nobody created the world around here. There's not one damn thing that that I as a person can claim that I created or that I own. Not one thing. Every single thing that I have is given to me. My brain, my intelligence, my life, the air, the water, all the objects, everything is given to me. And what? And so that means what? Something or somebody else put me here in this situation, and that expects me, there's an expectation from the world that I behave in a certain way. That I make a contribution to the world.
Yeah.
When you do that, your mind gets so peaceful and you get so happy. And then these teachings go right in.
So it's in tune with life.
You're right. You remove the conflict with life. You become in tune. Now then, the next stage, now I can meditate. Because my life is taking care of my agitations. And my mind becomes meditative naturally.
Yeah.
And then the next stage is what? Then I'm able to hear these teachings of Vedanta and apply those teachings to my mind. But the jnana yoga, the knowledge thing, doesn't work without the karma yoga. I need the karma yoga. And the modern teachings don't have it. They don't teach it. They don't know it. They don't understand the value of it. And this is why people just don't get enlightened through this modern Advaita world.
No.
Why they just keep hopping.
Yeah.
And it's not bad in the sense that at least they're trying, and at least they're hearing the ideas. And it's good that they want freedom and all of that, but it's just a very limited and inadequate and incomplete path to freedom.
Yeah.
We call Vedanta a pathless path. We use those two words together. That's against another strange thing. Well, how can it be pathless and be a path? Or how can, Well, it's pathless in that the distance between you and yourself is zero, so there's no path. There's nothing you can do. On the other hand, it's a path because there's something you can do to understand that. So it's not a matter of escaping the world or not doing. So that was the day I was, during when you've heard of Ramesh Balsekar. At one time he was very famous. Now I don't know, I never hear people talk much about it, but most everybody's been through Ramesh. But those same teachings are still out there, that you're not the doer. But when I was in India when he was famous, people all came to Tiruvannamalai after they'd been to Bombay. And I talked to, I don't know, hundreds of them over the years. And I would always ask them, well, what are you doing? Well, what's your sadhana? What practice? What am I doing? I said, well, why not? Because I'm not a doer. Well, excuse me, the doer is not doing. Not doing is an action. What result are you going to get from not doing? You're not going to get anything, a result, but nothing. You'll get nothing because you're not doing. And But no, you have to. The doer has to do. For what? For this purpose. I don't know. And Ramesh's teaching was just, it was a really poor man's karma yoga. He was basically saying, life's tough, suck it up. You're not the doer. Quit complaining and whining. Okay, that's fine. But there was no understanding of what karma yoga is supposed to do for you spiritually, which is to purify your mind.
Yeah.
For the purpose of gaining freedom, for understanding these teachings. And so you have these people teaching Brahma Satyam Jat, they're telling you the world's not real and you're not your mind and your consciousness, but what? No way to implement that teaching because there's no karma yoga and the jnana yoga is incomplete.
Yeah. One final thing I want to ask you, James, in this world of non-duality, a favorite subject everybody wants to talk about is free will. Did I come here to talk with you out of free will, or did it just happen?
Yes and no is the answer. Yes, there's free will, and no, there's not free will. Both are true. From the individual's point of view, there's definitely free will. Every time you do something, you're exercising free will. And if there's no free will, we won't even have a scripture or a teaching, will we? There's no free will there's no scripture for animals, is there?
No.
There's no teaching for, why? Because they don't have free will. If the monkeys and the dogs and the cats had free will, then there'd be a scripture for them, because then they could think, and then they'd have problems, they'd have karma and all that sort of thing, and then you'd have to give them advice and tell them what to do. So there's definitely free will for the jiva when you look at it from that point of view. But when you look at it from Ishwara's point of view, there's no free will. Ishwara means the total field.
Yeah.
Everything here is programmed from that point of view. So yes, looking at it from this point of view, no, looking at it from that point of view.
Both true.
Yeah. Now both are true. But that doesn't mean that because it's true on that level, you shouldn't do anything here.
Yeah.
This is a problem. What people want to do, they want to escape. They say, well, it's all programmed. It's only going to happen when it happens. So I'm not going to do anything, and it'll happen. Well, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because you have to do something here. If you don't pay your taxes, and they come to you, you go to the judge, and you said, but judge, I didn't pay my taxes. You can't put me in jail for not paying my taxes. You can, I didn't do anything. I'm free. I didn't do anything. If I do something, put me in jail. No. It's not like that. No. You have to act here. You have no choice about action here.
Yeah.
The thing you have to act. Why do you have to act here? Because consciousness, awareness, is shining on your body and mind, this material aspect of yourself, and it forces actions. You are active from womb to tomb.
Yeah.
So there's no choice about that.
But am I living or am I being lived?
You're living from the jiva's point of view, but you're being lived from Ishwara or God's point of view.
But then on some Advaita sites I read everything happens according to the cosmic plan, and then gives me this sense of relief. I think, so I never did anything wrong.
No, that's right. If you can take that point of view, you're fine as a jiva, but that still doesn't set you free. Why not? Because you're not the jiva. You're not the person. Mm-hmm. It'll give you relief.
Yeah.
And karma yoga gives you relief from the anxiety of being a person. But you still have problems.
Yeah.
Huh? You're still worried about money. You're still worried about love.
Health.
You're still worried about your health. Whatever, I don't know. Everybody worries about some damn thing. But people who know they are don't worry. They don't worry about one thing. I haven't had a worry for 45 years. Because I'm awareness.
Yeah.
I'm existence, consciousness, awareness. I'm not a person. I act like a person. I pretend like I'm a person. I behave like a person. So,
But you know better.
But I know better. I know very well I'm not a person.
Yeah.
And that person isn't even a person. Because there's no worries. It's just a vehicle for me to express to express. And when that goes, I don't go. When my body goes, I don't go. Because I was here when my body appeared.
Yeah.
My body appeared in front of me,
Yeah.
and my body's going to disappear from in front of me.
It's like the old Indians who said, I don't appear in a room, the room appears in me.
Absolutely. That's all. They're just looking at it from what consciousness, from the point of view of their true self, you could call it.
Yeah. So I never traveled anywhere.
I never done anything. I've never traveled anywhere. There's nothing for me to gain. There's nothing for me to lose.
That's real reassurance.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
You're not even reassured when you're the reassurance is the first stage, but after that, you don't need any reassurance.
Yeah. One final thing, James.
Yeah.
They talk about the Advaita shuffle. You heard maybe the term once.
Yeah.
Is that what you call taking this one standpoint and saying, well, I'm not the doer, I'm not the feeler?
Sure. It's shuffling off your responsibility on Ishwara, when you've got to take responsibility here.
But a lot of Advaita teachers tell me that I've never been responsible for anything.
Yeah, and but who are they talking to? Are they talking the person?
Yeah.
Yeah, the person is responsible for everything. What they mean is the self isn't responsible for anything.
Yeah.
But the self is also responsible, but it's not. It's not bothered by being responsible because it's not affected by anything.
But what is responding then?
What?
Well, talking about responsible. What is the person responding to another person?
No, the person's responding to the environment, whatever is around him.
Yeah.
Dharma means appropriate response.
Yeah.
That means I need to respond appropriately to whatever the situation demands of me.
Yeah.
Right? So you're definitely, as a person, you are responsible. You have to respond.
Yeah. You're able to respond.
You are able to respond. And whether you're able or not doesn't matter. You're responding anyway.
Yeah.
Because it isn't up to you.
Yeah.
Now we're saying, what attitude should I have when I respond? Should I respond with an attitude that I have to extract value from the world? Or should I, or should my response be, I have to contribute to the world? And when you change from an extractor to a contributor, suddenly your whole life takes off.
Yeah.
The problems just disappear. And you're eager to do what is required.
Yeah.
And you don't even think about it. You just know, hey, it's just natural to respond in this way. So when something needs to be done, you do it.
Yeah.
Not without discrimination. If somebody comes up and asks you to kill their wife, well, then that's going to cause a problem. That's not dharma. So that's not an appropriate response.
Yeah.
Appropriate response is to tell them, sorry, that breaks the rule. You want to kill your wife, you go ahead and kill your wife. That's up to you. But you're going to get karma from that. But I'm not going to kill your wife because, that's not an appropriate response because she's me.
Yeah.
Because behind all of this whole thing is this idea that this is a non-dual reality. So, yes, I'm forced to criticize Neo, the modern Advaita. You just have to. At the same time, it's not an unwarranted criticism, and the criticism is based upon the simple fact that reality is non-dual.
Yeah.
And and that's why there's logic.
Mm-hmm. And you did so in a loving way. And that's maybe a good way to end this interview. We haven't used the word love already.
Well, yeah, but yeah.
Could you say that I was for 40 years trying to get love
from the world? But when I understand who I am, I'm here to give the world love.
That's something you bring to the party, not you get out of the party.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's so simple. But it's so difficult in our world because everybody tells you that you're small and inadequate and incomplete and you need to get what you want.
Yeah.
And so people just you can see the breakdown in the society, the destruction of the environment and the wars and the conflicts and all the problems that are there in the society. It's because people are trying to get and they're not trying to give. It's a simple thing. So, anyway.
Thank you for this gift.
Thank the Lord. Don't thank me.
Yeah. When people, some practical things, when people want to come and visit you this weekend in Amstelveen, you give a lecture tonight. I don't know if it's online already, but this weekend, Saturday, Sunday.
Yes, we're going there are quite a few people in Netherlands here who've been involved in Vedanta for a number of years.
And would also give...
And so we're taking a little, it's in English.
Mm-hmm.
We've got, on the website, we have some texts that are being translated into Dutch.
Okay.
Now. It's...
Your first book isn't translated in Dutch.
It isn't, but it isn't. There's some parts of it have been translated. I think it's a big job. It's now coming out in German this month, but I don't think Dutch people read German, probably. Maybe some of them do. But the essence of enlightenment is readable in English, and I think Dutch people speak English very well.
Yeah.
So I don't translate here, but this text that we're taking this weekend is a little more advanced text because the people have gotten the basics.
Yeah.
Vedanta is a program. You have to start with the basics and work up.
Yeah.
And you can't skip. The problem with the neos is they jump. They sit here and they want to jump you all the way to the end.
Yeah.
And there's nothing in between. But this is just a very logical, consistent path.
Yeah.
And you just go for step. So
no quick fix.
No quick fixes.
But do I need to resign from my job and get into this for 5 years?
No. You do your job as karma yoga.
Yeah. That's what the mind says.
You don't. We don't. No way. If you're a sannyasi, in other words, if you already have that kind of temperament, and you don't worry about the world, then fair enough. You can.
Mm-hmm.
But no, absolutely no. You continue right where you are. We're not saying escape the world. We're saying contribute to the world, right? And make that world your spiritual practice, and then at the same time develop your what? Your knowledge, your self-knowledge.
Yeah.
And there's no contradiction here. But of course the idea is, the world is a bad place and it's so much trouble and this and that, and I should go to India and get in a cave and and go to Guru and be spiritual and wear orange clothes and da-di-da, chant mantras and be sweet and holy and all that stuff. And nonsense, it doesn't work. It just causes more conflict.
Yeah.
So the Bhagavad Gita is a good one for karma yoga. It explains it. I've already taught it here. And so this weekend we're going to do what's called Panchadasi, which is the first 2 chapters. It's a huge text, but I'm just taking the first 2 chapters because most of these people are ready for it. But even a new person could probably pretty well understand it.
Yeah. You give meetings in Europe some more?
Yes. Next I go to Cologne.
Germany?
And then to Berlin.
Mm-hmm.
We have a 5-day seminar in Berlin, and then Baden-Württemberg at a big yoga center there. And after that, I think that's the end of it for this trip.
Yeah.
And then I'm back in the fall. So the schedule's on the website.
Yeah.
And then we do in the States for the summer, and then coming back. I'll probably have a home in Europe. We're looking at a fellow friend bought some land in Portugal, and so we'll probably have a little house there. And he wants to build he's got an old farmhouse that he wants to make into a satsang meditation center.
Yeah. That's good for people who are getting
Yeah,
tired from Muji.
Yeah. Yeah.
Muji as a center there.
Oh yeah, Muji. Yeah,
Yeah.
Muji is the center there. Yeah, Muji's a typical neo. He's a good guy. He's not a bad guy. But there's no real teaching there.
Yeah, but still, you say that could
But
be
it's
an
fine.
entrance.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's good.
Yeah.
They're doing their kind of their own sort of karma, little karma yoga view. They're getting some kind of knowledge. They're not getting. Basically, those people are there for the sangha, not for the sat. The sat is the truth, and they're attracted to the truth. But what they like is the warm, fuzzy, huggy feeling. Muji's a great personality.
You can hug him.
He can hug him. He looks good. He's got the brown skin. He's dreadlocks. He's avuncular. He's like a good big uncle. He's warm, a little chubby and fuzzy, and they all talk love, and they like the Shakti and all that. So they're all happy there, and fine, fair enough.
But you look like a lovable guy also. So.
Oh yeah, I'm a big lover boy. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you bet. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
you
too.
And if you, you're going to put this on your website?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to send me a copy, it'd be great. I can put it on the website, and I could link to yours. And
will do.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, you bet.
Sitting here with my dear friend Jan.
Hi.
We did a couple of talks in Dutch,
Mm-hmm.
and now for the first time a little chat in English for our English project Advaita TV.
Mm-hmm.
What does the term Advaita mean to you, and when did you first hear of it? Can you remember that?
At the end of my search, because in the beginning I never heard about enlightenment or consciousness or Advaita or non-duality or Zen. I just had a lot of fear and restlessness in my body, and I want to get rid of it. So that was the beginning of my search. So I went to counseling, coaching, meditation, and after 7 or 8 years, Eckhart Tolle came on my path.
Mm-hmm.
And afterwards, Jet McKenna, Ajahn Santi, Nisargadatta, and then I discovered Advaita.
Was your first part of your life, let's say the first 20-25 years, was it such a burden for you? Was it struggling?
Yes.
What happened?
I don't know. From the day I was born, it was a struggle. I had the idea that I went in the wrong movie.
Yeah.
I didn't understand. I feel I didn't pronounce that like I'm doing now, but I felt like an alien.
You landed on planet Earth. You thought, what the hell is this?
Yes, what the hell? Why is everybody screaming and shouting? And I want peace, relax everybody.
Yeah. And did you blame, let's say, society for that? Did you think
Of course, I was angry of the world, angry of my parents, but most of all, I was angry of myself.
Yeah.
And why I was angry about myself, of the world, I didn't know. So that's why I went to search.
Yeah.
and I went to search to get rid of the anxiety, to get rid of the fear, to get rid of the anger, to get rid of all the stress in my body.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the beginning of the search.
Did you have like panic attacks? Or,
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of panic attacks.
How? At what time? Was it at nighttime or daytime or any time?
Anytime.
Yeah.
Especially when there is a lot of people. A lot of people, and when there's not enough room.
Mm.
So when you are in a closed restaurant or a closed school and you have to sit and
Mm.
see the teacher, that were scary parts. It's claustrophobic,
Mm.
it's the word, I think. So I always...
You ever found out why that was? Were you afraid that people would hurt you, or?
I don't know, I was just all the time anxious.
Yeah.
The planet Earth felt not safe.
Yeah.
That was the background when fear could speak. It's not safe here.
Yeah.
I want to get rid of it. Why do we have to do this? Why do I have to school? Why do I have to work? Why do I have to pay this?
Mhm.
Why?
Yeah. A big question mark.
Big question. Yes.
And have you ever tried to leave the planet? Let's say.
Yes. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Well, because I found out meditation, and then I was silence.
Yeah. So that became the new addiction.
Yeah, of course.
Being in stillness, as Eckhart says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not entirely, because when you are in silence, there is no addiction, because you don't have to go in silence, because it is.
Mm-hmm.
But when you are in the ego and you are stressed, and then you think, I want silence, that's the addiction. Then you go to meditate, and then it's silence, and then you forget you want to go in silence. And that's real silence. So now I don't have to do anymore. There's always silence.
In the background.
Always. Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes fully and sometimes in the background.
Yeah.
That was the big opening a few years ago.
And what did you have to do to reach that? Or was it just a blessing?
I don't know. That's a big question, huh? Everybody has.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Tell me how
I don't know.
to reach
Just do anything. Read, go to satsang, meditation, do whatever you want. It will come or not.
that. Yeah.
That's very disappointing, I guess, to hear. Because I don't know. Because I did do a lot of things. I read some books. I went to meditation retreats. I did rebalancing. I took ayahuasca, silent retreats, drugs, ecstasy, heroin, cocaine, all kind of stuff.
You did it all.
I did it all,
Yeah.
yes.
Pain. That's a subject that comes to mind right now.
And when I talk to pain, it's
Yeah.
emotional and physical pain. So not toothache or
Mhm,
something of
yeah.
a headache,
Yeah.
but just emotional pain, just a restlessness in the stomach.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's like how do you call it? A nausea.
Mm-hmm.
It's like nausea.
Yeah. Yeah. And were those panic attacks little bits of that anxiousness that came up, and then you started pushing it down again, or?
Yeah, and do a lot of things. Just go work all day.
Yeah, keeping busy.
Keeping busy.
Yeah.
Not silence. Because I hate silence.
Yeah.
In the past, I hate to be emptiness. I hate. So I want to. When I go to sleep, then I watch television. Then I sleep with the television. It's never silence.
Until now, you can.
Until now,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Eckhart. I watched a lot of him. I saw a lot of him. I even had the opportunity to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
What did Eckhart Tolle tell you? What struck something inside of you?
Nothing.
No?
Just his presence.
Looking at him.
Yeah, because somebody gave me A New Earth.
Yeah, the book.
A friend of mine, but I never read any books. I didn't like books. So then another friend gave me Vindhorn Retreat,
Yeah.
a DVD of him. So
Mhm.
I played that. And then I was, hey, the DVD is broken. It's the
The guy's not talking.
The guy's not talking.
Yeah.
But something, I don't know, there was something present there, something spaciousness, and I just relaxed.
Yeah.
I looked into his eyes, and I looked at myself. So that was the first glimpse of the awakening.
Yeah.
And I thought, this is cool. I pay a lot of money to all those therapists, and I take drug, and I just have to do nothing. I just have to be nobody.
Yeah.
That's cool, to be nobody. Just to be here right now.
Yeah.
That's it. And I was laughing and crying at the same time, because this was I looking for. And I was 32 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So 32 years old, I was looking. I was dreaming in my ego, and first I was fully awake.
Yeah. Was that because of Eckhart, or did you find that in other people also?
First I thought it was Eckhart.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So, and then I really get the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
How do you call
A
it?
taste. Of,
The taste, yeah,
Yeah.
for spiritual stuff. So I
Yeah.
get read books,
Yeah.
books.
watching YouTube videos.
Yes, a meditation. No, there was no YouTube at the time.
Okay.
Because I bought a lot of DVDs.
Yeah.
And go to silent retreats, go rebirthing, work on my inner child, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I did it for 8 years. And then still there was a lot of ego, because I want still to get rid of my ego. That was my big trap, to get rid of my ego.
Yeah.
And after a few years, at the end of the search, Advaita came, and then I read Jet McKenna, Ashanti, Alexander Smith, and so on, and
Nisargadatta.
and then I realized, no, I don't have to get rid of my anger. I don't have to get rid of my fear. To get rid of something, that's the big problem. So I was still resisting life.
Yeah.
So, and then, it fall down, all the ego patterns. I still have ego, of course, but all those mechanisms are disappearing.
Yeah.
So the ego is not the boss anymore, but it's now and then when I need it.
Yeah, it's a handy tool.
Yeah, it's a handy tool, yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Could you say that anger is as much life and so valuable as laughter is? Is that the problem, that we make it distinguish? How do you say it? We make a difference between laughter and anger. Laughter is good, anger is bad.
Yeah.
Is that where the struggle starts?
When you push anger away
Mm-hmm.
for many years, then anger becomes very big and very poison for your body.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so it's not good or bad. I think more in terms like natural or not natural.
Yeah.
And when you push it down for 20 years, then it feels very scary and very, how do you say it? Not natural. So when you pass that phase, and that can take many years to get rid of all the emotions you put down, and then you are free. And then when Dennis' anger is coming, it's 2 seconds maybe, then, and then it's gone.
Yeah.
So then it's no problem anymore.
Yeah.
But still, I feel my preference is to feel joyful instead of feel anger. But when there is anger, there's no pushing down anymore.
Yeah. It's welcome.
It's welcome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Something comes to mind that maybe it has to do something with childhood, where you as a child are taught to behave yourself, and being joyful and cheerful and happy and laughing. Mostly no parents make a problem out of that, but it's the phase when you are hurting, or you're crying, or the phase that you are angry at something or somebody, that my parents told me, shut up. Don't do that. It's bad. Don't let the neighbors hear that you are such an angry kid. Is that a mechanism that...
Yes.
that works like that.
Yeah, then you learn to
Suppress.
to suppress it because
Yeah.
it's not good.
Yeah.
Because your mother is stressed out and
Yeah.
she wants not your
Yeah.
not your waste because he don't feel healthy also.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of parents also are still children.
Still with their children-like minds.
Yes, of course.
Of pushing everything away.
Yes,
Yeah.
and they project their fear of feeling. They learn it to the children also.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Nowadays, you do also talks with people. People
Mhm.
come to visit you. What is the most heard problem people tell you? What do they come to visit you for?
To get rid of anger,
Yeah.
to get rid of fear. Yes, it's
Anger
always the
and
same.
fear.
Yes, always the same.
Nobody comes to you and says, "Oh, I'm so happy all the time. Please."
Yes, nobody. I want to get rid of my happiness. No,
yeah.
no, that's true.
Yeah.
Because I think every spiritual search starts with a crisis.
Mm-hmm.
Some people say that's not true because I really like it,
Mm-hmm.
but still there's in the background always a kind of
Yeah. Not satisfied.
not satisfied feeling.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
that's true.
Uncontentment, or how do you
Yeah.
call it in English? Yeah. Not satisfied. Yeah. I can recognize that.
Because a happy child don't read books about spirituality.
No.
Or when a man is in love,
No.
starts to read books about love or something.
Yeah.
So there has to be something. There has to be a trigger. Maybe you're not conscious of the problem at the time, but there has to be unsatisfaction is
Yeah.
to come. So that's always a starting point, and that's a good thing. But people think a crisis is something bad, but it's something good because you wake up
Yeah.
out of the fairy tale society tells you.
Yeah, well, we are friends, and when I called you up about a year ago and I said I have a burnout, the first thing you said was congratulations.
Yes, congratulations. Yeah, but when you have a burnout,
Yeah.
you what? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not fine.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get out of the burnout, it was a blessing.
Yeah.
I had one very, very big burnout.
Mm-hmm.
It was a blessing because I didn't face life. I didn't want to feel my problems.
Yeah.
So life first gives you a little hit,
Mm-hmm.
and when you don't listen, another hit,
Yeah.
and when you don't listen, another hit, and
Bang.
it spanks you.
Yeah,
It breaks the ego open,
Yeah.
if you want it or not.
Yeah.
So it's no choice. Also,
No. And does it have to do anything with age? Are there certain moments in someone's life where things start to not work anymore, burst open?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know. But a lot of people have their first awakening around 28, 29.
That's also the age that a lot of famous singers committed suicide. So
Oh,
maybe it's no coincidence. The Club of 27 with all
Oh, yeah.
Jimi Hendrix and Kurt Cobain, Amy Winehouse. Yeah. So 27 is it's.
I think yes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good age.
Yeah.
Maybe a nice average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did all the things. You started. You searched for it in drugs, in sex, in alcohol, in working all the time.
Mhm.
That didn't bring you anything. How did the people around you react? What advice did they give you?
You mean react on my anger or?
No, just that I think they saw that it was not going well with you. And
Yeah. Okay.
what
yes.
kind of advice did they give you? Go on vacation, work less.
No, because I had a lot of spiritual people around me, and
Okay.
I didn't have any spiritual interest.
Mhm.
How do you call it?
Mm-hmm.
So read Eckhart. Oh, I don't want to. I
Go
wasn't
away.
go away.
Yeah.
But then somebody, a good friend of mine, was a Reiki
Mhm.
Reiki master, and he put the hand on my head,
Yeah.
and I felt a presence in his hand. So I was very scared. So I was more scared than before.
Yeah.
So I was awake at night, and I saw the hand moving. So that was the first glimpse also. So a lot of people push me into spirituality. From, that's your path.
But easily, if you had the wrong friends, you could have gone completely mad.
Yeah, before I had the wrong friends, so I went into drugs, alcohol. But that was a nice period also.
Yeah.
Because when the first time I took ecstasy, I felt the joy I had as a child.
Yeah.
So yes, this is what I want.
Yeah.
So that so drugs can be a big opening also.
Yeah.
Because you had in the 60s you had LSD and all kind of stuff. So it's not the pill. It's always the effects of drugs is also inside your head.
Yeah, of course. And identity, is that a big problem for people? Is that the main thing we suffer, that we have to keep up appearances, keep up this identity of Jan, the successful coach or successful member of society? Or did those things change? Were you less inspired to make something out of your life when you discovered spirituality?
Yes, but it was not one moment. I had a very big opening. It was completely, I disappeared completely, and that was not a nice disappearance, because I had a lot of meditation experience. That was nice, go into silence. But there was a moment I was pulled out of my body very violently, and that was not nice. So I disappeared in a vast black endless coma. That was very scared. And that was the big shift. And then I realized I'm nobody. Without reading, I'm nobody. Without thinking,
you saw
I'm
it. Yeah.
Well, I realized, yes.
Yeah.
And that was a big shift.
Why was that a big shift?
Because I never trapped in ego anymore. I still have ego, but I never trapped into it again. Because so every day I saw a million times when the ego tries to
pull you back,
to pull me back.
Yeah.
But you see it,
yeah.
And then you can, I don't know, not decide, but you're out of it, so you can't identify with the ego or not. That's the only identification you have, because all other identities are through the ego. Because when there is no I, there is no identity. Because where are all identities without the I? So that was the big realization. There is no self. So I was trying to fix myself. I was trying to get rid of myself. I was trying to love myself. I was trying to find myself, but there is no self. That's the big joke. There is no self.
But still, that is what all a lot of courses tell you. Improve yourself.
I did it also, but
and we're improving something that doesn't have any substance.
Yeah, but that's the fun.
Yeah.
In the end, that's the fun in the way.
Yeah, when you see it.
Yeah, when you see it, yes, of course. But that's the fun.
Yeah.
So first you have to there's something how do you call it? Ontevredenheid.
Yeah.
It's in Dutch.
Not what we talked earlier. Not satisfied. Something that starts.
The next
complaining. Yeah.
And then you try to fix it, and then you have a whole ego, but that's good.
Yeah.
But then you have to drop the whole ego.
Yeah.
But the ego cannot drop itself, so there has to be a force without the ego, which does that, and that force you can only give pointers. You can call it presence, awareness, silence, consciousness.
Yeah. And what did that change in your life? What did you do before that you don't do now anymore? Of course, drugs and sex and alcohol, that's not that important. It's not important anymore. Are there still traps in your life which you can easily slip back into? Angerness?
There are no traps anymore.
No.
Because when I... no, there's no traps anymore.
No. You know that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
because when... what kind of trap maybe you think about?
I don't know. Maybe a secret addiction or...
Yeah, but when there is an addiction, that's not a trap. Then there is an addiction.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a problem anymore.
Because
Then there is an addiction.
yeah, but there's no I trying to get rid of the addiction, trying to
Yeah.
use the addiction to better himself. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine something.
But
about
there is
that.
no addiction anymore.
No.
Maybe an addiction to coffee. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you still get into arguments with people? With your father, with your mother, with
No,
your
not
parent,
anymore.
with colleague workers?
Sometimes with a colleague, and then I tell one or twice from I should do this, and then I
Mhm.
stop. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe arguments 2 times a year,
Yeah.
and then it's necessary.
Yeah.
And what is fall away is the independence. First it was independence of friends, independence of
Dependent on.
independent on
yeah.
friends,
Yeah.
independent on doing something. And
Yeah.
now, if a week passed by, nothing is done, it's good too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I became very lazy,
Yeah.
very lazy. I love
Yeah.
to be lazy. Yes,
Just be.
yeah, just be or to
Yeah.
walk in the forest
Yeah.
and sit on the toilet. No, I don't in the mood for that today, so I delete that on my agenda.
Mhm.
Then
Yeah.
or maybe next time.
Yeah.
I go to work, of course, because I have to pay the rent.
Yeah. The
So-
mortgage. You wrote a book.
Mhm.
I don't know how we can translate the title of your Dutch book in English. Maybe you have a suggestion. Be quiet now.
Yeah, be silent now.
Be silent now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a difference between silence and being quiet.
Yeah, being quiet is to try to get the mind,
Mm-hmm.
but silent is the absolute silence where the whole universe is.
Ah, yeah.
It's not personal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a relative silence, so then there is silence in your head.
Mm-hmm.
There is no noise, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the absolute silence. That's what you are.
Yeah. Are you planning on doing some more things online, offline? Is there? Are you, or just the one-on-one talks? with people?
Yeah, I do one-on-one
Yeah.
satsang, you can say.
Yeah.
2 a week, and maybe for some groups in this
Yeah.
year. Some people ask me, maybe I will do so. But I went to a lot of satsangs, but I also went to a teacher 8 years, 101, and that's
Yeah.
very confronterend, you say in Dutch?
Confronting.
Than to sit on the back of a
Yeah.
group in satsang. So
Just-
one-on-one is very...
You cannot hide.
you cannot
No.
hide.
People will go to the bottom with you.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm now have now 4 people
Who come back regularly.
who come back to
Yeah.
regularly. They are very in a very hectic situation
Mhm.
on their path. So all hands on deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I had nobody who was on the same path as me. I didn't nobody. So it's
Yeah.
very lonely.
And it's good to have someone who has been the whole path and can tell you
Yes.
you're at this stage or at this stage.
Yes, and can the traps and say from,
Yeah.
oh, I've been there, done that,
Yeah.
you know, because I was feeling that I'm walking in Neverland for a couple of years,
Yeah.
because I couldn't go back to the world anymore, but I wasn't fully grounded in
Yeah.
the fully realization yet.
Yeah.
Maybe not still, but it's not that problem anymore.
You were in
I'm still stabilizing, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
It doesn't end.
Yeah, because when you say it ends,
Yeah.
the ego says it's end now, so you don't sure,
Yeah.
because maybe next week I get a burnout again. You don't know.
No.
You don't know. So I stay open to life.
Yeah. What was I thinking about? We talked about pain. What about love? Is there is there a partner in your life? What about relationships? Is that still possible when you're self-realized?
I'm not self-realized.
Okay.
No.
when
I
you're
don't.
awake.
I'm not awake.
No.
No, I'm awake from the eye.
Okay, but you could.
Because I don't talk about in that kind of terms.
Mhm.
Like I'm awake and you're not. I don't like to.
Okay.
I never claim such
No.
a thing.
Let's say you recognize your true self. Maybe that's too big a words.
I don't.
No,
I don't think in that kind of terms.
but still, there's a change.
There's a change.
Yeah.
I call it a shift.
The shift.
And in Dutch I say it's duidelijk geworden.
It has
It's
become clear.
It's become clear where
Yeah.
all those people talk about.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Well, some clearness.
Yeah.
And how does love work then? Is there still the need to? We have this big sign next to your head. Love.
Hmm.
What is love to you?
Love is for me from a oneness perspective. So you have a relationship with everybody,
You're in love with everybody.
of course, but not on a personal level.
Yeah.
Not Jan is in
Yeah.
love with this
Yeah. Mhm.
couch. There is love.
Yeah. You're in love, and everybody else is also in love.
Yeah, of course,
So you meet each other in love.
of course.
Yeah.
So there's no need for another body.
Yeah. To give you love.
No.
No.
When there is another body, okay,
Yeah.
it's cool.
Nice.
But
Yeah.
not at this moment, and it's nice also.
But isn't that love something that you? Let's say yesterday I was in a very loving mood.
Mhm.
I said to someone on WhatsApp, my heart bursts out of love. I want to give love to everybody.
Yeah.
Isn't that sometimes something you? And if you feel that, do you go out on the street and?
Yeah, I feel
smile
it
at
right
every-
now.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like I'm sitting in a cloud of
Of love.
love.
Yeah.
Yes, and the cloud is, well, I can subscribe it now. It's like you fall out of an airplane,
Yeah.
but without falling. It's like you're the space
Yeah,
itself. It's very weird to talk about when people say, "Oh, he's crazy. What did he smoke?" You
Mm.
know, but it's
Yeah,
very weird when you talk about it,
Yeah, I can
and
feel it.
and you feel some
Yeah. Tintling.
tinkling in
Yeah.
your stomach,
Yeah.
and it's like you falling in love
Yeah.
with a person,
Butterflies.
but it's falling in love without a reason,
Yeah. Without an object.
without an object.
Yeah. You're in love. You can feel love for this glass of
Yeah.
Coca-Cola Light.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's very weird to talk about
Yeah,
it,
I
but
know.
it's not even a feeling. It's
Recognition.
I don't know. It's not in words. When you pronounce it in words, it's always you murder it
Yeah.
kind of way. It's a presence.
Mm-hmm.
It's a present. That's the word. That's the
Yeah.
right word.
Yeah. Our mutual man we both love, Alexander Smith, who talked
Mhm.
about this in the 80s and 90s in Holland, once said that beauty is love that became alive. That was a nice.
It's nice.
Yeah. Okay, so no relationship for you with one person in particular.
No.
That doesn't mean that you go out and swing the world and make love to everybody.
No.
No.
But it can happen.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Why not?
And but I'm still asking: is it possible to have a normal love relationship when you have recognized love everywhere? Can you still center your love at one being?
Yeah, I don't know
No.
because I didn't have that experience.
You don't know.
I don't know because a lot of love is not love.
Mhm.
A lot of love in the world is more neediness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I need you because I'm scared to be alone and I don't have any money and you have money, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
more
yeah.
it's more trade.
Yeah, it's an economic thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can recognize
I
that.
understand that, but it's not love.
No.
It's neediness.
Yeah. Yeah.
True love is when you have a relationship with another person, and when that another person falls in love with somebody else, and you say, "Okay,
You're happy for them.
you're happy."
Yeah.
That's real love.
Yeah. That's what I always thought. I never comprehended that people say I love you, And then when you leave them or they leave you, you suddenly start hating each other. Huh?
Yeah.
That cannot be. If I love you, I love you. It doesn't matter the circumstances. Even if you go away, even if you never say I love you to me, I love you, and I know that for sure, and that's enough. Yeah.
I read Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, for the first time, and there's a sentence in The Power of Now. I was very angry about the sentence. To fall in love, it's an ego thing, and I thought, what? That nice feeling is ego?
Yeah.
And I was very angry, so I teared up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The book.
Yeah. Because
Totally.
I was in a relationship at that time, and
Yeah.
I was very jealous when my boyfriend goes clubbing
Yeah.
and I was texting, where are you? And you
Yeah.
were doing it with another guy. So and then that relationship went over, and I thought, what a strange person I was.
Yeah.
Now I'm feeling good and fine, and when in those relationship, the word relationship starts having very weird ego patterns.
Yeah.
It's very weird.
Yeah.
So then I saw all those ego things, and I thought after 2 years, okay, Eckhart Tolle is right. It's a very
right.
big ego thing.
Yeah. Let me close the window for a second if you're okay, because I'm getting cold.
Okay.
So if I heard you right, and I know because we are friends, you're homosexual oriented. How do you call it?
Well, I don't know, because I had a girlfriend
Yeah, you had a girlfriend
when I was 17.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I really don't know.
No.
Or I'm bisexual, or so all those.
Concepts fallen away.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
They sometimes say that people who realize this, or whatever you want to call it, who have seen this, that they united the manly and the womanly, or how do you call it, the male and the female, all together in themselves.
Okay.
That's what I once heard a teacher
All right.
say. Does that feel? Do you still feel like a boy, like a man?
How does that feel?
Well, you've been that for a couple of years. So people told you that you were a man.
Mm-hmm.
When I was 3-4 years old, I didn't see any difference between me and a girl. That's when they told me, you are a boy, that's a girl. Then I started believing, okay, I'm a boy.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got split off from the whole, because on the other side there are girls. Then trying to get whole again by finding the right girl. So boy and girl get together, wholeness.
That's you mean.
That's
Yeah.
what I mean.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Yes, that's true. Because
Yeah.
I'm more soft now than I was
Yeah.
used to be. I was always
Male, masculine.
I have to work out a lot to work on my muscles, and I still do. But it's soft. It's just it's in balance.
Yeah.
So yes, it's a balance between the manly and the female part.
Yeah.
Yes.
And also that energy, the male and the female energy, are both inside us.
Yeah, powerful but still soft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can easily fall in love with whatever.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very weird.
Yeah, no, I can get a
very
taste
weird.
of that. No, I've had the complaint of girlfriends in the last, let's say, 20 years that I'm also too womanly in my energy, not masculine enough. But I also thought, but I can be manly. You know, I've a beard right now. I can do the manly stuff, but I also like the womanly stuff.
Yeah.
Not painting my nails, but talking a lot and philosophizing and I love doing the laundry, as you see here on this attic. So, yeah. You are HIV positive.
Yes, correct.
You don't look like someone who suffers from that.
No, don't know.
No.
Because I was diagnosed
Mm-hmm.
HIV positive, and I feel a strange kind of peace. It's very weird.
Why?
I don't know.
What kind of peace?
I don't know.
No. Were you some kind of a relief that you had it, or?
No, not relief.
No.
I don't know why.
Peace. With
Peace.
yeah.
Because and my boyfriend, because I had it, I get it from him.
Mm-hmm.
He was always struggling and he was against his status. So maybe I saw it that doesn't work and it makes you more ill.
Yeah.
So maybe that was a realization also. And I never, I'm not afraid to die anymore. I'm not afraid to get sick or something.
Yeah.
I don't like pain or something,
Mm-hmm.
but my condition is fine. I take 3 or 4 pills each day, and I'm more tired than I used to be, but still it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think the whole day, oh, I'm HIV and I'm gonna die.
You're not member of the HIV platform website. No. It's no identity for you, because there are some, you told me once, there's some people online who say HIV pause on their profile at Grindr or whatever dating site.
I do too.
Yeah?
Because they have to know it. Because I don't push it away. I don't say from, oh, I don't have HIV because I'm silenced.
Mm-hmm.
No, I have HIV. That's my body has it.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
So I don't push it down. But I don't behave like a victim or something.
Yeah.
So I'm honest about it. But I'm not pushing it down.
Would you go for a cure if there was a cure?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Because I take medicine.
Yeah.
Of course.
But what would you say to someone who's watching this and who maybe just had the diagnosed HIV positive?
Don't believe your thoughts. Believe your body. When you have a question about life, never trust your head, but always trust your body. I always said. So that's the whole purpose of meditation, to go to your body.
Yeah.
Just feel. And then there is nothing.
Yeah.
Because or there is pain, or there is tiredness, or there is nothing.
Yeah.
And when you're tired, lay on the couch.
Yeah. That's a strange thing, huh? The body communicates with us, if you want to call it that, without words. There's knowing. You know when you are tired. The body doesn't tell you, you know it. You know when you have pain. You know when you're horny. You know when you're sad. You know when... Everything you know.
Yeah.
But when this translation with the words comes, then the shit hits the fan. Huh? Then we start thinking about, I shouldn't be tired. I shouldn't be this. Is that maybe a problem we people have these kind of days, that we got this language to communicate, but we tell ourselves stories all the time about what is happening inside, outside?
The story is not a problem, but we believe the stories, and that's the problem. And the belief comes out of the fear, because the ego is not only a mental thing. The ego also is an emotional thing. And the emotional and the thoughts are working together. And that's create ego. So you think something above your neck and you feel it
in
below.
your stomach. Yeah.
So there is a kind of, I told somebody, a kind of octopus filled with fear in your stomach.
Goes like,
He wants to grab all kind of things.
Yeah.
And he wants to grab thoughts. So then you have a thought about, you see it rain, and then you're feeling anger because you want to walk, and so it's and because ego in itself doesn't exist, but he takes thoughts and emotions, and then it feels like an episode. So then it feels very real, because when the ego consists only of thoughts, it will be 1 second and it's gone. If the ego only consists of emotions, it will be gone. But so be the witness of that, and then you're free. So that's why I tell people, go to silence, and then you see the ego, but stay in silence, and then because the ego cannot survive in the light of what you are. And then it disappear, and then you're nobody again.
You don't fuel this thing that's going on. And Eckhart Tolle calls that the pain body, huh? The clustered emotions and pain and fear that you...
Yeah, you can call it that also. or the wounded inner child.
Yeah.
Some philosophy will say it also. That's true.
Yeah. And it's like watching all kind of horror movies and scary movies. Is that a good way to get rid of your pain, or is that just again fueling that balloon?
Then you have to watch yourself, because sometimes I love to watch also that kind of movie. But if you have to watch every day a movie, then you are a slave, and then it's the octopus who's hungry,
Hungry for
and
more.
who wants to get more.
Yeah.
So that's maybe another tip when you addiction, because I get a lot of questions about people when I am addicted to something or not. Then I tell the person, quit the thing you think you are addicted of for 1 week, and then you know in 1 day are you addicted or not. So when you are addicted to sex, stop sex for 1 week and feel what's happening.
Yeah. So you're not like all those Advaita teachers who say there's not that I cannot stop. The addiction is me. Is there still something inside of us that can make a choice between being addicted or being not addicted? Or?
I don't think it's a matter of choice. You see it or not.
Yeah.
Because you can't. Because I say to people, watch this. So I do it for them. So they don't make a choice. I give it to them.
Yeah.
When life hits you, you didn't do it. Life did it to you.
Yeah.
So the ego cannot break the ego. So the ego don't have a choice. That's correct.
Yeah.
So I never talk about free will or choice, because that's for me too philosophic.
Yeah.
Because I always go what's here right now.
Yeah. So life decides.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds true.
Because when there is rain and I don't want rain, it's still raining. So it's so obvious.
Yeah.
And when I'm in the traffic jam, I can scream and shout.
Yeah.
But my scream and shout don't dissolve the traffic. It's still there.
Yeah.
When I get a letter from the taxes I have to pay, I can call my mother, and still, it's there. You know. So when you see that, then you realize resistance don't help.
Yeah.
My anger don't help.
Resistance is futile.
Yeah, it's futile.
Yeah. Our dear friend Osho once talked about the attachment to misery.
Yeah.
Is that a big addiction also? Just complaining all day about the weather, the life, the Syria war, the IS, the neighbors. Complaining.
Yeah, that's an ego thing.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad thing, because that's how the ego works. Because the mind wants to think, the mind wants to create problems, because then it
has something to chew
then
on.
has something to do. So it's not even bad. It's just what it is.
Yeah.
But you have to see it. See it is to get free of it. Yeah. That's the only thing you have to do. That's not even a doing. Seeing is not doing. Seeing is always there.
Yeah.
So it's to get back of your awareness, because all the awareness is in the ego. Then, but it's not even a choice. But you can. I say it now. So then you can just look.
Yeah. That's nice. We talked about Osho. Are there any other teachers besides Eckhart Tolle and Osho that you said Adyashanti you're fond of?
I like.
Mooji maybe? Not so?
I'm not a searcher anymore in that way that I grasp for information, but I read books, write books, and I give sessions. So I like the point of view of other teachers.
That's why you watch these kind of interviews.
Yes, I like it.
Yeah. And
I like nowadays Adyashanti. I love him.
Yeah, you say he's going to become the new world
yeah,
teacher.
I think he's very good.
Yeah.
He's
why? What makes him good?
Because he is maybe this is a kind of difficult explanation, because you have Advaita and you have Neo-Advaita.
Mm-hmm.
The big traditional Advaita is very hard because there's a lot of Sanskrit words, and then you have Neo-Advaita, they only point to the absolute.
Yeah.
And Adashanti take both.
Ah.
And that's nice,
Yeah.
because I don't like the everything is an illusion approach, but I like the Neo-Advaita approach because it's very direct,
Mm.
because there is no ego, of course. There is no self, there's only that.
Yeah.
But to say from the ego point of view that all is an illusion, no, not all is an illusion. The person who say that all is an illusion is the illusion.
Is an illusion itself, yeah.
Then you make it whole again.
Yeah.
So then you have to do it all way. Everything is an illusion, and everything is real. Then you have both.
Yeah.
So that's the original neti approach they talked about in the old Advaita schools. But
Yeah.
the old Advaita schools were very difficult with a lot of Sanskrit terms. So the first Neo-Advaita teacher for me, maybe it's vloek in de kerk. how do you say it in Holland?
Yeah, well, maybe it's a shame to say.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Nishikadatta for me was the first Neo-Advaita teacher, because he said, me, a body? How do you say that? That's maybe your world, not in my world.
Yeah.
I am, the universe is in me, is
Yeah.
inside me. I'm not a body of flesh and meat. How do you call
Yeah.
that? So he always point to the absolute.
Yeah.
So that's a very radical, but a very nice teaching. And that's I like about Adashanti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about worldly leaders, worldly stars, we recently lost David Bowie. Michael Jackson died a couple of years ago, and now Prince.
Mhm.
How you're in the entertainment business? How is that for you? That everybody is being so shocked and sad that Prince passed away. You do you think why is that people are so? They get so frustrated by that someone dies at that age and is a world famous artist.
I think they see famous rock stars as
As gods, maybe. Yeah.
yes, I think. So they get a reality check.
Yeah.
Their big famous star also can die.
Untouchable. And
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
Because everything disappears. Even the sun will be
Die.
disappear.
That's what Eckhart
Yeah.
says. Yeah.
Of course.
It's still that can make you afraid.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. It's a very big shock when I first heard that.
Yeah.
But when you can stay with that shock, inside the shock, there's peace.
Yeah. Because you know that what you are cannot die.
Yes.
Will not die. Was never born.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the only thing that is left is silent.
Mm-hmm. And it's nice to be nobody. It's very nice, because you say I work in the entertainment
Mhm.
industry, and so I work with a lot of famous people,
Mhm.
and they can't go say something, or it's said it's
In the papers,
It's
yeah.
in the papers. They can't go out sitting on a terrace to enjoy and relax because hey, somebody recognize you.
The ego loves that.
Yeah, but
But no.
it's very strange.
Yeah.
It's nice to be
Nobody.
nobody and walk just to be nobody.
Yeah. It's a good title for your English book, maybe. Nice to be nobody.
Nice to be nobody, yeah.
Yeah. And literally nobody.
Mhm.
And nobody.
Yeah,
So not the body, and also nobody inside the head. A mental construct that you call Jan Prins, and that is this age. It's all concepts.
yeah, it's handy when I go to the grocery
Yeah.
and want to talk to you. They can, this is silence.
Yeah.
That's a little bit weird. So, I just say I still.
Yeah.
I just say Jan, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. But I know that's not, that's relative,
Yeah.
not absolute.
Yeah. Let's, for example, name our king. This Wednesday, it's King's Day here
Yeah.
in Holland. and we all know it's a fairy tale. You know, such a thing as a king doesn't exist.
No.
But we still enjoy the day of the king.
Yeah.
And we play games, and we go to the flea market, and we start drinking beers and celebrating the king. But I was thinking, we're not celebrating king, we're celebrating life. And we call life now King's Day, but we could also call it Life Day, huh? Just a celebration of being alive, or of being in this crazy thing called life. And yeah, that's what with all the festivities going on, Christmas, Easter, Carnival, festivals. It almost seems like we're celebrating life over there. It's not about the concept we put on it.
No.
Yeah.
Yes. And we celebrate that we don't have to go to work that day.
That's a good thing also, yeah. What about music? You mix records. What is music to you?
It's just...
Is it an art form?
What's music for me?
No, why do you like it so much?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, you just like it.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like the vibrations.
Yeah.
It makes you move, you know.
Yeah. It sets things in motion.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's energy.
I like to sport also. I like to
move.
I like to move. My body likes to move, and it's also deep inside your body. There's an emotional field, which move to the melodies it has.
Yeah.
It's like you have all those YouTube films, and when you have a lot of animals dancing on music.
Yeah.
Also, they just celebrating life. We are alive.
Yeah.
That's maybe music. It's something you can grasp, and also not grasp. It's a manifestation of life, to celebrate life. That's music, to celebrate life. Yes.
I also have that when I hear like a bird doing this sound, like doot doot doot. I mentally start drumming with the bird.
It's a way of communication also between yourself and yourself.
Yeah. It's the self, how do you call it? Entertaining itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's nice.
So we could call this world all entertainment to the self?
Well, I don't know. Entertainment is a good word.
It's a show.
It's a kind of show, yes.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, I don't think they see that.
No, they take it very serious.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're inside the show and think the show is the only thing there is.
I think the silence
Mm-hmm.
is in cinema, watching the movie Humanity. Playing like they are separate individuals.
Yeah.
That's for me. So the silence is always the basic.
Yeah.
And the silence is, you could call it consciousness or
awareness,
presence, Tao, God, Allah,
yeah,
Brahman, etc. Yeah, that's all you can say.
Yeah.
That's all you can say.
Yeah. If people want to get in touch with you, there's no English website,
No.
I guess, no? But if maybe when you live in Amsterdam, so maybe someone in the near of Amsterdam who is living here for his work and only talks English, you are open to talk in English?
Oh yeah, maybe you can reach me at Facebook.
Okay.
Facebook, Jan Prins.
Yeah, Prince is not like the artist who passed away. But
No. Prins. Yes.
And are there maybe some things in English you wrote online, or maybe
No. It's only Dutch.
Yeah.
Maybe later, if the
Yeah.
book will maybe translate in English
Yeah.
or something, I will start a new website to do in two languages.
Did you get any? What kind of reactions did the book bring to you? What did people say?
A lot of recognition and a lot of reddingsboei, they call it. How do you say that in English? Life saver?
Yeah.
Life saving, yes,
Yeah.
life saving.
Ah,
So I was very touched by it, because I thought in the beginning when I wrote this book, when I discovered something,
Yeah.
and in the beginning of my search, I had a lot of difficulty to find the right books because it was all very hard to write. So I want to have a very light book
Yeah.
and to talk about the ABC of this path
Yeah.
to realize that there is no self.
Yeah.
But how, and to put it in very easy words. So that was the only purpose for the book. But now there are 2,000 copies sold. So I was shocked.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, nice.
There's also a musical playlist you made with
Yeah.
music that touches your inner self, or however
Mhm.
you want to call it, this silence. Where can we find that?
It's on Mixcloud.
Yeah.
And you have to go to Nu Even Stil.
Yeah.
N U E V E N S T I L.
Or just the website with that
Yeah.
same name. Or Google Jan Prins Mixcloud. You can find it also, I think.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for this nice conversation. But maybe one last thing,
Mhm.
as Columbo always does when he leaves the room. There's this thing in Advaita, we just touched it a little bit, where people say this world is not real.
Mhm.
When someone comes to you and says to you that phrase, what do you say?
I always, when people talk about philosophical questions,
Yeah.
I always make it personal, because a lot of philosophical questions also about, is there a free will?
Yeah.
It's abstract. No, do I have a free will? And then don't answer it, but
Yeah.
see a whole month wrote if you have a free will.
Yeah.
I'm getting angry. Do I
Yeah,
have to choose to get
yeah,
angry?
yeah.
And then look.
Yeah.
So what was your question?
Yeah.
Sorry, I forget.
No.
Oh, that
is
was
the world
same.
real? So
Is
is
well,
the world real to me?
yeah,
Is
it's
the
a world real
for
to me. I am real. I am.
Yeah.
Am I real?
Real.
Who is that I that I'm real? And
Yeah.
what is real?
Yeah.
How can you measure real? What is real?
Yeah.
So you have to grasp something. Is that
Mhm.
real?
Yeah.
You can grasp thoughts, but they are real.
Yeah.
So what is real? And then go very deep into that.
Yeah.
And I predict you come out to nothingness.
Yeah. That's a good practice for the sake of it, make things personal.
Yes,
Yeah.
because the ego has to seen.
Yeah.
And then you see there is no ego, but you can't not say there is no ego without to realize there is no
Yeah.
ego. Because when you read a book and you say there is no ego, okay, thank you.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that's not
works.
how
No.
it works. You have to see it for yourself.
Because that's what they call Advaita shuffle, that you come into a mental state of mind where you
Mhm.
just think, I am nobody, there is no ego, there is no world,
Yeah.
there is no free will, and you start saying that to yourself all the time. That doesn't
Yeah.
work.
No, but that's the difficulty. They are right,
Yeah.
but not out of their mouth.
Yeah, that's what Alexander said.
Yeah.
You say the right words, but not out of your
Yes.
mouth, they're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can taste the difference between someone who just saying all crap they read in the books, or someone who asked themselves, did the self-inquiry, and saw for themselves that the ego is just a mental construct that doesn't have any power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and when you don't discover it, but still you have those
Cramps.
and the need to search is there. So
Yeah.
you can say you can do nothing, you don't have to meditate, but still there is the search. And I say, go to meditate,
Yeah.
go to satsang, go to whatever you want, go search.
Yeah. And you are the living example that when there's something seen, that Advaita virus is still running through your veins. Once you're touched by the subject, once you feel the truth of it, it will stick with you for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I love Advaita. I love it very much because it was seen in the space, it was seen in my heart, but it was not a mental realization.
Yeah.
So Advaita people start with mind realization, but my mind still had those answers.
Yeah.
So I had to also read and go
Yeah.
to the Advaita system.
But afterwards.
Afterwards,
You were
yes.
glad, you once told me, that you didn't find Advaita 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, because the Advaita shuffle, my ego
Would have loved it.
would have
Yeah,
loved it,
yeah.
yes. Because there is nobody. Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Then you have to read again. There is nobody. Oh, yes.
Oh.
Because when you read there is nobody,
Yeah.
it has an effect.
Yeah, it feels
It feels
true.
good for
Yeah.
5 or 10
Yeah.
minutes. And then you go to sleep. And the next day,
And here it comes again.
and there it comes again. So,
Yeah, it's sort of a mental orgasm when you read that for the first time. Eh?
yeah.
Ah, I am nobody. Yes.
And then I go on Facebook and say 160 times a day to other people, there is nobody.
Yeah, you are nobody. You are nobody. I found out something about life. Yeah.
Yeah.
We all been through that phase. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
Okay, Jan, we're talking for almost an hour now.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
And
very much.
success with everything, and dig up this guy on Google. You will not regret it. Sitting here in Belgium
Yes,
with Guy Wouters.
yes.
Or should I pronounce your first name as Guy? No.
In English speaking countries they say Guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, near in Belgium they say Guy.
We talked once before in Dutch language
Right?
about non-duality, Advaita,
Yeah.
and your path. For people from abroad who don't know you,
Hmm.
can you tell us something about what you do and why you do it?
Hmm. That's not an easy question, what I do, what I don't do. Certainly by moving to this new house, which is completely in the country, in the green, where we came from the city, it is a big question for me and my wife. So now we have what we wanted to have,
Mm-hmm.
living in the green. And then this morning we said, and what now? What will we do now?
Yeah.
And we didn't have an answer.
No.
And I always think, if you don't have an answer, sometimes that's good. Because then it comes from nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Naturally.
naturally,
Yeah.
yes. We had some difficult days when we saw that we changed to a complete new environment. This day was a very difficult day. We went driving around a bit and we saw a very nice church, and we went into the church and we sat there. And then I realized that being in a church and praying and being in the presence of what I call God gives you a lot of courage. And God is for me putting things in a bigger picture. You see, God is not the God people think, the father, the father with the white beard, but you put things in a wider context.
Mm-hmm.
Belgian churches, and they call it basilics, they have a very round
Roof.
a very round roof.
Mm-hmm.
So when you enter, you feel as you are in a kind of heaven.
Yeah.
You put it in a very big picture. And when I do this with my hands, I remember Douglas Harney,
Yeah.
who said, here you are space, here you are the world. But that's just the same when you enter in the church and you in the basilica and you think, I'm here in the presence with God. For me, that's the same.
Mm-hmm.
God or space or... So we said, now we are here, what are we going to do? And we said, we have to make reality ourselves. We also said, I thought, I want to put things now in a very large picture. In my first interview, I was more theoretically, and now I'm getting practically.
Mm-hmm.
more deeper in myself. It's difficult to explain because it's something you feel inside.
Yeah.
You feel that there is a bigger picture. Much bigger than you are. It's the same thing Catholics or Protestants felt before when they went to church. God was very big, it was very more important than their ordinary life and their ordinary problems.
Yeah.
And I think in Advaita it's a bit the same. See? When I tell my wife I'm the space and in that space happens everything, she says, I don't believe that. What do I have with being in space when I don't get my laundry done? Huh?
Yeah.
And then I says, yeah, but doing your laundry also happened in the space. And she said, I can't do anything with those kind of theories because the laundry is still there, the ironing is still there. I think she's right. There are the two aspects,
Yeah.
not only one. Like I said in the first interview, and what Jan van den Hoover said, it is, we live in a dualistic world. And we talk a lot about non-dualistic world. But Jan says, we first have to emerge
Mm-hmm.
in the dualistic world, till we are almost
Fed up with it.
it, and that we need a God, a bigger perspective, a space. Yeah.
So Guy, you've been working as a psychotherapist for a lot of years.
Yeah.
What is the most hurt problem people come to you with?
Well, a lot of people come with problems like relation problems, sexual incest, depression, fear. But those are all problems who are lying on the surface.
Mm-hmm.
There is always something behind. And even if you go deeper and deeper, there always come the questions, who am I? What I'm doing here? Like we said this morning, my wife, and now we are here. And now? What are we going to do now? Who are we? Why are we here? I think those questions are the fundamental questions. And they are not easy to answer to my clients, because if you start talking about space, I'm the space, or I'm the ocean and the waves, and they can't imagine. It's too abstract. So what I try, mostly under the influence of other people like my wife, is to get it realistic and not all those metaphors. The metaphors are nice, but to get Advaita very realistic and very usable for all kinds of people. That's a bit my goal, my aim. I think vulnerability. I don't know if you already listened to Brené Brown. Brené Brown, the power of vulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
You can see her on YouTube. I feel more and more vulnerable, and being aware of vulnerability and being available for all those feelings.
Mm-hmm.
That availability becomes an availability for everything. And with my children and my grandchildren, when I'm very critical, I'm in my ego, I'm in a tunnel vision, a real tunnel vision like that. I become aggressive, I become depressive, I become neurotic. till I can make a click here and see it in a wider space, and accepting who they are and what they are, and then everything changes. But it's not easy. Life is not easy. I think life is very difficult. And people say when I'm in the consciousness, oh, everything gets easy. Well, I doubt.
Maybe that's a trap. When I first heard of Advaita, it looked to me like a cure for everything.
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah.
You think, now I found it.
Yeah.
Now I found a theory that's gonna get me rid of all problems, all the
Yeah.
bad feelings, all negativity.
Yeah. Like it's an antivirus for the flu.
Yeah.
But still you get the flu.
Yeah.
It's a little bit less difficult to have a flu then,
Yeah.
but still you get a flu. No, it's not a cure. It also is not a way to become happy. It's only a way to like Jeff Foster says, to get in total acceptance of everything what happens. And I can tell you that now, but that is my most difficult thing in life. To accept what's happening, what other people say.
Mm-hmm.
For me that's very difficult. I think that living the non-dualistic way is a thing you desire. And I think the desiring is the most important thing. Yeah. More than realizing. Sometimes masters say, I got realized.
Mm-hmm.
And I more like to desire.
And what is that you are desiring for? Total acceptance?
Yeah. Total acceptance, total... what does Jan van den Hoover says? Availability. Be available for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Being available for everything what happens. I struggle with it each day. But if you can see the struggle, you are already on the way.
In our Dutch interview you told us that you take medicine.
Yeah.
Is that still so? Are you still on pills to reduce anxiety or to feel more relaxed?
I think I'm getting more relaxed. Less pills. For the rest of my life I will be on one pill left. And that's okay for me.
Yeah.
Jan said to me, Guy, take that one pill and live your life, he said.
Yeah.
And look at the trees and the birds and take that one pill and say it's okay.
Yeah.
Accept also that.
And are you planning to give satsang also here in your new home, or maybe one-on-one talks? Or?
On my website there is here a place for satsang. We can do it outside now, we can do it inside. I'll leave it up to who is coming and what is coming. And,
Yeah. There's not that much going on in Belgium with Advaita meetings. Not the same as in Holland, right?
No.
How come?
I don't know.
Mm.
I think Flemish people are more practical, are more having difficulties in seeing abstract things. And also me, when I go to listen to a satsang, usually I leave earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
You cannot learn to drive a car just by hearing your teacher explaining how to drive a
Yeah.
car.
Yeah.
You have to step into the car and drive.
Yeah.
And sometimes have an accident or a collision.
Yeah.
You have to step into real life.
So is that maybe the thing that a lot of Advaita fans do? They go from one satsang to the other,
Mm.
they read books,
Mm.
but they forget about living life to the fullest.
No. And living life to the fullest is who will do the laundry today, who will cleaning the house today,
Yeah.
who will taking care of the dogs today, who will walk the dogs, and all those really things of life.
Mm-hmm.
And how you in that real life, how do you get non-dualistic by cleaning the house? How you can do it without getting enervated
Yeah.
or angry because you have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You just can you just do it in acceptance?
Yeah. Mostly when we men clean the house,
Yeah.
it's let's do it
Right.
quick so I
Right.
can get behind the computer again.
Yeah. like an old Zen master said to his pupil, the pupil asked her, teacher, master, I have meditated for so many years and I don't have enlightenment. And the master said, go and clean the kitchen. Yeah.
Is that what I mean by mindfulness? Doing things in the moment, no resistance.
I think so. It's also one of my struggles. Yeah.
But what is it then? What comes up when you are cleaning the house or walking the dog? Is that not wanting to walk the dog?
Yeah.
And ever found an answer why?
Because I'm lazy. Because I'm lazy and I prefer to sit in my chair
Yeah.
and don't take any responsibility. Till I'm getting aware that I don't want to take responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
Till I get aware that I'm lazy and that I can fully accept it, then I can walk the dogs. Then I think I'm on the non-dualistic way.
Mm-hmm. But then I think, what's wrong with being lazy?
Right. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't judge yourself on that.
No. But that doesn't mean that some other people need you to do things. Or you just have to clean the house because your wife is doing the laundry. Because she doesn't have to do everything on her own.
Mm-hmm.
So being lazy is okay. Between brackets, you see?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a certain limit.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about silence.
And the dog starts barking.
And the dog starts barking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think silence is more important than words. I've always dreamed to giving psychotherapy or counseling without any words.
Just being with someone.
Just being with one, completely silent. I would like to do that before I leave. Completely silent, just being there. Just being. No more words, no more satsang. No more satsang with words. I only read about Ramana Maharaji and I heard that he didn't say a lot. Afterwards they made movies, old movies, where they talked about him, but himself he didn't say a lot. And silence. I think there is more Advaita in silence than in words. What is, you sit in church or in a Buddhist temple and you sit in silence. Then you feel there is something bigger, something that can dragen,
Carry.
that can carry all your problems. Because when my wife and I we're having problems and we keep talking about it, sometimes we get talking so much that we get in a drama,
Yeah.
in an ego drama.
Yeah.
So when we sit still, and then I have an American friend at Facebook, and we video chat,
Mm-hmm.
and he talked about gazing therapy. You know about gazing therapy?
Is that looking in each other's eyes?
Just looking into, not staring,
Mhm.
but gazing. Just looking into the other one's eyes with a sort of loving kindness. And that's beautiful for me. That's Advaita for me.
It sounds very intimate.
Very intimate
Yeah.
and a lot of love. If there would be no love in Advaita, I wouldn't care about it. If there is no love in Zen, I wouldn't care about it. And that's something what I find in Christian mysticism, like St. John of the Cross and Teresa from Avila. They had a lot of love in them. That's sometimes what I'm missing in the other religions.
So is the search for truth the search for love?
Yeah. Not so much the search for love. First of all, feeling the love in yourself, and then by gazing to the other one, or just by being present to the other one, you interchange love, and there you solve more problems than with words. I think it's all about love.
Shall we give the dog some love and then start the...
Yeah, let's give the dog some love. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Stop.
So, what is love to you? That four-letter word everyone talks about.
It's inside. Love is not so much between you and me. Love is first of all inside me. Love is a feeling of softening, soothing. Personal interaction is another kind of love. It's love with a small L. I'm talking of with a large L. It's more important for me than Advaita or Zen, or I like it. Or I don't read it anymore about Advaita or the theories are fading away. It's becoming silence, love and silence. It's a deepening in my life, becoming more soft. It's about my heart.
And has that something to do with age? You hear sometimes that the older people get, the more vulnerable people get, and the more silent people get.
Well, I think it's the think it's the way with me. I think it's not always like that, because there are also older people who are getting more harder and frustrated.
Yeah.
There are two ways older people can go: becoming harder, frustrated, angry, afraid, and other ones are becoming softer. And I hope I'm one of those who is getting softer. I think so.
But do you cry a lot, or do you get?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm an emotional guy.
Always been, or now more?
More, yeah.
Yeah.
One of my family members said to me that I'm getting emotional incontinent. Not so fine to say, but yeah, you cry more, and it's not a crying of sentimental things. There is a crazy example, like André Hazes, well known in the Holland, but perhaps not so known in the English countries, but not so much his music and his songs, but I saw a DVD of his life, how difficult his life was with his alcoholic problem.
Yeah.
And then it makes me cry when somebody is having a very difficult life. And is looking for love. André, I think, when I can say, was looking for love. And yeah, I'm getting more emotional with the day. It's okay, because I'm melting.
Yeah.
Before I was very hard, strong, I knew everything. And now I don't know so much anymore. Perhaps I don't know anything anymore. At last you are breathing and smiling and crying and cleaning the house. And that's it.
Yeah, that's special enough.
That's special enough.
Yeah.
What do you need more in life?
Yeah, well, we think there's something special out there to get and to achieve, enlightenment, knowledge. Yeah. I'm interested, Guy, how does that change your work as a psychotherapist? Because I heard that, and I experienced with some psychotherapists, that they still keep kind of distance to the patient they have, they don't get involved emotionally. Can you still do that?
No, of course I can't do that anymore. That's what you learn at university. Keep a distance.
Yeah.
Be clinical. Be ahead of the client. I can't do that anymore. Sometimes I take a client in my arms. And then other psychologists will say he does that because he needs love himself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's true. But the other one also needs love.
It works both ways. Yeah.
And when I always almost say love therapy, but that's very difficult, dangerous to say.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have love therapy, then I see clients and patients changing. More changing than having a year on therapy with words and methods and protocols. But when the client feels you really care about him, or I think then he or her changes, really changes.
Yeah. It's the same, I don't know if I talked about it with you in the Dutch interview, but in Africa, when someone is depressed, they throw a party for him, they cuddle him all day, they make great food for him, they sing for him, they dance for him, they give him love.
Yeah, they give him love, yeah.
And he cures.
Yeah. And what do we hear?
Pills.
Yeah. Pills and clinical therapy.
Yeah.
Behavior therapy, cognitive therapy. You know that giving a hug to a client is becoming very dangerous.
You can get...
yeah, you can get...
reprimand or...
yeah, certainly. Because the other one said he touched me or... Yeah. No. I cannot give any more psychotherapy
In the old way.
in the old way.
No.
That's not possible anymore. And if somebody would like to have that here, I would say no, go somewhere else. Yeah. In fact, I'm not a psychotherapist anymore. No. I don't know if you know Thomas Merton, the monk, the Trappist monk who was a playboy, lived in the south of France and then became a monk in the United States. And he said that God said to him, metaphorically, you don't want to carry any title anymore, mystic or psychotherapist, and sometimes I use it in my websites, in my automatic answering mails, because people always ask, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Are you a psychotherapist or a counselor? And then people need that you give an answer. But for myself, I don't want to have a title anymore. Yeah.
Because it limits you, or
It limits you. It gets me more like that. This is feels like a better interview than the first one. Because now I feel more. I'm more present. The first interview I was more there, and now I'm more here.
Yeah. People can see the difference
Yeah.
and feel the difference.
Mm.
When you open your website, you hear a song, a very uplifting song.
Yeah.
What song is it again?
My webmaster put it in. No mountain is high enough.
Yeah.
And they also we see the picture with me and with my wife and me. No mountain is high enough. People say that in their lives there are so many mountains they cannot get over them. But you can't get over them. The only problem is that when you get to a mountain, you stay at the top. It's descending, like they say in Zen with the guy who is watching the cows or don't know which animals. At the end of his life, he's just walking at the market and selling wine. That's like Siddhartha in Hermann Hesse. He looks for everything, religion, buying, selling, and at the end he becomes a ferryman. So at the end, you don't become enlightened. You just walk the dogs, do the cleaning, but you do it in another way.
Yeah, with equality.
With equality, exactly. With the mindfulness, with love.
Yeah.
My dogs feel. You saw when I cuddled the big one, then he put his head down. He becomes quiet.
Yeah.
Animals feel that very well. Sometimes people are afraid of it. When I have too much love in myself and I be very loving kindness to other people, some things they get aggressive because they don't know it anymore. There is so much aggression and individualism, and when somebody is loving, then they get afraid. My dogs do that. They like that. Yeah. So, to come to a conclusion, it's all about love for me. And when love is not the result, then it doesn't, I have no need for it.
No. One more question I want to ask you, Guy, about the childhood. There's a lot of documentaries on TV lately in Dutch. about the importance of how we bring up our children and all the conflicts we see in the world right now, that it's part of the wrong upbringing of a child. What is the right way to send a child into the world? Have you found an answer to that?
Yeah, attention. To giving attention, is that the right word?
Mm-hmm.
To give attention.
Yeah.
Don't leave the child just walking around while you are working,
Mm-hmm.
or when you are coming home at 6, 7 o'clock, and when it has to go to bed and look at his laptop or the Pokemon thing, or give it attention. Give it a lot of attention. Don't give it an iPhone. I do it myself. But don't give it an iPhone. Don't give it a MacBook Air. Give it attention. Look it in the eyes. Look at your children. When you look a child in their eyes, the child's become aware he has a right to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And when he has the right to be there as a child, he will be another adult. An adult which has the right to be there. I think when you are an adult who doesn't have the right to be there is a big chance you become aggressive.
Why is that?
I think there is a big paradox. When I don't have the right to be there, when nobody loves me, when nobody sees me, I have to kill another one. I have to kill another one to feel that I'm alive. That's a very, perhaps, that's my personal
Vision. Yeah.
yes. I kill you because I have to feel alive. I kill you to feel something, because otherwise I don't feel anything. And then I'm a living dead. You know, I don't believe in terrorism. No. Terrorism is a thing I think which is made by the media. I believe in sick people. Very psychic sick people. And how we treat them or how we don't treat them. How we give them so many pills and they don't get better. Because we know on the beforehand that the pills don't work. But we still give them pills. And they get in a psychotic situation and they do very strange things then. And you see that at the latest terrorist attack, even the media say the murderer wasn't connected to a terrorist organization, but he had psychic problems.
Yeah, he was depressed. It was
Well, more and more you hear that now.
Yeah.
More and more you hear that, and I think that's the truth behind. We have to look at what's behind. Yeah, what is the real reason?
Yeah.
Yeah, why do they do that? Yeah.
So it's all just a big shout out for attention, for help.
Yeah.
Please give me love.
Yeah, and please see me,
Yeah.
hear me. Acknowledge that I'm a person. Will be people who wouldn't like what I say now. Most people say when cut his head off or send him to prison for the rest of his life or death sentence or so. But that will not help because 20 terrorists were went to prison here in Belgium, and 2 days later there are 5 others.
Yeah.
So I don't say you don't have to put him in prison, but that's not really the
Cure.
That's not really the
No.
cure. No. You have to look deeper.
So a very loving thing to say, because it's very ego-minded to say, well, just kill all the terrorists
Yeah.
and then peace is back
Yeah.
again. But
Yeah. Well, that's something which I remembered from my Buddhist period, being a bodhisattva. the promise that I will save everyone on this earth, which Tom Latauer said is a promise nobody can keep. It's impossible. And Tom says, and still, it's my desire. I believe in what is not possible that I have from Tom Latauer. Yeah.
So when people want to get in touch with you, Guy, what is the fastest way? Facebook or your website? Is there anything in English we can read? Or
Yes. Both websites are now translated in English.
Okay.
There is a website which is called guywouters.be, which is about my psychotherapeutic practice. And the latest version really goes about what I'm telling now. And the other website is called Spirituele Ondersteuning. How to translate in English, spiritual support. Supporting people. If I can, I try. And all that site is also translated in English.
Yeah.
And it starts with, for me, the most important video I ever heard also. Who am I really? Who am I really? That's the morning question. Who am I?
And that's by Ramana or?
I think that's Mochi or I'm not. No, it's a woman. Who am I? And there doesn't come an answer. And just because there doesn't come an answer, that's who I am. If there would come an answer, that would not be me.
Yeah.
It's a mystery. For me, life is a mystery. Leave it a mystery. Don't go and solve it. Don't look for solutions. Don't try to explain it. Don't call it names. It's a mystery which we cannot understand. That's my vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for this nice, quiet talk.
Yeah.
One more practical thing for people who live in the south of the Netherlands or the south of Belgium.
Yeah.
That's where you are situated, near Hasselt.
Near Hasselt. So a big part of Limburg, also Dutch Limburg,
Yeah.
Flemish Limburg. I don't do any talks in French, but people are welcome, but they may expect too many words from me and too many talks, but more sitting into being and gazing.
Yeah.
It's a new thing what I discovered, the gazing theory, and I really like it.
But you just said it's not the same as staring. What's the difference between gazing and staring?
Oh, so that's staring is a little bit dominant, a little bit
aggressive.
a
Almost.
little bit aggressive.
Yeah.
You are going to do what I say. You are going to understand me, and if you don't understand me, you're a fool. And gazing is. Loving.
Yeah. It's all equal. No dominance or no. Yeah.
No.
I can understand. Oh, we'll look up gazing therapy. So that's maybe something you're gonna do with your clients.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Finally, there I realized my dream of giving therapy or counseling with not so many words anymore.
Yeah.
And perhaps I will have just one client a week, and that's okay for me.
Yeah. Because you're almost retired or
Yeah.
enjoying the countryside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what I want to do, the loving and giving attention, be kind, I can do that in the village too, and in the street and in the market. I don't need clients for that.
No. And that's something we can, maybe can do.
Yeah. And most of therapists ask 60 euros or 70 euros. I'm asking now 35 euros. And that will be just for a small period. And then I will work for free. But that's very dangerous, you know, because when you work for free, they say he's not worth a lot. Yeah, people want to pay money, and a lot of money. He's a good doctor or he's a good psychiatrist when he asks 100 euros. But when he works for free, it's an amateur. So ask 5 euros, I think. Yeah. You can't, if you work with your heart, how can you ask for money? It's almost contradicting.
Yeah.
If you would ask me money for this interview, that wouldn't be impossible. It wouldn't work.
No.
Okay.
Thanks again, Guy.
Yeah.
And for people who are interested, there's also another interview with you on the website,
Yeah.
nondualisme.nl, and that's a talk in Dutch. And
Yeah.
we'll put your websites underneath the movie.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And let's have some more coffee.
Let's have more coffee. Thank you. Yeah.
Sitting here with André Roosendaal. We did a talk in Dutch about a half a year ago. And
We did?
Yes. And about what subject did we talk?
Well, we talked about, I would say life. Yeah, life, I think.
Yeah.
That's what we talked about. And we talked about self-realization, talked about nothing, you could say as well.
Yeah.
It's what you hear a lot in these, with regards to this subject.
Yeah.
With life, I think, is suitable.
We also talked about your path, how it came about, what you found. You wrote a book and it's called in Dutch Zelfrealisatie.
Yes.
What is self-realization for you?
Self-realization for me is knowing the truth of who you really are, which means the existence you are in life itself. And it's hard to explain.
Mm-hmm. Why is it hard to explain?
Because there is no real explanation for it in words.
Mm-hmm.
In the first place, it's an experience. It's your being, and in that part, it's hard for your mind to tell exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that's also why people say you can't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, it's very real. It's very alive. It's the most alive thing there is. It's your existence. So, in that part, it has no words, and you can talk about it for hours. You could say. Yeah.
Could you say it's about life itself?
It's life itself, definitely, and also you could say what it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's even easier to talk about it. What it's not. It's not something.
Yeah.
It's not like anything you can point at.
Yeah.
It's not you as a person. It's not you as your thoughts. It's not you as your feelings. It's not you. Well, and you can go on like that.
It cannot be defined.
It cannot be defined, and at the same time, it's the most definable thing there is because it's you.
Mm-hmm.
It's your life. It's life itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there are many books written about this subject.
Yeah.
There are lots of people who go to satsangs, watch these kind of interviews.
Yeah.
How come that so many people are interested in hearing about this?
Well, of course, you should ask all these people because maybe their personal reasons are are variable.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I think it's a deep longing for people to do something more than their personal life. Most of the people who search for these kind of things, they think like, okay, I'm unhappy with the life I'm leading. I'm not happy with the circumstances I'm in, or just asking questions about the reality of life itself. And they start to quest whether it's because they are unhappy or they are very happy in their life, in their circumstances, but still missing this final thing. I mean, you can have everything and still there can be something missing.
Yeah.
And at a point in life, people start to search for truth, for meaning, for something that is real. And that's where the quest, I think, for a lot of people start.
Yeah. And was that for you also?
For me, that was definitely so, yeah.
Because you had it all.
What do you mean?
Yeah, the good job, the nice woman, the car, the income.
Yeah.
And still something missing.
And still something missing, yeah. I mean, for me, it started at a very young age. At a year of 4 or 5 years old, I really thought like, okay, what is here? What is all about? What is happening? And then, of course, you go to school, you do a lot of things, you start studies, and you get a job, etc., etc. And still, there's a deep unhappiness, you could say, about being here, but especially about the way we live with each other, and the fact that I had the feeling there's no connection between people. We're all divided, and we live our lives, and we are separate in our feelings and in our thoughts. And well, I was searching for the meaning of life and all these things.
And did you find the meaning of life, André?
Well, did I find it? No, it found me, you could say, I think. So it's both. I mean, at the one hand, you're searching and you're looking, and at the other hand, it finds you. And it finds you for me, at a very unexpected moment, you could say. At the moment, I really felt like, okay, I'm giving up life, I don't know anymore, and what should I do? And in fact, you could say at that time, you're completely available. You're available for anything without knowing what you want. Mm-hmm. Your own will, you could say, is just subsided. And at that time, life, I could say, or God, or whatever name you would like to call it, found me, not from outside but from inside. Mm-hmm. And inside means also outside, by the way, because there's no difference at that moment. Yeah.
And was there no ego at that time that said, no, this is all bullshit, listen to me? Or how?
In the experience itself, not. In the experience itself, it is so real that there's no question about it. Whether, or at least for me, there was no question about it. For me as a person, André said, "Okay, hey, this is it. Hey, and now I've seen it. I found it. Yeah, this is what I was searching for. I just felt connected. With everything, inside, outside, and so." But of course, then you return to your daily life, and then you just meet the people again who know you. You go to your job, you start doing the things you always did. Yeah. And then you have to make, or you don't have to anything, but you make decisions. Yeah. And that might be other decisions than that people would advise you to do. Yeah. For example, quitting your job or starting a new career or whatever. Yeah. But that's just all in your personal life in the end. Yeah. So if you just take a look at the experience itself, there was no questioning anymore. The only hard part is that it's very hard to give words to it and to find words for it. Okay, how do I explain to other people what I've found or what I've experienced? And realized. Yeah. And what you realize is that there is no real I. There's just unity. There's connection, and
no separation.
No separation. No. And at that time, it just was an amazing flow of love, you could say. Yeah. And if you experience it once, it's something that doesn't really subside anymore. It is there, it's there all the time.
Yeah.
And of course it can vary. I mean, in your daily life it varies. It's never that you do not have emotions or that you can't be irritated anymore or anything else. But at the same time, you know that there's no difference between the person you think you are and everything outside of you.
Yeah.
There's just only connection.
And how did your family, friends, and loved ones react? Did they taste any difference in André? Did he become a more loving person or more loving being? Or
I think so. I mean, you should ask them, I think, in the first place. But definitely in the way that the unhappiness that was there before disappeared. And there was liveliness and there was eagerness to live this life with this knowledge and with this experience.
Yeah.
I mean, knowledge is maybe not the right word for it, but the experience is inside of you. And you take it with you in your daily actions, and that makes a great difference, of course. Yeah.
And is there? Well, I'm just curious. What changes after self-realization? They talk about before self-realization, chop wood, carry water.
Yeah.
After self-realization, chop wood, carry water.
Yeah.
So in the outer world, no big changes. No. Selling the house, selling the car, just owning a bike and traveling all over the world with a bike or something.
Yeah. That can. But for a lot of people, in fact, these big changes do not happen.
No.
I think in the last 14, 16 years, I think a lot of things changed, but not in a way that I withdraw myself and I found myself on a mountain or something meditating all day. No, definitely not. What changes is the way you look at things. So
how you perceive the world.
How you perceive the world. Your perception is really changed.
Yeah.
And you could say, was there first a perception through the eyes of a feared man? Now you look at things with the eyes of love, and that perception changes everything. And which means that you find yourself reflected in everything that is around you. As long as you think you're separated, then you are a person, then you are identified with anything in your life. There might be a time in which you start knowing and think like, okay, maybe this is strange, and it's all what you find in books, reading about and understanding what it might be to be self-realized. But if you really find yourself, you could say, with love inside, and your perception is changed, and you just look with eyes of love, then there's no separation.
No.
And that changes. That changes a lot. And then still you react as a person, and people might react at you as a person, but still in the end, there's no difference between you and me.
Yeah.
And your thoughts are just your thoughts, and your feelings are just your own private universe, you could say, which is just not the truth. And the truth is there's only oneness in the end. Yeah.
And what about actions, André? So the subject that is talked about a lot in these kind of circles.
Yeah.
Any perception on that? Are we the doer of our actions, or are we just being done?
Yeah.
How do you see that?
Yeah, that's always a very interesting topic, whether there's free will or there isn't. Let's say, in the end, in the oneness of everything, which is at the same time maybe nothing, there is not a personal free will, I think, in my perception, in my experience. At the same time, as long as we are here, of course, I have actions and I do my actions. So as a person, you act, and as a wholeness, as oneness, it all happens. So you could say, in the end, it's both. It just varies from which standpoint you view. I mean, and oneness has no real standpoint because it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Your standpoint, my standpoint, it's all together in the end. For here and living your life here, it is very important, I think, to live as if you have a free will. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to do any actions and to make decisions. At the same time, you realize that there's only one moment in life, and that's this moment. And in this moment, things happen. And they happen so instantly and so quickly that you can't even think about the words I'm going to tell you now or say now. It just happens. At the same time, we made an appointment to have this interview.
Yeah.
So it all happens, and still to what is happening, there's still the option to say yes or no. We can have this interview or we can't have this interview. And in the end, we say yes, and then you can say, okay, it has to be that way, and there was nothing I could do about it. Well, I think in the end, that might be the truth. Here in personal life, it seems to be that we just made this appointment and now we're here.
Yeah, but what or who makes that decision to say yes or no to something or someone?
Yeah, that's a very good question. That's you could say that's a choice maker. And somewhere inside, there are two options. I would say you can act towards love, you could say, and you can act towards fear. And in fact, these are the two options you have as a choice maker.
Yeah.
You can turn backwards to the light, or you can face up to the light. And in somewhere, even these kind of actions, I think, are related to that primarily choice we make. And well, what the outcome of is of things, that's of course anything you don't know about it. But that's just how it happens and how it goes.
Yeah, you could say, you could think that choosing love always means saying yes, but you can also say no out of love.
Definitely, yeah. It really doesn't mean that you say yes to everything, and it also means that you can really being assertive, of course, in your daily life. Having borders is very wise, I would say. And it doesn't mean that you're only nice and kind, because sometimes
you cannot.
Of course not.
No.
And your emotions, also anger, might be very wise at some point. Also to say stop, or to be firm towards a certain situation. So it doesn't mean that you think everything is all right.
Because sometimes when you start your search in spirituality, you get a sense of, well, I should just be in service of everybody and forget myself completely and just give away my last cent, my last piece of bread, and forget about myself all along. That's not the way?
That's not the way for me, at least.
No.
There might be people who find that a way, but I don't think that is the way. You can care for anyone and for everyone, but in the first instance you have to care for yourself as well, or better, if you don't have love inside and you don't understand what love means, also to take care of your own existence, then you can't, I think, take care very well of others as well. But it doesn't mean that you can't give away all your money. If you feel really, but don't think that it makes you a better person. And that's what people think most of the time. If I just give then I will be good, or there will be liberation or whatever. But that doesn't have to be that way at all. No.
So self-love is nothing wrong with that.
No, and self-love is the basis, I would say, of everything, because everything is connected, and this self-love is what it is in the end, and not the narcissistic self-love in terms of me as a person. Oh, I love myself so very much, and I'm so great, and in opposite to another person, because that's not what it is, but just feeling love inside of you, and that's who you really are, because yourself is love. It's nothing like that. It's unconditional love. But unconditional doesn't mean here that you have to give everything away. You're
a father of two beautiful children. How is that? What the difference with, let's say, the children of the neighbors or children at the schoolyard and your own children? Is that the same? Do you recognize the same kind of love in both, or is there still a difference?
In your daily life, there's a difference for me, definitely. I mean, you have the daily care for your children, and you have a connection with your children in your daily life, which is different than the connection you might have with the neighbor's children.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you just take a child and you take a close look at your child and the neighbor's child, and you just watch, with the eyes of love, so to say, without your thoughts, oh, this is my child, this is the child of the neighbor, etc., etc., then there's no difference.
No.
Definitely not.
And you would also risk your life rescuing the neighbor's child from a burning house instead of it was your own child, or you can't say.
I can't say because
No.
I didn't
No.
experience it, but I believe I would.
Yeah. You cannot say, but I'm still, reminiscing about this all-pervading love.
And even if you, but that's very hard to talk about in terms of it's all what if.
Yeah.
And what's the use of talking about what if? But even if you have to make a choice, for example, rescue the neighbor's child of your own child.
Yeah.
What would you do if someone? Well,
no, I know it's impossible to think about these things, but
you just do.
Yeah.
You act.
Yeah, and you don't know how you're gonna act.
No,
I think my mind still wants to make you into like a special person, a kind of Robin Hood who has love for all and everything and would risk his life for all and everything. I think that's what my mind is trying to do right now.
Well, yeah, maybe that, but that's not the case, I think.
No.
What is the case is that you become courageous in some kind of way. That I'm not afraid for my own death at all, I can say, because there is no death, and I'm really for 100% sure that there is no death, and that life just goes on. Life is eternal, so there's no doubt about it. So in that perspective, if you would ask, okay, we have to choose, is it your life or mine? Then I would definitely step up front.
Yeah.
Not because I would like to lose my life here. But yeah, I mean, why shouldn't I? I mean, yeah.
I think it's an interesting topic, but it's hard to get one answer on these kind of questions.
Definitely, because you only know the answer for yourself as a person in your experience when you're there. But there's nothing to lose. I mean, I can't lose anything. It is already lost, you could say. I mean, this is a body, and you sit here and you do your talking, and that's all fine, very good.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not real. It is already over, because it will pervade anyway.
Yeah.
Whether it's today or within 30, 40, 50 years, it doesn't matter. But
it's not everlasting.
It will vanish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luckily,
sure. I would say.
We can be sure about that. Yeah. Can you recognize this realization of love in other people? I mean, if you meet someone who also is self-realized, is there a kind of recognition between the eyes or felt sense of, well, we both know what it's about? Yeah,
most of the time you do, in fact. Yeah. And quite often you get to the topic very soon, or you immediately talk about the essential questions of life, and you also know that you can talk for a very long time, and at some point you also know, okay, we don't have to talk about anything because it's there, it's clear. Yeah. I once heard one teacher say that it's like people who've been to the Vietnam War. When they meet each other, they don't have to say to each other what they've been through. Yeah, they know. They know. Yeah, exactly. So we don't have to talk about it. Yeah. And at the same time, you can talk about it. But yeah, I would say the willingness and the eagerness to talk about it with someone who also kind of realized or experienced something like that. Well, this eagerness is not that big. No. Still, you like to talk about this, also with people in public places. How is that? Is that like a sort of
passion, or what is that for you?
Yeah, that's really a deep felt passion to talk about it. That's what it is. That's, you could say, for me in this life as I'm sitting here, I would say that is really felt like the purpose of my personal life here. If I'm willing to tell about anything, then it's about this subject to people who would like to know anything about it. Although there's nothing to know about it, in the end you only can experience it. But still, for a lot of people, they want to hear about it. They have passion for the subject itself. Maybe in the beginning they think like it's working on self-improvement, and hopefully they get to the point that they think like, I don't have to improve anything. It's just all right. It was always and it will always be.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to be added to myself. The only thing that you can is to let go of things and find yourself, you could say, as nothing, and at the same time as everything. Whether it's only one person who would experience it, it would be fine. I mean, if there's none, it's also fine. It's just you can't stop talking about it to people who would like to know anything about it.
It doesn't matter if it's 2 or 3 people sitting in a room.
No. I mean, whether it's a class full of people, 50, 100, I don't know, or 2 or 3 or just 1, or it's all fine.
Is there any particular age you think that it's best to hear this message?
Not a particular age, but in my experience, it is a fact, I would say, that people who are some kind of older, who have seen more things in life, 30, 40, 50, etc. In general, you could say people are drawn to the subject because they ask themselves more questions. At the same time, for very young people, it's also very important to develop an ego, you could say, and a personality. And if you realize immediately, hey, my personality and everything I think about the person who I am is just fake, I don't know whether that's really healthy. I mean, it goes like it goes. It's the question is how much influence you do have on that. But with raising children, for example, of course you raise children in as much love as you can, but at the same time it's very good that they develop their personality, because in the playground they have to stand up for themselves as well.
Yeah. So otherwise they should be taken into care custody or something, because they cannot. They cannot care for themselves.
Yeah. This world needs that you have an ego as well, and your ego is not anything bad. I mean, it's just very, very fine. Don't misunderstand. It's a tool.
Yeah.
I mean, we have this conversation. It can't be done without ego.
Yeah.
Ego is helping me just telling the story here.
Yeah.
And the story is not the story of the ego. It's knowledge which is available for anyone.
Yeah.
It's all inside of you. It's not outside. It's inside, and that's what it is.
And what's the wrong way of using your ego? Is there a wrong way?
There's never a wrong way. No, of course not. No, there's never a wrong way. In life here, you can say you have actions which you could say are based on fear. Well, it creates people who are very greedy. It creates jealousy. It creates hatred. It creates diversity. Wars. It creates emotions and all conflicts we see around in this world. That's what ego does, as long as it's identified with this is me and this is you, and we are competing with each other. So, is it wrong? Well, the suffering is enormous. Don't misunderstand. Where we can stop suffering, it should be done, of course. At the same time, you can't quicken things. In the end, it goes like it goes. There you go. From do we have a free will in this? Well, just maybe here to a very limited extent. So the more we talk about, you do these interviews, and hopefully as many as people see these interviews and take something out of it and think like, okay, so there is no real separation, and me and my neighbor are, in fact, they are one, although we seem very different, etc.
Yeah.
but maybe I should talk with my neighbor about the fence between our gardens, whether it's still there, or and not hire a judge, and just have a good communication, because that's where it in the end is about. It's about communication. It's about connection. It's about really willing to understand the other person.
Yeah.
Just all down to earth, but definitely the most important thing to make and create a better life here.
Yeah.
So is there a wrong way? Yes, there is a wrong way that we can harm each other, and that's what we do a lot. And at the same time, the harm we do to another is in the end felt as our own harm.
Yeah.
Which brings us back to our own unhappiness, our own suffering, which brings us back to asking questions, okay, why is life so hard on me? Why do I suffer? And these questions are the crucial questions to come up to this journey. Okay, what should there be else in life? Is there happiness to be found in this life? And where do I search then? And then maybe the search outside still starts again, and we go to gurus and we go to other people and we read books and we read that sort of thing. Until that point that someone tells you, but hey, there's nothing and there's no other place than your inner reality. And there's no other place than the place of love in your heart. It's not in the mind. If it's somewhere in your body, then it's at least not in your mind.
Yeah.
It's in your heart.
Yeah. You also studied psychology.
Yeah.
You also had a practice as a psychologist.
Yeah. I still have. Yeah.
Yeah. People come to you with depression.
Yeah.
What is depression in your words?
Yeah. Depression is, in my words, is of course it's suffering in the first place. People suffer a lot because they are totally separated and isolated within themselves, identified with their thoughts, with their convictions, with their emotion, their feeling. Feeling is very, a lot of people, we all think, and all these thoughts, they go round and round. But especially the feeling of depression is of course maybe the hardest thing.
What does it feel like, depression?
Because life is feeling. Life is what you feel.
Mm-hmm.
It's even more than what you think in the end. And what's your question?
What does depression feel like? Have you ever been depressed? Can you tell?
I have been depressed. Yeah, definitely.
Does it feel like there's no options left anymore? Or what is depression?
In the worst case scenario, I would say there is no option left. It's deeply feared, deeply isolated, deeply a deep sense of grief, of not finding anything to live for, just complete I would say feeling completely lost in everything. So that these were my own words, I would say. Just feel very, very lost and lonely. Deep loneliness. Yeah. And that can be very severe, and
that's not something I guess you can get rid of with 1 or 2 sessions of 45 minutes talking to you. What is needed for
it can happen.
Yeah.
It can happen in 45 minutes. It can even happen in 1 minute talking with me, but also just seeing at some point. So time is just, there's no time limitation. In the long, you can spend years and years on it, and it also can be fixed within this moment, you could say.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee at all.
How did it work for you? How did you come out of the depression?
Yeah, I would say just by total surrender. To surrender myself to, I believed something which was bigger than myself. I was here in life, and I could understand that was understanding that there must be something going on.
Mm-hmm.
And just by letting everything go and letting all wanting go and just giving myself over to life, I found life, you could say. And I thought like, hey, everything that was built in my head, all my thoughts, all my feelings, it is just not me. I could see it, you could say. I could see that it was not me. It was just an experience that came up and also went away again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is that because you are so smart, or are people who are not getting out of the depression then not smart enough or not doing enough? Or I'm just.
They're doing too much.
They're doing too much.
Yeah, they're definitely doing too much.
Resisting
And analyzing in a way like, okay, I have to understand why I feel like this, and then the whole search in your mind starts again.
Yeah.
But that's not where it's about. It's not about analyzing with your mind. It's just watching. It's not analyzing, just letting it be in the first instance.
Yeah.
And that needs, you could say, maybe the courage to surrender, the courage to let it go.
Not fight the depression, but just
not fight it.
Be depressed.
Be depressed.
Yeah.
Exactly. Don't resist it. Just let it be and just watch.
I can remember that I've sometimes some feeling comes up, and I it's not depression. I don't want to say that.
No.
But loneliness. Let's say loneliness, and then you feel it coming. And you think, oh, not this. I have to find distraction.
Exactly.
Where's my phone?
Yeah.
Are the shops still open? What can I order a pizza? Excuses. You're searching for a quick way out.
Immediately, you search for something to fill up this gap.
Yeah.
This gap of a way. What is it? Because it feels like a gap. It feels like emptiness.
Yeah.
It's like a hole that has to be filled with something.
Everything, but not this.
Everything is good. So you try to focus your mind on anything else that might happen.
Yeah.
And that's of course also, for example, with sexuality. What pulls us towards sexuality is also this moment in which we, even for 5 seconds, totally forget everything and have this, this feeling of being complete, this oneness at some point, and there's no loneliness at that time.
Yeah.
We are filled up.
Yeah.
And in our memory, we search again for this experience, and then we.
Because you can feel very lonely after these kind of things.
Definitely, you feel very lonely.
It comes back.
It comes even worse.
Yeah.
It comes back.
Yeah.
If you try to use it as a fill up for your loneliness.
Yeah.
Because there's no real connection.
Yeah.
But also using the phone, watching TV.
How come, Andre, that we there's no one that says, oh, I've been happy for 2 days now. I have to get rid of this happiness. But when we feel lonely, depressed, sad, there's a mechanism inside of us that wants to get rid of this, that doesn't want to feel sad, doesn't want to feel lonely. Is that something that has been taught to us, or is that a survival mechanism? What is that?
Of course, everyone wants to get away from pain.
Yeah.
So if you have pain, you want to get rid of the pain. You are depressed, you want to get rid of your depression. But at the same time, we do not ever closely examine that where we want to get rid of. We want to get rid of pain, and we want to have pleasure. That is just the same in the end. It's not real happiness we're searching for. That's what we call. That's what we call happiness. But in fact, pain, whether it's depression, I want to be very happy. Yeah, you want to be very happy in the circumstances you're in. I'm now an unhappy person, and I really would like to be a happy person. Without understanding that a happy person, in the end, is the same as a depressed person. The circumstances or the moment can be a happy moment, as we say.
Yeah.
But it's just very connected. It is connected with each other. And most people, we are never being taught that these things are connected. You are being taught that you have to search for happiness in your life that makes a nice wife, a good career,
and forget about the other.
And forget about it. I mean, if you just get away from there and you go there, then it's fine.
Yeah.
You know.
And then that side will come up very more.
In the end, it will always come up because you will lose. In the end, you will lose everything.
Yeah.
I mean, and it don't have to be your wife. It doesn't have to be your job. You can hold on to your job the rest of your life, maybe. But there are just no guarantees at all.
Yeah.
And there's always the fear of losing anything. So the thing is, we're searching for, this is what I want to have, this is what I don't want to have. And in this split, this mind split, we're always captured.
Yeah.
Because whether we're finally found what we
Mm-hmm.
wanted to have,
Yeah.
then we also realize that it didn't make us happy anymore. I mean, maybe you noticed that in your life.
Yeah. and also some things that make you happy, let's say 10 years ago, now make you unhappy.
Exactly.
And you start thinking about yourself, how come this was something I loved to do and now I hate it?
Yeah.
How come?
Yeah. So, what is it to find a way in which you can smile, you could say, whether you are in these depressed feelings,
Mm-hmm.
or when you are in this
Yeah.
complete happiness of an experience.
Yeah.
In fact, when you're really self-centered, you could say, or when you are just looking at what is, then there's no real identification anymore with these circumstances, and well, together with these thoughts and feelings that come up with the circumstances you find yourself in as a person.
Yeah.
And that makes you could say, balanced or more neutral, or
Yeah.
and for a lot of people that also means very boring. Sometimes you hear people like, "Oh, but it must be very boring then." Well, for a lot of people it might be very boring, and maybe you become also very boring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at parties or.
Yeah.
But at the same time, of course, you can still have a lot of fun.
Yeah. And do you still take standpoints, André? Do you still say that is good, that is wrong, this should be this should be that? Or are you just smiling again?
Well, I'm not always smiling, of course. It's very easy to take a standpoint. And sometimes, of course, you take a standpoint. I think I take standpoints as well. At the same time, it's always, if you just pronounce or proclaim a standpoint, you know that it's just a standpoint.
Yeah, it's not the truth.
It's definitely not the
No.
truth. No. But most of the time you just be silent, I would say.
Yeah.
If you say, are you pro this political party or against this political party? Well, I don't really think that's. I don't also have this feeling, because none of them speak the truth. Let's say they are all dividing and separating, and well, almost all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good old Osho once said, "Praise or blame, it's all the same."
Yeah.
We now talked about, let's say, the inner world. I know there's ultimately no outer world, but how does that work with other people? When someone comes up to you and says, "Man, that was a beautiful talk you did," and 5 minutes later someone comes and says, "Man, that was a rubbish talk, I didn't understand anything about it." Is that then all the same to you both?
It's all fine. Yeah, it's all fine. That is really all fine. And of course, as a person, it's nice to hear that someone liked your talk, or that he finds something in it which was helpful, and if someone just spent his time towards things he didn't like, or that he found it rubbish, or well, maybe his time was spent very well, because you never know what the outcome is of something later on.
Yeah.
So that's why I can't judge and can't say whether it's good or not good.
No.
But just as a person, it's always nice to hear that you did well. At the same time, it doesn't matter. It's nice to have to receive the compliment, and also you can receive the discompliment, you could say.
Yeah. In the same way.
But in the same way.
It doesn't say anything about you.
It doesn't say anything about me.
It doesn't make you a lesser person, or
No.
That's because you know that what you are cannot be touched by words or compliments or.
No, it's very sensible. It's what you really are is you could say is the finest thing. It's very, I find the English word. It's very sensible. It's the most touchable thing there is, and at the same time, it's invulnerable.
Yeah.
So it's also not that some people think like there becomes a wall between you and the rest of the world, and you're untouchable, and here I am, but you're very touchable. You get so touchable, but not with the emotion which is normally attached to the idea of being influenceable or touchable. It's another. You can show emotions. You can even have tears, but not because of suffering, not because of, because that's not what it is.
It's very intimate.
It's very, very intimate.
Yeah.
And it's the quality. It's an energy which makes it possible that we really have connection with each other. But it's something different than emotions. Like they go up and down, and also they vary towards your self-image. That's what it would do. If I take blame or I take compliments and I would really work them out, then I would have a negative self-image or a positive self-image.
Yeah.
Or, well, that's the whole story of me as a person, you could say.
And are there still moments that you put on your mask, or are you always and everywhere this vulnerability? Let's say in the workplace, is there a different? Is there Andre with the mask, or is there just Andre as a being love?
There's always Andre as a being, of course. At the same time, it doesn't mean that you show or say everything you would like to say or say in this interview, for example. There can be a difference because you just are doing your job.
Yeah.
That's why they hire me. So they hire me as a person, and they don't hire me as the self-realized or
That's love itself.
which is funny at all, because it goes for everyone. I mean, there's just no difference between me and anyone else. So it's also stupid in that way to talk about it.
So I'm not sitting with a very special someone over here.
No, I mean,
No.
it couldn't be less special than it is. I mean, it's so non-special, or you could say very special, but then the specialness is for you as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's good that you say that, because some people could say, well, who's this arrogant man saying he's self-realized and pointing at us that we are not?
So don't misunderstand. Everyone is.
Except the exception is you know that you are.
And
deep down inside, I know also, but I'm still doubting it or asking questions about it and thinking, well, maybe I should still clean my chakras and then...
You can clean them, but you will not become more self-realized than you already are.
And something like intuition. Are you... I wouldn't say, what's the right English word? Psychic, that you can... know what's going to happen after 3 days, but does information come to you in a different way?
The less you think,
the
more information comes to you. So it's just like when you have a pipeline and you just make sure there's no obstacle in the pipeline, then the water flows through. You could say. So that's what happens now. If all your thoughts are just making that your head is just full of your own thoughts and thinking and ideas, and then other thoughts can't get in there. So the less you think, the more thoughts you will receive, maybe from outside. Which might be seen as intuition or as knowledge from the heart or something like that. And it also might be the truth that you see things in the future, that you have some kind of forecast or feelings that things might happen. So does it happen more? It's a natural process, I would say, that it happens. It happens to everyone. Most people don't recognize it. Or don't pay attention to it.
We're just sitting in the garden and we talked about your children and other children, and for them that's natural of being the openness. They receive everything.
They are not blocked by their own thoughts. They have not this whole personality, this whole image.
They have to hold up.
They have to hold up. They're just there. And they're just in the moment. And in the end, time doesn't exist. I mean, that's the hard thing, of course. For our experience here, there's always a past and a future. There's only this moment. Anyone can tell you that there's no other moment than this moment, the moment in which you live. Time is relative. I mean, these are all, science can prove, you could say. And that's why it's not a real miracle if you find out information from what we call the future or maybe the past in the present moment, because in the end it's all connected.
Yeah.
And maybe the script has already been written. Like, do you have free will? Well, that's the big question. Relatively, it is, and we have free will. In absolute terms, there's of course a big question mark, because there are billions and billions of galaxies, and life is itself, and life grows, and life does its thing. So then you come again. In oneness, there's maybe one will, but that might be then God's will or something, and you're just part of it. But information can come to you by intuition. Let's say, and it gets more and more easy. The less you think, the easier it can come to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how do you know if it's the right information?
Well, I would say most of the time just by feeling, whether your feeling is very important in this. If your
gut feeling.
Your gut feeling, and if you have an idea or an intuition, especially when it stays for a longer time, it doesn't mean that you have to react on each impulse, because an impulse is not always directly the best option, you could say.
Yeah.
As long as you can speak of best or not best, but so intuition is always comes together with the feeling of knowing, you could say, feeling deep knowing. Hey, this is right.
Yeah.
And it's not only right today, it's still right tomorrow, and even after a week, it's still right.
Yeah.
With impulses, if you're just walking in the shop, should I buy this or something? Then maybe you think, if you just go home and just sleep one night over it, then it might be different.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between.
Has the tempo of your life changed? Were you before self-realization more? I can imagine more stressed out, but also more eager to make quick, fast decisions and take steps and move. Before, I would say, I had far more the idea that I had to do all kinds of things. Now there's much, much, much deeper trust in everything, that it comes at the time it has to come. At the same time, the pace of doing things in my life is still live kind of a busy life, I think, with a family and kids and a job and practice and all kinds of things. So it is not silent or that I'm just... But the tempo in which you do things, inner tempo, is different. Yeah.
And so you still do a lot of things, but at the same time, inside of yourself, the tempo is lower, much lower.
Yeah.
And you just take time, and things come the way they go, and you take as it comes.
Yeah.
And you react on what is.
Yeah.
And whether it's good or whether it's bad, it is what it is, and then you choose your action. So in that perspective, it's much less stressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no more stress. There's stress sometimes.
Yeah, of course, and also the good stress. I mean, the stress of wanting and doing something.
Yeah.
And feeling eagerness and passion for it.
Yeah.
But that's not where you get stressed out of.
Yeah.
Say. You can't get a burnout.
Yeah.
In that perspective, because the burnout most of the time people get because they spend a lot of energy in things they don't want to spend in, or they spend on. Yeah.
It's maybe because it's Sunday evening, but you also give me the vibe of that you are on vacation. That's the sense I get by with certain teachers I talk to. They have this atmosphere of what people would have when they're on vacation. Not the first 3 days, but let's say about 6-7 days into the vacation. I can finally relax.
Yeah.
It's not vacation time for you.
No, definitely not.
No, you have to go to your work maybe tomorrow or the day after.
Yeah.
So maybe is that the thing? Are you just inside? You're always on vacation.
Inside, you're always on vacation. Yeah. And not because there's no emotion, there's nothing happening. But today is today, and now is now, and there's no
wanting.
No, because vacation would mean then life is okay. When I'm on a vacation, my life is okay.
Now I can relax.
Now is everything all right? I'm here sitting with my cocktail and
no more stress.
No more stress.
No,
because it's hard. I mean, I don't even have to go on vacation. I mean, I even rather stay here. I think even vacation may cause more stress than just being here at some point. Yeah. No, but that's the thing that's just very relaxing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it also has this effect on your partner, your family, I can guess.
Yeah,
because
they find me stressed somewhere at some point as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, in your daily life, there might be always moments in which you are stressed or think like, come on, please, guys, clean up with here. I mean, it's a mess. And
you don't walk around.
Yeah.
Namaste.
They won't do anything. If
No. But it comes out of it still comes out of this relaxedness, I guess.
even when it would be on the
Surface.
and the surface when it's even seems to be not relaxed.
Yeah, storm.
Like exactly. Then still underneath,
there's
there's relaxedness, and you can return to these relaxedness very, very soon, and that's just fine.
We have about 5 more minutes. I want to ask you some practical information for people who are interested in your book.
Yeah.
You are on the process of translating it.
Yeah, I'm on the process of translating it.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how many months it will take, but I hope it will be translated in English as soon as I can.
Yeah.
For Dutch viewers, of course, they can still read it. Zelfrealisatie.
Yeah.
De weg terug naar wie je werkelijk bent. And also working on a new book, but I don't know exactly when it will be there.
And let's say someone from Japan is watching this on YouTube. Can he contact you via Skype or email to do a session or to just talk about this?
They can, of course, send an email always.
Yeah.
info@nathan info.nl and Skype as well.
Yeah, we'll put the link underneath this movie.
Yeah.
Andre, maybe some final thoughts. Anything you want to share some more to someone who's watching this? What could be the next step after watching this interview to getting more relaxed, getting inner peace?
Yeah, I would say you don't have to do anything and just trust on the fact that it's all right now, even though you might think or it might feel like it isn't all right at all. Behind everything there's always relaxedness, there's always this spaciousness, there's always love, and whether you believe it or not, that's what it is. And so you don't have to find a way and struggle all. You can read millions of books, you can watch trillions of videos or whatever, but in the end it isn't needed. Just surrender to life itself in this moment and know that it is all right and that there is no blame. You might have made mistakes in your life, but that's all fine, because as a person we all make mistakes, and I think that guilt is a very harsh thing for people. I had to do it differently in the past, or they have fears about what will come. And but everything what will come will take care of itself. When you are watching this video, you've lived your life, and every worry you have had on any day in your life, it didn't help you to make much more progress than you did already. You're just here. And whether you have worried in the past or not, it didn't help you. Never. Taking action, that will help. If you're in a nasty situation, you can get out of it. Make sure you get out of it, but don't worry. Just let it go and just take action as needed in the moment itself.
Yeah. So the happiness you are talking about, that is not depending on circumstances.
Definitely not.
I could be now watching this just being fired from my job.
Yeah.
My girlfriend left me.
Yeah.
And the landlord said I still have 4 more weeks and then I have to leave my house.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
it is a very turbulent situation you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's definitely true.
Yeah.
And the only thing it needs is that you take action and accept the circumstances. And accept means this is what it is. It doesn't mean that it feels right. It doesn't mean that it has to feel wrong. Just say yes to what is and take action.
Yeah.
wherever you can. I mean, find a new house, find a new job, find a new etc.
Yeah.
And know that time will always carry you through, or you could say your presence will always carry you through everything that will happen in your life.
Yeah.
You're always there. It's first there's me, and then there's any experience, and that is always the way it will be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Andre.
You're welcome.
So sitting here with Michael Murray, originally from Ireland, and now visiting our beautiful country. You just gave a little seminar, a talk in here.
Yeah, we had a wonderful weekend retreat here since Friday night here in Busham, and people came here from all around. They came from London, they came from Finland and Denmark and Germany. So it was a wonderful weekend. It was, and I think everybody had a really good time, and they took away something that was going to be beneficial and helpful for them. So yeah, I love the people here. I love the people here now.
So what did you guys talk about?
Well, basically what we were talking about was A Course in Miracles, but A Course in Miracles that's slightly different to what the norm of A Course in Miracles would be, which would be the metaphysics of A Course in Miracles. And this would be the complete Course in Miracles here.
On the poster.
That big book,
Yeah.
all the metaphysics of that big book are basically within these 5 levels.
How did you get it back to this this thing?
Well, it took 8 years. I began in 2010. I had my spiritual awakening, and I had what Eckhart Tolle calls, I had found the off button.
Off button.
The off button. I could basically turn off thinking. And what really happened is I was here in the world in a lot of pain. I was 10 years, what you call the dark night of the soul. The dark night of the soul is not just one night. You know, it's many, many nights of darkness and pain, and I was here. And one night I had a thought. I couldn't take this pain anymore, and I had this thought from the ego, and I didn't know anything about the ego at that time. I didn't know that these thoughts weren't mine, but the thought was that I should kill myself with the pain. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do that to my children. I couldn't do that to my family. So in the next instant, cause and effect, I woke up in that instant. I had a change of perception. I had a change of mind. So I literally went from here up into level 3. I had basically reached that state of that place of consciousness, being awake, beyond thought. And it was quite beautiful. And I was in that state for about 4 months.
There are people who can maybe become jealous of you because they didn't have that experience or that moment. Is that something everyone has to go through, or was it just for you the case?
There's a part of this puzzle that has remained anonymous and remained kind of obscure to people. It's called the script. And everybody writes a script, and it's a script before you're born. And you come into the world and you follow that script. And my script was that I was going to come in here and go into what's called the pain body, into the dark night of the soul. And throughout that time, that was going to be my means for awakening. And I know people are envious to think that it just happened like that, but they forget about the 10 years of, intense pain. There's a line in the Course, Patrick, that says, God has placed a limit on our ability to miscreate. Don't you just love that line? God has placed a limit on our ability to miscreate. What that really means is there's a limit to the amount of pain that we will basically withstand. And when we reach that limit, you will make a choice. And Jesus talks about this in the Course when he's talking about people in suicide. They have reached that point where they don't want anything in the world. But the ego comes in and tells them that the answer is death. And that's the voice they listen to. Where the Course tells us that the ego speaks first. So in those instances, it's always the ego that speaks first and tries to give you the answer. And the answer that most people believe is that death is the answer. That's where they're going to find peace. And that's the exact same thought that I had. But for circumstances in my script and in my life, I had a number of friends. I had over 22 people that I knew personally who had committed suicide. And I seen the devastation that they left behind with their family, with their parents and everything. And I couldn't do that. So it was a part of my script that I would be influenced with that decision when the time came.
Is that the main motivation for you to do this work? That you want to avoid people from getting into this mess that a suicide leaves behind?
No, it's not the main motivation. The main motivation was God. Because 4 months after I had this experience, I had the most amazing experience of all then. And that was when I experienced revelation. And that was in early 2009, and in that moment everything changed. Revelation is a direct experience from God, it's direct communication. And I received a very specific kind of direction to go. And that direction was I had to build an ark.
An ark?
And God had said to me that I was to build an ark before the flood. And I didn't know what that meant.
No.
I had walked away from religion at a very young age, so I wasn't religious, I wasn't spiritual, I'd never read a spiritual book in my life. And I thought I wasn't spiritual, but as it turns out, when I looked at my life was a spiritual experience. I had 4 near-death experiences, I had over 500 out-of-body experiences. I had many kind of visions, all of this, but I kind of thought this was normal. Everybody was having it, and I didn't speak about it. But my whole life, as it turned out, was just basically one spiritual experience after another.
Is that the same for everyone?
No, well, I can't speak for everyone, but I'm sure people are having many spiritual experiences.
Of which they don't know that
Exactly, because I wasn't aware.
Yeah.
But when I became conscious, I seen the truth in everything. I seen that what I can do now is I can purposely just have an out-of-body experience at will. Why? Because of all those experiences I was having, I was trying to stop them. And these started happening when I was 17 after my second near-death experience. I went through 5 years of having an out-of-body experience at least once a week for the next 5 years. And I hated them. They were frightening because I didn't know the rules that apply when you have an out-of-body experience. They're different than the physical rules. So I didn't know how the system operated, and was terrifying not to be in control when you were out of your body. And I did everything I could to stop it, and I didn't know that this was what most of the spiritual community was trying to do. And I was
for free.
And I was trying to stop it.
Yeah.
So I would say that there's many people having experiences at many different levels.
Yeah. I first want to ask you, Michael, before we go to the big poster. How come I have this book, A Course in Miracles, laying on the side of my bed, and I look at it, and sometimes I open it and I read one sentence and I go, oh, and sometimes I read one sentence and I go, go away. After this book, no more excuses.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Yeah.
There's some part of me that doesn't want to read this book.
That's exactly, you've just hit the nail on the top of the head here. You see, what people have to realize is there's 2 yous, there's 2 Patricks. Okay? There's the part of you that's your false image, and that part is very loyal to the ego thought system, because that's its source, that's its lifeblood is the ego thought system. Then there's the part of you would be your personality, and your personality is in your center, and that is direct linkly to source. So when you're off center, you're in your false image in the persona, or you're in your false image in the shadow.
Mm-hmm.
So you're always making decisions at this level. So there's 3 decision makers at level 1. Did you know this?
No, I thought only.
And you use all 3.
Yeah, 3. I use all 3.
Yes. For example, here's the false image in the persona. These are the characteristics of the persona.
Mm-hmm.
So, have you ever been a victim?
I think so.
You could be a victim, oh, there's no milk.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a victim, oh, it's raining and I was going to go for a walk. I mean, one thing that everybody's doing in this world, we're all really, really good at playing the victim.
Yeah.
But every time you play the victim, you're making that decision in here, in the persona. Now, the persona basically is the good image. It's where you have all the good people. This is the good room. This is where all the special people are. And the shadow is where all the bad people are, all the guilty people, the victimizers. So in the Course, you have 2 main characters in the ego thought system. You have the victim and you have the victimizer. Well, this is the home of the victim. This is the persona.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll know you're here, that you are a victim, because this is also the home of fear. This is the home of the victimizer. This is also the home of guilt. So have you ever been angry with someone?
Of course.
Well, then you made a decision with the false image in the shadow. And your anger is an attempt to get rid of the guilt. Remember, the false image in here is feeling guilty. The false image in here is feeling fearful. So when Jesus says the Son of Man has no place to rest his head, we're always either in this mindset or this mindset.
Yeah.
One or the other.
So when I blame my parents that they didn't give me enough love in my childhood,
you're making that decision with the shadow decision maker, which is the ego. And when you see your parents as special and the best parents in the world and no one else like them, you're making that decision because here is the mind of specialness.
Yeah.
It's the persona where all the special people have. So there's a set of rules between these two.
But is the personality the right mix of the two? Or what
No,
is
the personality is basically your center. Your personality is stoic.
Stoic?
Stoic, which means it's without emotions in the regards.
Calm.
For example, people ask me, how do I know my false image? And I say, that's easy. The characteristics of the false image will betray itself. So it's kind of like, it's only the false image that will feel guilty. It's only the false image will feel fear. It's only the false image who will react. It's only the false image who will judge. The personality will not encounter, will not take part of any of these kind of characteristics of the ego. So the real bully here is not the ego, it's the false image in the persona. Because this false image is always betraying the personality. For example, I did the retreat yesterday, and there was a lady there, and just to give you an example of how the false image can get you into trouble, she basically, her brother had asked her many years ago, kind of pressurized her into making a decision to buying a house for her. And she was in the good person, she thought this was, she couldn't say no, and she turned around and bought a house. And then when she bought the house, he told her then she had to take out another loan because he needed more money, and she done that also. And when she went through all of this process of doing this, coming from the good person and the persona, she realized what a mistake she had made. But those decisions were all made here by her false image. Now she has did a little work for the last year with myself and Sharon in the online classes, and she realizes what she did and who did it. And it wasn't her personality, it was her false image who made that decision.
Sometimes the damage is already done.
Yes.
I've broken with my family, I've never seen my children again. Can it still be turned backwards?
Yes, of course, of course. Of course, that's what the miracle, that's why this book is called A Course in Miracles. Remember, the miracle transcends time and space. You can go back into any moment in your life, in your past, and it can be corrected like that with the miracle. And that's what I was showing yesterday. I mean, this whole book, A Course in Miracles, is all about doing miracles. Yeah? But you ask somebody, what is a miracle? No one knows.
We think a miracle is that a sick child is healed in one instant. That's what we think.
Yeah, and people are confused with the miracles of Jesus. You see, there's two types of miracles. There's real miracles and there's unreal miracles. The miracles that Jesus did was unreal miracles because he was changing form. He was manipulating form outside of himself. The real miracle is where you turn an ancient hate into a present love.
Ancient hate into present love.
And there's a formula for it.
Ah, please tell us.
You bring the effect to the cause, you make effect and cause the same. Then you bring the cause to the truth, to the answer. Would you like an example?
Of course.
Right, let's say I am angry with you. Okay? And we find this situation happening everywhere in the world, don't we? We always find ourselves, we're upset, we're annoyed, we're irritated. I'm in a rage. Well, we know that there's no hierarchy of illusions, don't we? So a little annoyance, a little irritation is the same as anger, is the same as rage, is the same as shooting someone. If there's no hierarchy of illusions, all of those are the same. All of those have the same cause. They are effects. Yeah? What is the cause of anger?
Hatred.
No, guilt.
Guilt.
The Course tells it, it's a fact, it's a metaphysical fact. You see, what I've done here with the Course, Patrick, is I've taken all the facts out of the Course.
Okay.
And it's a metaphysical fact that every time you're angry with somebody, you're attempting to displace your guilt onto someone. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
So,
You're gonna take the guilt and
displace.
displace.
Displace. Another word for that would be projection.
Yeah.
So let's apply the miracle to this. The effect is anger. I'm attempting to put it onto you. Now I want to give you the miracle, which is love, rather than anger, rather than guilt. So this event, I could have been angry with you 20 years ago. Okay?
Yeah.
And I want to heal this relationship now because I know the formula for healing this relationship now. So what I do is I would close my eyes. I would go back into that experience where I felt that same anger because it's still inside me. If I haven't released it, that experience of 20 years ago is still inside me and I'm carrying it around. So I go back into that time, recreate and bring that anger, that awareness into my body, that I can feel it. And once I can feel it, I stay in it for 5-10 minutes, become one with it. And once I become one with it, I now do this process. The anger is coming from a thought in my mind, the cause, which is guilt. And when I say this, I bring the anger in the body now back into the mind where the cause is, which is guilt. You make the effect and the cause one. When this is here, then I bring it to the truth. What is the truth of all guilt? All guilt comes from one source, the belief in separation. It doesn't come from the separation because there is no separation. It comes from the belief in separation.
I'm not worthy.
No, it comes from, I believe I'm separate from God right now. Okay? And if you didn't believe that you were separate from God right now, this moment, there would be no guilt, there would be no fear.
So they're just are those symptoms of
They're the effects of this, the belief in separation.
Yeah.
And then there's, right at the beginning of the book, it tells us this is a course in removing the blocks to love. Yeah? What are the blocks to love? No one knows. It's a bit like the miracle. The blocks to love are sin, guilt, and fear. Because that's what the entire ego thought system is built on, yes? We cannot get to those to remove them, sin, guilt, and fear. Why? Because they're unconscious. They're buried deep in our unconscious mind, and we can't go directly into the unconscious mind. So how do we get to remove those blocks?
Well,
we can't. But what we can do, we can reverse the law of cause and effect. Do you know the law of cause and effect? What makes a cause is that it has effects. If there's no effects, there's no cause.
Yeah.
So what we do is now we look at the three major blocks, sin, guilt, and fear. All of those three blocks have every emotional attachment that we have ever experienced. Just come from those three thoughts. All the effects. For example, have you ever felt lonely?
yeah.
That's coming from the thought of sin, and in the Course, sin means separation. The reason why you're feeling lonely is an effect of you believing you're alone, which is you believing you're separate.
Yeah.
Isn't that true?
Yeah.
So all of these sin, guilt, and fear have all the effects. So for example, our little story, okay, I was attempting to displace my anger onto you, and anger comes from guilt. Okay? Then you have anxiety, you have stress, you have all of these emotions, they come from fear. So what I've been able to do now is list the full list of emotions that come from being separate, all the emotions that come from the thought of guilt, and all the emotions that come from the thought of fear. That's why this book is called A Course in Miracles. Those are the blocks. That's how we remove the blocks. We remove the effects. When we remove the effects, we also remove the cause.
That's not what we're used to in the world. We're used to when someone has pain in his foot, go to the doctor to find the cause of the pain, and don't fix the symptoms.
Yeah, but there's a problem there. And this is the fundamental error that everybody's making in the world. And it's another metaphysical fact. If let's apply the facts of the Course to the body first. The body is neutral. Can't feel anything, can't see anything, can't do anything. It's not true. It's not the facts that's laid out in the Course that describe the body. So that means all seeing, all feeling, everything comes from the mind. Isn't that true? So the body is completely neutral. There's another fact, and it's called a rationalization. Everything that you rationalize negative, you keep. Everything you rationalize positive, you lose. So if you have pain in your foot, and you actually think the pain is in your foot, you're rationalizing the pain in your mind now onto your foot. That means the pain will always stay in your foot.
Yeah.
Because it's a negative emotion and you're rationalizing it. It's kind of like the fear of flying. If you think you're really afraid of flying, then you're always going to be afraid of flying because you're rationalizing your fear.
You make it real.
You make it real. Exactly. So the whole point of the miracle is to undo that rationalization. It's the same way. Let's say you're sitting and you're walking out in nature and you're just sitting and you're absorbing and you just feel so good. You just feel that inner peace, tranquility. The first thing you're going to do is rationalize it. And that means you're going to lose it.
Yeah, where does it come from?
Yeah, you're going to look out, you might see a bird, you might see a beautiful sunset, you might see a beautiful picture, you might see something, you go, that's why I'm feeling so good. Now, this inner sense of bliss, peace, joy is being projected outside into the ego's domain. You're losing it.
Yeah, it's the same like the beautiful flower you see on the side of the road. You think, I want to have it.
Yeah, you want to possess it.
Yeah.
You kill it.
And the flower dies.
Yeah, exactly. But that's our natural, when we see something here, be it a beautiful woman, be it a beautiful flower, whatever, we want to own and possess it. You know, and that's the natural instinct of basically the false image. So you can see in all of this, you know, that with the Course, the real benefits of the Course are only starting to be revealed in the metaphysics because it reveals so many facts. And that's all I'm interested in the Course. And the reason why I was able to see the metaphysics in the Course was because I wasn't an intellectual. The reason why I'm not an intellectual, because I'm a dysgraphic, I'm a dyslexic dysgraphic. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, I have a little hunch, yeah.
It means that I can't spell, I can't write, and all my sentences are written in reverse, which means I write the second half of the sentence first and I write the first half of the sentence second. Funny thing is, that's how the Course is written. And the very fact that I wasn't an intellectual meant that I could see the metaphysics just jumping out at me.
Yeah.
Because there's two books in that Course. There's the intellectual course and then there's the metaphysics. Now everybody's changing the intellectual of this. I don't know how many books have been written now, different versions of the Course.
Yeah.
You know, actually the Course themselves, you know, there are people putting out this edition and this.
Yeah.
I think there must be a dozen or 2 dozen versions out now. And the whole Course has been changed beyond recognition. But the beauty about this, Patrick, is the metaphysics never change. It doesn't matter how many times that you change the words in that book. I could take that book now and rip out 100, 200, 300 pages. It would make no difference to this because the metaphysics are in every paragraph, they're in every line, they're in every chapter.
So you don't have to read the whole book? No.
To bring it down to this, once you bring the Course into the 5 levels like this, Patrick, for example, right? You have here, let's just quickly run through the 5 levels. Here, everywhere in the Course that you're talking about is level 5. You're talking about oneness, you're talking about knowledge, you're talking about reality. This is home at this top level.
That's what we long for.
That's where we're going. Then we go into level 4. And this is described in the Course as the real world, the Christ universe. This is where we are all going to meet back in oneness. When we all come back up the ladder, as Ken Wapnick talked about, we're all going to meet here. And this is where we look back on a forgiven world, a detached world. So this is the Christ universe. This was basically where Jesus opened this portal 2,000 years ago when he came here into the world as a man and went through his life. Jesus actually went through all of these levels to here, and this is where he accepted the atonement, and this is where it was undone for everybody. and time being an illusion, we're all following him now through time. So when you read about the real world, you read about Christ, this is the level you're talking about. Then when you level 3 is the awakened state, conscious state. In the course, this was very easy to find the characteristics of this level,
Yeah.
because it's in the manual, the characteristics of the advanced teacher of God.
Yeah.
So when I was building Genesis, this is what I was doing with the metaphysics. I was taking out the metaphysics, where does this go, where does this go, where does this go? And all of a sudden now Genesis started to fill up with the metaphysics, with the facts. And the most interesting thing I found was this, Patrick. Okay? You cannot teach this level, or this level.
Can be taught.
No. No. So automatically, that's half the book you just leave aside. It can't be learned. But the funny thing is, if you look at people who are teaching this, they're all teaching levels 3, 4, and 5 because
that's what we long for.
no, because the ego's teaching what cannot be learned.
Ah. That's ego teaching.
Yes. There's two types of people in the world. There's teachers and there's preachers. Okay? The teachers are teaching here. The preachers are preaching here.
Yeah.
A preacher is someone, you could go back to the Wild West, like the worst preachers. They were teaching the Word of God. They weren't teaching God, they
Yeah,
were preaching
preaching,
God.
yeah.
They were just telling people about the good news, about God,
Yeah.
about Christ,
Yeah.
or whatever, right? So they were preachers. A teacher is someone who's teaching you what you can learn. And you cannot learn these 3 levels because they're all effects. If you look at the characteristics of the advanced teacher of God, trust, honesty, tolerance, gentleness, these are all effects.
Yeah. They can be taught.
They cannot be taught.
No, I can teach you how to be gentle.
Not at all.
It has to come from inside.
Yes. So what I had to do was, when I was building Genesis over the last 8 years, I had to basically find everything in the course to fit it into all these levels. So this was the most easy level of all. Okay, and here. But here and here, this is where my real work began. So what happened was, like Eckhart Tolle, I had left here and I went to this level. Unlike Eckhart Tolle, he stayed there and I went all the way back down again. Because when Eckhart was asked about the ego and the ego thought system, he says you don't need to know the thinking of a madman. Which left it very easy for him that he wasn't going to go back into hell, which I did. So when I went back down in here again, guess what happened? Me personally.
You had a breakdown.
No, I lost the off-button. Because I was back now in the thinking mind again.
Ah, yeah.
And as I was going down into this, I actually was told that what was going to happen, and I accepted it. Which meant that I was back again, and the only way that I was going to find out of here again was I had to learn all of this, and I had to learn all of this, and I have to do what everybody else is doing, which meant I had to walk up to here, here, and back to here again. And that's exactly what I did in 8 years.
Yeah.
And that's what I do now with my students. I have students and I teach them to come up through here, take them through the workbook here, and most of my students now are on this level and on this level, and they're doing the metaphysics of the workbook also.
How much time does it take? 8 years for everybody? Is that a
No,
recipe?
no, because in the 8 years I had to, put all of this together, go through all the facts. There's a rule book with this also. Okay, there's a rule book with the course. No one knows the rules, but the new book that I'm writing now, Genesis, it's all going to be in it. The rule book's in it. The path, the way that you go through this journey is also going to be in it. It's a step program. So my first book I wrote was Wake Up, Life is a Dream. And I would tell people to start there. Read that book if you have any resistance to it or if you have any concepts, because it's opening your mind to come into the Genesis book. The Genesis book is what we're currently writing. That book will be finished this year. So let's say someone starting off, coming into this afresh and new, that had no understanding of anything. And there'll be a lot of people of the world coming in. So what I would say to them is start off with Wake Up. Spend a year doing Wake Up. That'll prepare you for coming into the Genesis book we're currently writing. When you come into the Genesis book, you spend a year doing Genesis. Then, when you have that finished, I've also written a book called The Metaphysics of the Workbook. I've taken the workbook, all the lessons, and I have completely destroyed them. Annihilated them. Do you know why?
Well, I don't know.
There's a parable of Jesus, okay, where he invites everybody, he sends out all the messengers, invites them to a great feast. And the people come in. Okay, and there's two ways this parable is said, but I'll tell you both ways. So what the course is, Jesus is inviting everybody to a great feast. And the feast is taking place here in the workbook on level 2, because that's where the miracle is, that's where the truth is, that's where the correction is. So everybody starts the workbook lessons and they start dining on this great feast. They look at the lessons, they love the words, they love what Jesus is telling them. They're getting drunk on the beautiful writing. They're getting drunk on the beautiful words. They're getting so much specialness. You are the Christ. You're at one with God. You are as God created you. And they're getting drunker and they're getting drunker and they're getting drunker. And then by the time the workbook's finished, guess what happens? They all leave the party.
That's it.
That's it. So that's what's been happening for the last 50 years. People have been up there with their false image. It's a false image that has been doing the workbook, and it just makes them feel so special. They get drunk in all this beautiful revelations of who they are and what they are. But that's not what the workbook's about. You see, in every lesson, there's a central idea. You asked anybody, name the central ideas in the workbook. People might name 2, 3 lessons. I mean, there's 365.
Yeah. One
See,
for each day.
You see, people will intellectualize the workbook, which means they fall into the trap of absorbing all of this beauty of the writing, the words, who they are and all of that. Or you can do it metaphysically. You can do it through the metaphysics.
It gives you a good feeling when you read.
Of course, but who's getting the feeling?
Yeah.
That's not what the workbook's meant
No.
to. The workbook's not meant to give you a good feeling.
No.
It's basically, because here's why. Here's the 2 thought systems, level 1, level 2. These 2 thought systems are completely mutually exclusive. They're not even resembling the idea. For example, here, the first of the 10 corrections is responsibility, without blame. On this level, in the ego thought system, no one wants to take responsibility. You know why? Because it means that if something goes wrong, who's to blame? The ego's idea of responsibility is with blame. So let's say something happens, you know, and I say, Patrick, you're responsible for this. What does that mean to you?
It makes me feel guilty.
Exactly. But if I say to you coming from here now, Patrick, you're responsible for this. Can you take responsibility without blame?
Yeah, it feels better.
Of course it feels better, but even to go deeper into that, it's all about what does that mean? And responsibility on this level is not with blame, it's with correction.
The ability to respond.
Yeah. I'm going to reveal something to you that's going to upset a lot of people.
Oh.
Would you like that?
Yeah, please. Yeah. We're still rolling.
And it's free will.
Ah, that's a nice
Have you got free will?
Oh, sometimes I think I have, sometimes I think I don't. From non-duality, that people tell me stuff just happens. There's no you that makes things happen.
Yeah. So I'll ask you again. Have you got free will? Yes or no?
I'd like to say no.
You don't. Well, that's you being honest.
That's
you being honest.
yeah.
Because let me explain what free will is. Is free will between the ego and God? Is that free will?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No. Is free will between the ego and Christ?
I'm guessing the answer is no again.
No. Is the free will between the ego being unconscious and level 3 being conscious? Is that free will?
No.
Why?
Well,
Let me show you.
yeah.
Here is the world, and here where we are.
Yeah.
Alright? Here is where God is. So people think, okay, I have free will, I can choose the ego or God. No, you can't.
Fear or love?
No. Because look at the distance between God and
Yeah,
you.
it's quite
There's
a
no
distance.
free will.
No.
Is there free will between Christ here? No. Look at the distance. Look what Jesus says about the Revelation. He says, I draw down what my brother can't draw down because the distance is too great in revelation. When I experienced revelation, I wasn't here. I was here. That's why I experienced revelation at that second after I woke up.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been very difficult for me to experience revelation here because the distance is too great.
Yeah.
So there's no free will between level 1 and level 5. There's no free will here because the distance is still too great. Here is what everybody's been trying to do in spirituality for 2,500 years. Everybody's been trying to wake up. So what everybody's trying to do, they're trying to jump from level 1 to level 3.
Yeah, without doing...
And it can't be done.
No.
So if you can't even go to level 3, right, how are you going to go to level 4 and level 5? There's no free will. Free will only comes into play when you learn the 10 corrections. Because now you practically can choose this. You practically can make this choice. You can't make this choice. You can't make the choice to wake up like that.
No.
That's not free will then. But you can choose to learn to take responsibility in your life. Because every time that you fail to take responsibility, you're going to feel pain. That's what it all comes down to. The world is not taking responsibility because people are being conditioned. Oh, something goes wrong, don't take responsibility you for it because you'll get the blame. So everybody's conditioned that way of thinking. And that's why everybody's in pain. So in the first of the 10 corrections that I teach people, you're responsible for what you think. In chapter 2 of the course, Jesus says you might feel responsible for what you do and not for what you think. But what you do comes from what you think. So right at the beginning of the book, Jesus is telling us about responsibility. He also tells us fear is our responsibility because it's always of your willingness to be separate. So here in this level, there's no free will either because like Eckhart Tolle says in The Power of Now, when you're unconscious, you don't have a choice. Why? Because every choice you choose, you're choosing the ego.
Yeah.
This is the mind of right and wrong, good and bad. Here we have all the good people, here we have all the bad people. It's this split mind that's the war, that's in conflict, and we're attached to it. And that means that we're in the middle of this war as long as we remain attached to this thought system. So there's only one error, and there's only one correction. And what I teach people now, my students, is basically I teach them all the thoughts and ideas of level 2. This is called the self-mastery. Because 2 things have to change. Let's say someone's listening to this video and they say, right, I don't want to spend the next 5, 10, 20 years doing this. I want to do this now. Can I do this now? Yes, you can do this now. And it comes down to that simple practicality of it. It means that you become a master of the self, of your thinking. You learn another thought system because there's 2 thought systems. So the 2 things that has to change if you want your life to change immediately, decision making and problem solving. Now, free will only comes into play after you have learned all of the level 2, which is all right-minded thinking and thoughts and what they mean. Another word for this in the course is true perception. True perception is looking at the world truly.
Seeing how things really are.
Yeah, for example, you might look out into the world and you can turn on the news and you'll see 5 people being murdered. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, of course.
All right, is it true?
It looks true.
Right, well let's look at what the Course is saying on this. Let's again pull in the facts. In the Course it says there's no death. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, the Course says that no one dies without their own consent. Remember that line?
Yeah.
If no one dies without their own consent, how is it possible to murder anybody in this world? Because in the script that I told you, there's no accidents, there's no victims, no one dies without their own consent. Everything that we think is murder has already been scripted, written and chosen. The person who pulls the trigger cannot pull that trigger without the consent of the person receiving at the other end. You see, in this world, Patrick, everybody believes that we come here, we're born into a body and everybody should live to be 100. Not the case. People write short scripts, they might be here for 20 years, 30 years, 10 years, children come here to give parents lessons and everything else, and they're out of here. You have the 27 Club also in rock and roll.
Yeah.
I know you're a DJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but do you know God's in charge of all music? And
Sounds plausible.
yes, and 90% of all musicians are the angels of God in this world. That's why they do drugs, rock and roll, drink and sex and all of this, is to keep their vibration low. Because if they didn't suppress their true identity, they wouldn't be able to do what they're here to do. So what they do is they write a script, to come in here, write some beautiful songs, and then they leave.
Yeah.
And the choice basically could be overdose, could be drink, could be a plane crash, could be a train crash, it could be anything.
Yeah.
And people think this is terrible. But if we changed our perception around the idea of death, we would be
Applauding.
because you don't leave until your script's finished,
Mm.
accomplished. There's 3 things we do before we're born into the body. First thing is we write a script. We have a purpose for coming here. You're just not coming here for the sake of coming here. You're here for a purpose. A lot of people still have to reveal what that purpose is within themselves. But when you do, then your life will feel worthwhile. Now you know why you're here. The second thing is that we build a personality. There's 7 layers to a personality that we choose before we're born. You know, it could be introvert, could be extrovert, could be agreeable, could be disagreeable. Also, there's 3 energies that we can come in. We can come in on an extreme energy, a moderate energy, or we can come in a very subtle energy. You know, and that means that's the type of life that we're going to experience. We can come in on the negative. We can also come in the positive. We can actually come in on a balanced also. So these are all things that we choose before we're born. And the third thing is we choose is our exit strategy.
How to leave.
Yes, we choose the day we're going to leave, the day we're going to leave, the time we're going to leave, and how we're going to leave. Because we leaving lessons for those who are left behind. Now, here's the choice you have in life. You can either walk to that appointment or you can crawl to it, depending on how excessive you live your life.
Mm-hmm.
So these are all facts.
But how do you know them for sure?
Because the Course tells us they're facts. No one dies without their own consent. What does that mean? Think about it. Not intellectually. Go deep into that. What does this mean? There's no victims.
Yeah.
We had a tsunami, I think it was back in 2004, 50,000 people. I don't know what the exact number was. And these were all victims. Are they victims? No. That was all predestined. Everybody who left on that boat, everybody who left on that event, well, chose that experience. This is a fact.
Yeah.
If you're going to take A Course in Miracles, then you must take all of the Course and all of the facts. You can't just take a fact here to suit you and go, no, I don't believe that. And then quote from another part of the Course as if you do believe it. You either take the whole lot as a package or you take none as a package.
But there could be critics who say, well, who tells me that everything what is in the Course is true?
No one. You have basically what
you need to feel it. You need to
Mm-hmm.
recognize it as being true.
Mhm.
There's no one who can tell me, no authority which can tell me that this is.
But you do.
I'm the authority.
Yes, but here's why. Okay, when people come to me, I learn them the self-mastery first, because that's going to be at
very
this
valuable.
level where they make decisions based on the 10 corrections, and now they solve problems on the 10 corrections, okay? Remember I told you that there was 3 decision makers here. What you want to do here is take the decision making away from the ego, from the false image. That's why I teach people up here first. And of course when people come, of course they're going to be skeptical. You know, of course, until they get to the self-discovery section. Okay? This is this section. And now they start to learn about the self. You're discovering about the false self, who you are. So in this section, I reveal all the ego's tools that people use. I reveal all the masks that people use. I reveal all the circumstances. And the moment that people read this, they know this very well, but they have never admitted it. They've never been honest with it. And bingo, bingo, bingo. I'm using all the tools. Bingo, bingo. I've been wearing all these masks.
Yeah.
So now awareness starts to come into the person. And it's through the self-discovery, the self-knowing, like in the Matrix, Jesus, Neil, talked about know thyself.
Yeah.
And that's what self-discovery is. It's know thyself. And that's what Jesus talked about, know thyself. So in my book, Wake Up, I was talking, about the I am. Don't be concerned about the I am. Get the I am not first. Because when you deal with who you're not, what you're left with is who you are.
Yeah.
So everybody's so concerned with the I am because they don't want to let go of the I am not. It's like this. The fundamental error that spirituality has been making for 2,500 years is this. Everybody's trying to let go of the ego without letting go of the false image. You can't. It's impossible. The false image is the link to the ego. It's kind of like you're my best friend. Okay, you're my false image, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
All right? But then you've got another friend that's not very nice, not very good, that's a bad friend. And I'm basically, right, I want to stay friends with you, but I don't want to stay, so I'm trying to get rid of this all the time. But the link
Between
to me
you.
is the false
Yeah,
image.
yeah.
So instead of people now, what I do with my students is instead of trying to deal with the ego thought system, let's look at the source of the ego thought system, which is the false image. And we start making this false image for ourselves when we're about three age. We look in the mirror and we see this image looking back at ourselves and we think,
That's me.
that's me. And now we either love it or we hate it. Either way, we take on this as this is me. And then the thinker comes in, and the thinker, being the false image, now confirms that this is me.
Yeah.
And then everybody else in the world, your family will confirm that this is you. You'll get a passport that confirms this is you. You'll get, all of these certificates and identities to confirm that this
Social
is you.
media.
Everything. Do you know? So, in the Course, Jesus says, by the time we have reached puberty, we have this image perfected. If you want to really look at what I teach down here, there's a section in the Course in chapter 31 called Self-Concept versus Self. And in that little section, you have the victim, the victimizer, the persona, the shadow, you have the false image of the good person, you have all the masks, and read it. It's so illuminating, it just brings this whole level down in here into alignment. People have read it. Other teachers have contacted me and they've been saying, this is not in the Course, that's not in the Course, this is not in the Course, and that. Just read that little section and you have nearly all level 1 in that little section itself. Like, it's beautifully written.
So are you like a rebel in the world of A Course in Miracles? Considered someone who's poking things up, or how is this received in the?
Well, I mean, you have to look at this honestly, okay? When I woke up here and I came back to here, I had 2 gifts. I had vision, which means I can see the truth in any situation, any philosophy, any book. It's just that I have this ability to see the truth within it. And I also could hear. I hear the boss. And I have been working very close with the boss for 8 years.
The boss meaning? Yeah.
Yeah, I work directly because with Revelation, that was the communication that we had. So I received many, many revelations, visions, and I had to do a lot of work. For example, when I started off, the boss abandoned me kind of for 4 years because I had to learn A Course in Miracles, I had to learn the metaphysics, I had to learn it intellectually first. So the boss guided me to Ken Wapnick, and for 4 years, 7 days a week, about 18 hours a day. I didn't sleep much since I woke up. I've been learning that book. I read it 12 times. I took all the metaphysics out. And then at the end of 2012, the boss says to me to put down the book. Okay, and listen only to his voice inside. And also told me to start doing the videos. All the videos that I have on YouTube have been all done without me looking at the book. I'm not allowed to look at the book. So I had to basically just really trust what was in here. And that's what I've been doing since 2012 with all the videos, all the work. It's been all done now through coming directly in here rather than me going to the book to intellectualize this or look at this or look at this. But I've been looking at the book for the last couple of weeks there, and it's beautiful going back after such a long time of not reading it. And I can see the purpose of all of that was for basically not to intellectualize it. So I had to make that shift. For the 4 years I was with Ken, Ken was intellectualizing it, and basically Ken he didn't know himself how much he was teaching the metaphysics of the book. Because when everybody else was listening to the stories of Ken, I was listening to the metaphysics that Ken was teaching. And it was brilliant at it. Like, I couldn't have did this work without Ken Wapnick. So you know.
Is he still around?
No, Ken passed away in 2013.
Hmm.
Funny thing is, when I started just doing the videos and all of this,
His work was done.
his work was done, his script was complete, and he was out of there. I was in Germany at the time writing Wake Up when it happened, and you know, I was a little bit sad, I have to say, like, because he was my mentor for 4 years. He was my guru, if you want. I hate using that word. And I was attached to him, and you know, but then I seen the truth of the situation, and I applauded the work that he did and thanked him for bringing, because you know, he translated that book into 23, I think, languages now all around the world. He, you know, he got the book into a foundation, a foothold, you know, in every language, and you know, it's important, the work that he did, and it was wonderful, the work he did.
So Michael, where is the word love in this poster? I'm looking for it because that's I think what I'm looking for almost everywhere and all the time.
Love is all over that poster.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Well, that's my question. I don't see the word love.
Well, let me tell you a little interesting fact first, and again, a lot of people mightn't appreciate this fact. And this applies to everybody who's seeking in the world, everybody who's seeking for love in the world. You have to understand who the seeker is who's seeking for love. The seeker is the false image. So let's look at the false image as an entity of its own.
Mm-hmm.
And this is basically 99% of the whole world's population, you could say, because there are a lot of people seeking for things in the world. The motivation that's behind everybody seeking is twofold. There's two things going on. You're seeking to get something, and you're seeking to get rid of something. Do you know what you're seeking to get? People call it love, but it's not love. You're seeking 4 things within this pretense that you call it love. You're seeking to have your demands met, your expectations met, your needs met, and your desires met. That's the pretense. Okay? Now what we're talking about here is the special relationship, okay? So, let's say you meet someone and you charm them. You tell them how wonderful, how beautiful they are. And you want to be with them. Okay? And you convince this person of this. And this is all bullshit, by the way. Okay? Because what you really want is you have a list of conditions and you want these met. Because to you, this is what love is.
Yeah.
Then, let's say you meet this person and you get into the relationship, and this person is supplying and giving you everything you need, everything you want. The Course tells us that specialness only becomes a problem when it's denied. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So when this person denies you your needs, your demands, your expectations, the real truth of the relationship comes out now. Because now you're going to get rid of what you wanted to get rid of in the first place.
And that is?
All your shit onto this other person. Your guilt, your fear, your anger.
Yeah.
All of these.
All his fault, her
So
fault.
let's cut, this is the metaphysics. So let's cut this metaphysics down into rawness. This means that when you go seeking for love, you're really going seeking for a slave.
To meet your needs.
Yes. And if you don't get this person, okay, if this person doesn't give you, supply your needs, just the way you like them, then you're going to project all your hate onto them. And that's what the special relationship is.
Doesn't sound very loving.
There's no loving. Now let's look to the facts. Jesus says there's no love in this world without ambivalence.
And meaning the last word?
Ambivalence, which means there's no love in this world without hate. Now he doesn't say some love, he says no love. So you can see now why there's no love here, but there is. What does he say the only love in this world is? He also quotes in that it's a reflection of the love of heaven. Forgiveness. Responsibility. That's what forgiveness is. It's responsibility. So what I teach is complete responsibility. And that means that in my relationship, I'm responsible for my own happiness. It's not up to someone else to make me happy. I'm responsible for the love that I feel, because the love that I feel is between me and God. It's not between me and another person. See, the biggest error that I see too, and is fundamental when it comes to the special and holy relationship, was this: people think the special relationship's between people.
It's between you and God.
No, the special relationship's between you and God. The holy relationship's between, or the special relationship between you and the ego. The holy relationship is between you and God.
Mm.
So that means when you choose the ego, all your relationships are special. When you choose God, all your relationships are holy. So when people learn the 10 corrections, that's you building the relationship between you and God. And that means when you adhere to these 10 corrections, okay, it'll take about 2 years for you to master all of them. And think of the 10 corrections as 10 pillars. So as you master each one, you're going to set it up. You set it up. I have learned this, I've learned this, I've learned this, I've learned this. So you have all the 10 corrections standing up straight. Very soon after that, alchemy happens.
Alchemy.
Alchemy happens. Those 10 thoughts and ideas all merge into one new mindset. And when that happens, you have now completely detached from level 1 and you're here. You've accepted the atonement. The moment you accept the atonement, you wake up on level 3.
Instantly.
The only way people can get to level 3 is by going through level 2.
Yeah.
That's why no one, I'm probably one of the last people who are going to have the dark night of the soul script. From now on, everybody's going to be going through level 2. There's going to be no more scripts where people will wake up in level 3. Because, quite fundamentally, you know why? Because people who wake up on level 3 are no good to this world.
Because?
Because, like Eckhart, you'll be just sitting in bliss. You know, you won't feel the need to do anything. There's no lack. There's no, there's no more. Everything's perfect at this level.
But how come when I listen to Eckhart, it still brings me this peaceful?
Yeah, because Eckhart's the symbol of the level.
He represents
level 3.
Yeah.
That's there. And
Yeah.
that's why it's so important that Eckhart does what he does, because he's showing us this mindset's there.
Yeah, it exists.
Yes. And then Byron, she's teaching discernment, which is one of the 10 corrections on level 2, which she's lifting people up through that teaching. You can see in her teaching, she's kind of lifting that person up rather than thinking of this as good and bad, right and wrong. She looks at this, at what's true and what's false in this story.
Yeah.
She reinterprets the story. She helps them to reinterpret the story. But going back to your original question, if everybody wakes up here, all right, everybody's going to be in the bliss. Bliss is like a drug. You don't want to leave it.
No.
And there's times all I want to do is just go and meditate and go into the bliss. And I don't want to leave it at times. So by people going up through here, for example, who are level 2 people in the world? Do you know any?
Level 2 people. Yeah, but you just talked about. You mean people who are
Einstein.
Einstein?
You look at Einstein's personal notes. Talked about the miracle. He says everything's a miracle or nothing's a miracle. He was level 2.
Yeah.
Gandhi. Pure peace. Taught peace. Demonstrated peace. Level 2. Nelson Mandela. Level 2.
Yeah. Dalai Lama.
Do you know? They're all around us.
Yeah.
All these people that are up there, and now these are people that don't have the 10 corrections, that don't have a Course in Miracles, that just have this presence of coming from this mindset.
Yeah.
You know, and Byron Katie is a world superstar and she's only using one of the 10 corrections. What is someone going to be like who comes onto the world stage and starts teaching the 10 corrections? You see, what I'm doing here with this, Patrick, is this is structure. There's so much more on this. I'm only building the structure. I'm going to be leaving this work at the end of this year and I'm moving on to a new project. I have another book that I'm going to be looking at and taking the metaphysics and the truth out of.
Which? The Bible.
The Bible.
Of
That's going
course.
to be the Bible.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm really here, you know, is the Bible.
This is just the first step.
Well, it's kind of like the Bible is, you know, there's a part in the Bible called the Book of Revelations, and I'm here to reveal the Book of Revelations. And there's many other stories in the Bible also that's in this. So we're coming near the end of times. It's right on our doorstep. We've been coming here reincarnating for 40,000 years, and we're moving to a new earth as Eckhart Tolle takes us. We're all going to be moving to this level here. Or the old physical world is all coming to an end.
Sounds reassuring and scary at the same time.
It is. But when you look at this, what does this mean in the spiritual universe? It means we're going to be there with the illusion of a body. Jesus talks about this in the Course. It also means there's no death. There's no more reincarnation. What death means is being born into the body. Did you know that? It's the death of your memory. The very fact of the death itself, the experience, is seamless. You won't even know you're dead. And that's why the wake and the funeral are all there. It's basically for you to come to terms. Okay, you're going to be leaving. It's time to say goodbye and all of this. And, you know, you just won't know because there is no death. You know, your body will be lying there and you'll just step out of it. Maybe it could be in a wheelchair. Maybe you could be paralyzed or whatever. But you'll still step out and walk out of your body. Yeah. And that's your spiritual self now using, because we only use the physical body as a vehicle. That's all it is. Our true identity, who we really are, is hidden by the body. It's inside the body. And that's our spiritual self.
Yeah. Let me take one look. Yeah, we're talking for 1 hour. Some final questions.
Yeah.
I come from the Advaita world, how it's called, Advaita Vedanta, and there are some sayings there like, this world is an illusion. Mm-hmm. This world is a dream. Mm-hmm. Your first book. But when am I then dreaming all of this? How does this work?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because it's been bandied about that this world's not real and this world is an illusion. There's a line in the Course, and Jesus says that God did not create the world you see. And everybody looks out and they look at the world. God didn't create this world, because they're taking it as a literal meaning. Mm-hmm. If you look at that same line in metaphysics, it means God did not create the world that you perceive. Now, the world you perceive is right and wrong, good and bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, there's another world you can perceive with this thought system. There's two thought systems. Thought system here of separation. This is the thought system of oneness. This thought system is a reflection of the oneness of heaven. So when you're in this thought system and you're connected to this thought system, the presence of God is all around you. I've walked this world for the last 8 years in the presence of God, never separated from God. You look at Eckhart Tolle. When Eckhart woke up, he sat on a park bench for 2 years in Paris. Somebody said to him, "What do you do for food?" He says, "People just came and gave me food." People just didn't come and give him food. Who gave him the food?
God.
Of course, because God is in every single person. The presence of God. You look at the workbook. God is in that table. God is in that chair. God is in, you know.
You see God everywhere.
Yes, I hear God everywhere. And it's beautiful, Patrick. Now you look at all the great gurus. You look at Mooji. Are they talking about the presence is not here? Are they talking about separation? They're saying to you, what separation? Mm. You see, the way it works is sin, guilt, and fear. We're supposed to be separate in the present. Yeah. We're guilty in the past, and we're fearful of the future.
Yeah.
Right? You can basically smash that to pieces right now. You know why? Because there is no sin in the present. When you go into the present moment, what happens?
Yeah.
You connect with Source.
Yeah.
So you can see how that is the one illusion that made all other illusions. You see, that illusion made time. Future, fear, past, guilt. So this is our past, this is the shadow, this is where all our guilt is. This is where our future is. This is where we plan for the future. That's why we're so fearful. Okay? So here is where we very rarely venture into. And what I say to people, if you could just come into the present moment, you'll understand there's no separation, never has been a separation.
And then the work can begin.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Wonderful. Thank you, Patrick. It's been a pleasure.
Sitting here with my dear friends Tom G and Ilse. We are both, the three of us, from Holland, so
we don't talk fluid English, but I think it's understandable. We met each other a couple of months ago at your place in Goorle. Daoji. Can you first explain to our English viewers what that stands for?
Daoji. Dao is the way, and Ji is the intention, the right intention, right, pure intention. Just going the way with the right intention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how do I know what the right intention is?
That's a good question, Patrick.
It's always in your heart. Not what you want, not your desires. It's in your heart.
The heart knows.
The heart knows.
Yeah.
Listen to your heart.
That's
What
different
your heart
from
has to say.
Yeah.
knowing is very different from understanding.
Knowing and understanding is a difference.
Yeah. There's a big difference between. If you know that something is like this or that.
Mm-hmm.
It's the knowing, the pure knowing. Understanding is knowing with the mind.
And do I have to first understand something and then get to know it?
Or that's not necessary.
No?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You know that that cup of tea is hot.
Mm-hmm.
That's a knowing. Yeah, someone can say it to you 1,000 times.
Mm-hmm.
That the tea is hot. But when you touch it, you know it.
Yeah. So it's the same when I say I love you and someone says, but why? And you say, well, I don't understand. It is just that way that I love you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah. And do we live in like a society where the knowing has been put aside and we have to understand everything? Or is it not a global problem?
I think it is. And it's all in the thinking mind
Mm-hmm.
that it is.
That what is?
That we are living in an understandable way of life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone wants to understand. Why is this? Why is
Mhm.
that? Yeah. Nothing, it doesn't matter.
Always looking for explanations for everything.
Yeah. Because we think we think we are in control of things when we understand them. If I know who I am, or if I understand how I am, then I can construct my life in a certain way.
You think.
Yeah, that's what I've been taught in school.
Okay, who?
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 Not what.
Who has been taught?
Yeah. Well, the character I think I am.
Who's thinking?
Yeah.
Who is thinking? The I.
Mm-hmm.
I think. I think.
Mm-hmm.
And the I has no definition. It's not the I is not a thing.
Yeah.
Like the eye of a needle.
Mm-hmm.
The eye of a needle is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's no thing. Nothing.
Yeah.
But it's something. But no thing.
Yeah.
Yeah? Something, but no thing.
Yeah. And it's not something we can grasp. That's what I am. I cannot define it, put it in a box with a label on it.
That's right.
Yeah. Still, some people tell me I'm consciousness. Then I know, that's what I am. Now I know what I am. I am consciousness. Yeah.
What I?
What I knows, or that it is consciousness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we go into the depth. I love it.
Right away.
Yeah, right away.
Boomba.
Yeah, maybe some more information for people who are trying to get you to know you guys. The name Dao Ji, where did it come about? Did you read it in a book? Did you memorize it? Went to a place?
It came true from the source. We just knew the name. It came in. Phew.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be.
And later on we started to translate it, to look through the meaning, how it would be right.
Yeah.
And so the name Dao Ji was created.
Out of nothing.
Out of nothing,
Yeah.
it just came.
Yeah.
With the right intention, Ji.
Yeah.
And Yi is knowing with the right intention. And Dao is the way. And we write it with a T, a and a U.
So not like the Dao De Ching with an O.
That's right.
T-I-O. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is there a difference?
There's a slight difference. The Dao with the T, that's going to the source. And it's coming from the source. And you, somewhere in history, it began all in one. And there it divided in Christianity, in Taoism, Buddhism, you call it. Yeah? And Tao with the T is from the one source.
Yeah. So it has nothing to do with religion.
No.
It's proceeding religion. It's where all religions sprouted from.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's a source of water.
Yeah. And how come that all those religions seem to point at the same thing, but still start fighting all the time, saying you are wrong, we are right? What's that about? Do you have an explanation for that?
They're not listening. They're not listening to each other. They're only shouting, this way, that way,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
way,
yeah.
no, this way.
The ego.
No one is listening.
Yeah.
That's the only one who listens. No one. No one listens.
Yeah.
And no one is someone.
Yeah. But still one.
But who knows one? No one knows.
Yeah.
They've forgotten that we're all one.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is connected.
Yeah.
Who am I?
That's the question.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Who
And,
am I? What am I?
and do I get an answer when I ask myself that question? Is it in words or is it...
If you can listen,
yeah.
Listen to the inner voice, and you get the answers.
Yeah.
what do you hear?
Right now?
Yeah.
It seems like a woman and a man and a woman talking about something that is quite abstract. But that's when I listen to my mind, when it fills in like a subtitle for this, what is going on. But that hearing you talking about is something inside, not with words.
Yeah, if you you get to the question, who am I? Ask yourself that question.
Mhm.
Who am I? What am I?
Yeah.
And what do you hear?
Silence. Yeah.
And where is it?
Everywhere.
Everywhere connected.
Yeah.
It's yourself you're hearing. It's yourself you're listening to.
So the self is talking to itself right now.
Yeah, you can say it like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
And why would the self talk to itself? Is there a why to all of this?
Why do the self talk to itself?
Yeah, why would the self not be quiet? If everything is the self, everything comes out of the self, is this just like a play that the self was...
Who talks?
Well, the self. You
The
just
self is.
Yeah.
The self just is.
Mm-hmm.
Silence.
Yeah. So for the self, there's no difference if you are talking, if I am talking, if she is talking, if there's wars going on, or...
That doesn't matter.
The self does not have preferences.
That doesn't matter.
No. So is this then just a dream? Is the self dreaming this world?
Yeah. It's a kind of sleep. A sleepy self.
Yeah.
It's still the self.
Yeah.
But the sleeper doesn't know.
Yeah.
Perhaps he understands, but he doesn't know.
No. And do you know?
It's just wake up
Yeah.
from the dream.
Yeah.
Just wake up. When you wake up, you're awake.
And still in the dream.
If you think.
I start thinking. Yeah. 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 We talked in Dutch once before. Can you tell our English viewers something about, if you are interested in doing that, how this came about for you guys? Let's first start with the woman, with Ilse. You had a sort of awakening experience in a hospital, I can remember, or prior to going to a hospital.
That's true. Before we were just good friends, we've had different relationships. In a weekend I was lying in my bed and I heard my daughter, she was calling to my ex-boyfriend. She said, "Oh, you have to come home because there's something very bad with mom." I walked up to the stairs where her room was and I spoke in a weird language which she didn't recognize, and I didn't know that. While she was calling, I wanted to tell her that I was very happy, that everything was okay, but I was in a paralyzed state, so I wasn't able to react, to talk. The next moment, what I can remember, that I was in a hospital and they thought it was very critical. There were some bleedings in my head, so they put me through the CT scan, some blood test, and they couldn't find anything. They've tried everything.
Mm-hmm.
They find nothing.
They find nothing.
Nothing they
But
find.
what happened after that experience? I saw better. I heard better.
Yeah. All the senses were open.
More than before. I woke
Yeah.
up. I was awake. And I was really happy from that moment.
Yeah.
And people are asking us, and we're trying to spread that just
Yeah.
by own experience.
Yeah.
And at the same moment, that's what
They
I had
didn't
to tell.
find nothing. I was thinking back, they didn't find nothing.
Can you explain
Because they were not looking for nothing. They were looking for something.
They were looking for something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that? True. I couldn't find an explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at the same moment, you had this awakening. Something with Tom was also going on.
Yeah, Tom was in China for adoption, for a child, for a baby boy,
The young son.
for the young son. And afterwards, we had contact because Tom is a Chinese doctor, so I asked him for advice about herbs and everything. And then he told me, he gave the advice for the herbs, so for me to get. But what I want to tell, maybe it's better that you can explain it.
You talk
I'm going
English very
fine?
well. Yeah.
Okay. He was at a special place where the Chinese emperors were telling their praise, their wishes for the rest of the year. And he was there afterwards at the same moment when I was in the hospital, and he made some wishes or intentions, and until today I don't know what he has said there.
He won't
I
tell
really,
you.
no, until now, no.
Oh. Can we trick you into telling it, Tom? What your wishes were in China?
Oh, it were not my wishes,
Oh.
It came in?
because it's not my wish.
What did you do there?
That's important. No, it is. It's thy will.
Thy will be done.
Thy will. Yeah, not mine.
Mm-hmm.
We've had a contact before, just a normal friendship.
Yeah.
And after that, we both had relationships. We were not that stable. And within 6 months, I've made a step to quit with my relationship, and so did he. And later on, we came together like magic, like magnets,
Yeah.
or attracted.
It had to
was
be.
Really, it had to be.
Yeah.
It was really amazing,
Yeah.
unbelievable.
And why did you go to? You went to China for the adoption, but that was not the only reason, I guess, because you're interested in China.
Yeah, that's true. But half a year earlier, there was some awakening. I can call it like that.
Mm-hmm.
An awakening through, how do you call it?
Can you
From the
explain
sky.
it?
Thunder,
Thunder,
lightning.
lightning.
Yeah.
I was struck by lightning.
Yeah.
Literally, or
Literally,
Yeah.
I was struck by lightning, and from that moment, every second of the life became magical. I lived every moment.
In the present, huh? You were
In the
aware
present.
of everything.
Yes.
And then the China trip was there, and the magical moment with Thy Will on the mountain, the offering place.
Yeah.
Yeah, and after the struck to the lightning, there was nothing. There was really nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing was left. Every possession I had, it wasn't there. There was nothing left.
And did it come back?
And nothing
Yeah.
But
was
he
left.
He has left it everything.
And whatever would come, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Nothing was there. Nothing was left.
He left his house, his possession, to his ex-partner, so there was nothing left. But he needed nothing.
Yeah.
He was happy.
You were fulfilled without
Anything.
anything. Yeah.
And
That feels good.
very,
Yeah, and free, I guess, because
very free.
this.
It feels like perhaps you took in your early years some swimming lesson,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, as a child, and then you must swim with clothes on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very heavy.
Yeah.
But then there's the moment you can take your clothes,
Yeah.
you can
Take your clothes off.
take your clothes off, and you swim
Ah.
very freely.
Yeah. You become the water.
You become the water.
Yeah. No obstruction.
That's the way it feels.
Yeah.
It feels very like that.
Yeah.
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 That's a good example.
Yeah.
In Dutch we would call it geen wrijving. Nothing that.
No resistance.
No resistance.
And that's all that it takes. No resistance.
To whatever comes your way.
Yeah.
That's a solution for everything,
That's
huh?
the solution.
Yeah.
No resistance. Or, like you call it,
To surrender.
overgave,
To
surrendering.
surrender.
Yeah.
Surrendering.
But no resistance, that's very practical.
Yeah.
Yeah, in whatever you do.
In whatever situation you come.
Yeah.
Still we come to go with the flow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Be with what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. We read it in all the books. But still, reading is not enough.
You have
Yeah.
to find the magical key. You can read
Till
all the books
Yeah.
in the world, but you have to connect with the key, with the source,
you
with
call
everything.
it the mothership.
Yeah, I call it the mothership.
Yeah.
Get connected with the mothership.
And with the mothership you mean
Not with aliens flying in the sky.
No. Just with the source. Get connected with everything.
Yeah.
With all what there is.
With the intelligence that is all around us, that moves the clouds, that does the water, everything.
Yes, the sun, the moon, the trees, the earth, the everything.
Yeah.
Everything which is connected.
Sounds very reassuring. It gives you a sense of, from now on I'm on vacation all the time. Everything is being taken care of.
That's right.
Yeah.
If you really feel, you can feel it. It is true.
Mm-hmm.
We've forgotten it because of all the rules and all the things we have to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But everything is already there. You have to connect with it,
Yeah.
that's all.
Yeah. And this is what you also tell people in a sort of, you call it satsang also, I guess, or how do you call your meetings?
MSH. I call it
yeah, that's
right?
true.
Yeah.
Massage?
Massage heart.
Yeah.
The massage heart is the me message from the heart into the heart.
Yeah. And
From heart to heart.
yeah.
It's all about the me or the I.
Mm-hmm. And with the me, you don't mean that mind-made self that I think I am. That Patrick with his car and his clothes and his bank account and his family and his friends and his house. And that's not the me you're talking about.
No, you still have your clothes on.
Yeah, swimming goes not so easy. Yeah. So all those things we think we own, that gives us that sense of struggle, not going smooth. Yeah.
With resistance. Yeah, some people like to be in the resistance.
Why is that?
Because of a habitude often, they're used to it.
Yeah.
They're used to it.
Yeah.
They're raised like that. They are, hoe zeg je dat, dwarsliggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you have, how do you call it?
I'm looking for the word.
Yeah. Someone who obstructs life.
Yeah, exactly. Who
blocks
blocks things.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's useful. Yeah, in the railroad,
Yeah.
where the blocks are very useful to get in line.
Yeah.
You can explain the word like a river which is flowing. You throw stones in it doesn't flow. So that's what you want to say about the people with that word, huh?
Yeah.
But everybody wants the same. Everybody wants to discover their real self, their shining self, which is already there. But sometimes there are some destructions, like the sun is always shining, but sometimes there are clouds.
Yeah.
But the sun is always shining.
Yeah.
Like you, like everybody. The heart, the you is shining. But we've forgotten it sometimes.
Yeah.
And we're trying to remember people who want that, who've got the question, to refine that true self.
Yeah. And you guys also do some, maybe I call it, I say it wrong, but hand work, Reiki you call it?
We call it, it's Reiki, it's a traditional healing system, and we're giving courses and treatments.
And how does that work? Because I've seen it one time. You don't touch the body, you just...
You can touch it. Some people like it to touch the body, but other people do it on distance or really on distance. You can do it with people in China, Japan. When they gave commission, you can treat them.
Yeah.
The intention counts. A good intention and openness counts.
All is connected.
Everything is connected. Like small children, when they're hurt, they take their hand and put it on the knee which is hurt. That's how it works.
Yeah.
So you've got some chakras in the hands, and the energy is coming, and you give it to the body from the other person, and the self-healing system from the other body starts to work.
Oh.
So you're just like a channel.
Yeah.
Reiki means means universal, and Ki is energy.
Chi. The
Chi.
Chi,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
chi.
In Japan, they say Ki.
Ki. Yeah. Universal energy.
That's right.
Yeah. And what can you heal with that universal energy?
Mental illness, some psychological diseases, but I always tell people to go to the doctor first. With a serious problem,
Mm-hmm.
you go to the doctor, like the acupuncture, or the Chinese treatments which Tom give.
But every organism has self-healing capability. So what you do with the universal energy, it helps to unblock the blockages.
That's
Yeah.
exactly
Yeah.
what you're doing.
And
Yeah.
then the self-healing capability is
Of the
coming
organ.
in.
Yeah.
But if you stay in the resistance, then that self-healing capability,
So the
It will be
energy-
blocked.
Yeah.
it's your own resistance that keeps it blocked.
So
Yeah.
the energy can flow freely again.
Yeah.
That's what people experience also.
Yeah.
They feel some warmth or some tintlings.
I can imagine that a lot of illness comes from mental obstruction to life.
Mhm.
Is that always the case, or sometimes the case? That you have a lot of
Many times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very often, yes.
And from the Chinese point of view, Chinese philosophy, they have the three essences. It is Jing, Qi, and Shen. Jing, that is what's called DNA,
Mm-hmm.
something like that. You get it from your parents. Yeah, you can get illnesses from your parents.
Yeah.
Qi, that is what keeps you in life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Shen is your mind. There are the three factors that can be influenced and triggers a disease.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also triggers the healing when you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. I once heard a story of people in Africa who, when someone comes to their town who is diagnosed as schizophrenic or paranoid, they all start hugging him. They throw a party for him, give him hugs, give him all the love they can give, and that person heals.
Mm-hmm.
Is that maybe also a form of Reiki? Is it love in action what you guys bring to a patient or someone lying on the table?
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah.
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 It's
very
natural.
very loving.
Yeah.
From heart to heart,
Yeah.
with the right intention,
Yeah.
and truly connected. We take time for people, they can tell what there is.
Mhm.
So we start always with a cup of tea. We take time for them,
Yeah.
they heard, we hear them, we're listening to them.
Yeah.
What's the problem with love? Yeah, what's the problem with love?
Mm-hmm.
Love is always there. You are love. We are love.
Yeah.
But many times you see there's something between. And if there's anything between, the love cannot connect.
Yeah.
There's an obstruction, huh?
There's
That's
an
what you mean with
obstruction.
something in
Yeah.
between.
And that could be fear.
Could be
Yeah.
fear, not knowing, ignorance, and willing, verlangen,
Desire.
desire.
Yeah.
That's three.
Yeah. So fear.
Ignorance, desire.
Yeah.
That's what gets between.
Yeah.
But not only between you and me, also between yourself
Yeah.
and your I.
Yeah.
There is love, this flows.
Mhm.
Then the self-love is not reaching you where you are.
Yeah.
It's not flowing.
So when we start with fear, are we afraid of this love that we are then? Or is it the fear of losing love or not being loved?
Yeah, the fear is there because we are afraid, and it's an instinct reaction. An instinct reaction which is thousands and thousands years ago. It was necessary, that instinct reaction.
Existential fear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fight, flight.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. The world was not a safe place.
That's right.
People were always hunting each other.
And the Black Panthers, ooh.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And still we have that reaction from our brain.
Yeah.
Reptile brain.
Right, yeah. We think the world is a dangerous place.
Yeah.
So we have to be fearful.
Yeah, we think that we have.
That's what we think, yeah.
And there comes a surrender. Surrender and no resistance. Want fighting is a kind of resistance.
Yeah.
You're not surrendering and see what comes.
Yeah.
And
I'm just reminded of there's also a martial arts sport where that's also the main key, that you don't defend, you don't attack, you just be. I think
you just be.
Yeah. What's that sport called?
Is it also Wing Chun, which you practice? Is that got the
Yeah,
same
that's
rules?
the same.
Yeah.
And it's your own responsibility.
It's my responsibility
Yes.
to surrender.
Yeah, not mine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not responsible for your surrendering.
No.
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 Thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be a busy day.
It's your responsibility.
Yeah.
It's everybody's responsibility.
Yeah. There's only your own responsibility. You can't be responsible for anyone else.
No.
But you can reach out your hand and help.
And that's what it is. Responsibility. Ability to respond.
Yeah, being able to respond.
Every moment there is the ability to respond.
Yeah.
And not to react.
Yeah, that's a difference, a reaction and a response.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Response is natural.
Yeah, reaction is something from the ego, defense.
Yeah.
I have to go
From
into-
fear or
Yeah.
of desire
Yeah.
or ignorance.
And do you have to take time to respond? Or can that response be immediate?
Immediate.
Yeah?
No time.
Yeah. But there has to be some kind of trust to being able to respond and not react. You have to trust that the response will come, or that there is nothing to fight against or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just believe.
Just believe that.
That's just a quote from Tommy always says, just believe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in the most dangerous situation and you're entangled and with a knife on your throat and
Mhm.
there's nothing
You can do.
you can do. Just believe.
Keep the faith,
Yeah.
like Bon Jovi
Yeah.
saying. John. Yeah. And that belief is not something mental.
No.
Not like believing in a God that is helping me.
No. It's pure existence. Existence which you are.
Mm-hmm.
Be just what you are.
Yeah. Be
How
like-
can you not be?
Yeah,
You're always
Yeah, you're,
are.
yeah. Just
Yeah.
we think we are something else, or
Yeah.
that we're separate, that we're. And that, like the quote from Bruce Lee told me when we were drinking coffee.
Yeah, be like water, my friend.
That's what he means.
Yeah, be like water, my friend. It's flowing naturally.
Like water in a river,
Mm-hmm.
it flows naturally.
Yeah.
No resistance.
Yeah.
If you are,
Mm-hmm.
you are. and it flows naturally. The nature is growing naturally,
Yeah.
and if something is in the way, it grows
Around it. Yeah. So the thing we do is we come to an obstruction, let's say a nasty boss or a nasty neighbor or someone blocking the road. We think this is not right, this has to move before I can go through it.
Yeah, you make an onderscheid, a differentiation
Yeah,
between you and the other.
yeah.
If that are two different things.
Mm-hmm. It's not the way. It's not the case. It's the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you do not see what is.
That's the ignorance you're talking
Mhm.
about. We ignore the fact that other man, woman, thing, animal is also me. So
Yeah.
I don't have to. It would be stupid to fight myself.
If you know yourself, you know that the other is no other.
Yeah.
All is one.
And does it hurt you both when you put on the TV and see all the bloody wars going on in Syria, and you see yourself being hurt, or yourself hurting yourself in another way? How does that work for you guys?
Yeah, and then you can only do it better.
You can only change your own world.
Yeah. And not judge what is going
It's
on.
really,
Then you know better than the other. If you judge,
Mm-hmm.
you're the same.
Yeah.
you have to look in a wide view. Why are those people doing that? What's
Yeah.
the real reason? Huh?
Yeah. They're also trying to get united, but they use a very cruel way.
They're in the struggle, in the resistance from fear, desire, or ignorance.
Yeah.
And the solution is be like water.
Yeah. Yeah. And what
No,
kind of
embrace each other.
Mhm.
That's the solution.
What kind of world would we get when everybody was being like water?
Then everybody is playing.
Yeah. One
Like a
big
child.
kindergarten. Yeah.
Yeah.
One big party all over the world.
Yeah.
Everybody meeting each other, creating things. Yeah.
Wow, Patrick, that sounds great.
Yeah.
That sounds really great. Sounds really great.
No one wants nothing.
Yeah. Just sharing everything. Yeah.
Everybody is in the now,
Yeah.
just in love, shining. Wow.
No struggle. No trying to reach, competing. Yeah.
But
Want-
everybody can start a change in the now. You don't have to wait.
Mm-hmm.
Just be the change.
Yeah, there was a famous man who said that, be the change you want to see in the world.
Okay.
Gandhi.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So we don't have to like say, okay, we're now going to start an organization worldwide who has to convince everybody that they have to be like water, my friends.
Yeah.
Or could we? Or could we just
But
do
telling if no one wants to listen is not a cure.
What is the cure then?
Because everyone keeps on shouting
Mhm.
and no one listens. The cure is not telling, but experience. The cure is experience.
That let the other one experience
Yeah.
that he is like water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it spreads. When people are feeling and experience that, then it
Yeah.
spreads.
Yeah. Because they won't forget. That's a famous saying also in
No, you know.
yeah.
Then you knows.
And people see the twinkle in the eyes, and then they start wondering what there is. You've got a twinkle in your eyes, or they're looking or smiling,
Yeah.
and then they want to know more.
How come? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then people can easily say, well, I just fell in love with Tom and Ilse. Yeah.
But it's spreading, I'm
From
sure.
a desire
Yeah.
or real love.
Yeah. So not something from the mind that wants to capture
Right.
this.
Yeah, they are mine.
Yeah.
They want to keep them from
Oh,
for themselves.
yeah.
Yeah. But what's really from you? What's really yours? What is really yours?
Yeah, well, I would say everything then.
Because everything is connected.
Yeah. But not in
Yeah,
a,
you're owner of everything.
yeah. Not in a greedy way, but just in a, you want to take care of everything. Like just if you say that's my car, you wash it, and but when you say everything is mine, then you start treating everything as worthful. Yeah. How do you call it? Yeah. When people from, let's say, England or Germany or whatever want to come and visit you guys, do you also give talks like this in English? Or maybe is that the plan for the future?
Oh, that's possible. Yeah.
If someone wants to get you to Berlin to talk about this, you're open to that?
We're open for everything.
Yeah. Because you guys want to spread this loving message, I guess. It's not something you keep to yourself.
No, it's not something we want. It's thy will.
Mm-hmm. So if it happens, it happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you could say that this is also a form of thy will, because I don't know where the idea came from to talk to you guys in English. You don't know why you said yes or no.
Yeah, I know why I said yes. Because all the time we meet, it feels really good. There's a connection from heart to heart, good vibes, good energy.
Yeah.
That's why we said yes, without thinking, yes, surrender.
So it's no mental thing.
True.
Yeah. Sometimes you hear the comment of people who say when you talk about such a freeing message, how come you still have to ask money from people to come and visit you? I know the answer is pure practical. You have to rent the house or rent the space. Would it be for you a good way to just give it away for free all, or?
Sometimes we do it.
Yeah.
People are in some financial problems.
Yeah.
We give it for free.
Because you're giving it to yourself. You
Yeah,
don't have
truly.
anything in return.
Mm.
Is money then like the big virus?
Yeah, it's no guilt thing.
No.
It's forgiving.
Yeah, it's forgiving. Yeah. Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
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 But people always want to give something back. Always,
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
It's not necessary, but that's a habitude.
Yeah. 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 I feel that urge also all the time when people talk about this in such a loving way that you have to give something in return. Yeah. Is there also an English website maybe people can visit to read some things about you guys? Is Douji? No, it's .nl.
It's all Dutch.
All Dutch. Yeah. Maybe in the future.
Yeah,
That's
who knows?
possible.
Yeah.
With the translation button, they can translate, or they can call us. We can explain
Yeah.
everything. No
Or in
problem.
Google. Yeah.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah. And is there any written material available for the Dutch viewers? Is there a book or a CD, DVD, anything people can order from you guys?
No, everything is on the website. They can follow courses at our place.
What kind of courses?
You can tell it better. Daoji's, the teaching of the Daoji. That's what Tom is giving, the MSH.
Yeah, what we are
teachings.
doing now. Teaching of life,
Yeah.
love,
Yeah.
happiness. Yeah. And it's not a teaching like I'm the teacher and you're the student. It's more an experiencing.
a journey.
Yeah. And does that work better with more people? Let's say if you're with 10 people, does the vibe get stronger, or how does that work?
When you're with more people, the vibe gets higher, but the result is the same when we're one-on-one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And people can come for the course of Reiki and the treatments, the acupuncture, of course. And I give also courses in using the pendulum.
Oh.
And I do some readings. When people give pictures, I can connect with a picture, and then I make a reading, which is coming in.
So you're clairvoyant, or how do you call it?
That's how they call it. I don't want to use that term because people get some freaky ideas when you tell that, but that's
What's
how
that
it
term?
works.
Clairvoyant.
What's that?
Helderziend.
Okay.
Yeah. Or heldervoelend.
It was already there when I was a small child.
Yeah.
I was about 1 year old. And then I told I told my mom about the auntie that the baby wouldn't live, and the baby was born with an open back.
Yeah.
So when I was small, they told me it was a little bit freaky. When I spoke, it was true. And when I was about my 15 years old, around that age, I was a little bit scared for them. I want to hide it. Oh, I don't want it. And right now, it's coming. I use it in a good way. When people ask them.
Yeah. You don't give advice without
No,
people
no,
asking.
of course not.
No. And anything you like to do, Tom, except talking about this? Are you very fond of certain kind of music, or playing an instrument, or doing readings about China, or?
Oh, I like many things. I enjoy doing nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, very active.
Yeah.
Like the Chinese say, wei wu wei. Doing very active nothing.
Yeah. Doing without doing.
Doing without doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you like walking in the nature, in the dunes, at the sea.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
like playing the flute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do that without doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not I that does
Mhm.
that.
Have we guys done anything in our lives, or are we being done from birth till death? That's a question for me.
Can you repeat it?
Well, you say why we wait, doing without doing. So I would say we're being done. It's being, doing Tom, doing Ilse, being Patrick. Was that always the case? Is that always the case from birth till death? Or is that after the shift? It's called realization. So is it the realization that is always was the case, that is always going by itself, doing by itself? Or was there a time in our life where we're really actively doing things with the mind-made self?
Yeah, we are ourselves, and yeah, there's no. You cannot be not yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're always yourself. And what's the purpose of life? Why are you here on this earth? It doesn't matter what you do or what you don't do, or what you do without doing.
Just be.
Just be, and the purpose of life is that you realize that
That that which has no words. Yeah.
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 Maybe you can tell how the
And if you don't, that doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
You get a second chance.
Yeah.
Perhaps you had some 10,000, 100,000 of chances in previous lives.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't realize, you get the second chance.
Yeah. You said the message.
Maybe you can explain how the MSH started, how it came to you?
Mm.
Maybe the people are interested
Yeah,
to
we still
know
have
that.
10 minutes,
Okay.
so please tell us.
Yeah, but I don't want to get out of the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's still hanging around in my head. So I still think, well, okay, this ego, the mind-made self, the I thought I was I, let's say, from 5 years old till 35 years old, being in control of life, and then came the insight that I'm not the doer, so then I let go of trying to steer life? Or was it always the case that, did I just imagine that I was choosing how to move? And
Yeah, all these questions, they're taking place in the head.
yeah,
Yeah. And you ask yourself that question. Who's the you? Where's the you?
yeah,
With or without the questions, the you is,
still there.
yeah, it's that.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
So I don't have to get the answers to find myself.
No.
Stop seeking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be where you are.
With what you are.
Yeah. Be where you are. That's, yeah, where are you? Not what, where are you?
Mm-hmm.
If you're that far away with your thoughts
Mm-hmm.
from yourself, then you're still yourself, but you don't remember.
Yeah.
And you imagine that you're something else.
Yeah.
You think you are. What's your... yeah, where are you? Where are you? I asked it earlier
Mm-hmm.
this interview.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Well, I would say at home. I'm just at home. Like Paul Young says in the song, wherever I lay my head, that's my home.
Yeah.
Yeah. It feels like that.
Be where your heart is.
Be where your heart is. Yeah. But is that
That's
in,
home.
That's home. But is that in this world, or is it let's say out of this world?
Everywhere.
Everywhere at the same time.
Yeah.
But there is no time. And no
Mhm.
place.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really
So the answer is everywhere.
yeah. It's really a shift in perspective then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're looking the other way
Yeah.
around. And when you look into an object all around you.
Yeah.
If you look into it through a telescope, you're looking at an object.
Mhm.
And the subject is forgotten. But without a subject, there are no objects.
No.
Where are you?
Yeah. At the subject.
Where is that? That's
That's what it's all about.
that's
Yeah.
where you are.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for the word.
Maybe you can translate or explain the word and I can translate
Yeah.
it for you. What's the word?
Hmm.
We will help you, Tommy. Come on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Words are just words.
That's our words.
Yeah.
Yeah, going by the words.
Maybe you can explain what you
Yeah.
wanted to say with the word. Is it important for now?
Oh no,
Okay.
No.
no,
So
it's not important.
it's also about a certain kind of vibe that you guys transmit, maybe also on this lens, but I can feel it, a certain kind of peace, this reassuring peace that everything is okay, Nothing is wrong. Everything is exactly as it should be. Yeah.
That's the interaction, Patrick. We're doing that together, huh?
Yeah. It's the heart recognizing the heart, or itself, or whatever you want to call it.
That's how it is. That's
Yeah.
how it feels.
Yeah. Still, we have that immediately when a dog comes running and sitting on on our lap. We immediately recognize, this is pure innocence. There's
Mhm.
nothing wrong with this dog. It doesn't play out anything else than it is. It's not pretending to be a bird. It's
Nothing in between.
Yeah. No barriers.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dogs are a good example. All the time themselves. You
Yeah.
can learn a lot from observation, animals or dogs.
Yeah.
They just be, they just
Yeah.
are.
Yeah. And also plants and
Yeah.
birds. They're not trying to be another bird or a better bird or
Just be.
yeah, just birding. Yeah, yeah. It was nice talking to you guys again. We're almost talking for an hour right now. Anything you want to add to this interview? Maybe a beautiful quote. Or
A quote.
yeah,
I like the birds with the red chest.
yeah.
How do you call it in English? Bird with the red chest.
Roodborstje. That's the word you were searching for.
Roodborstje.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know the translation in English.
In English it's called different.
The
Yeah.
birds with a red chest and
Yeah.
a brownish look. That's
Yeah,
Yeah, but one day there was born one bird with a red chest,
yeah.
which name I can't remember.
We know what you mean.
But the bird didn't have a red chest,
Oh,
and he was very sad about it.
Hmm.
And every day he looked in the mirror and he didn't saw his red chest. Yeah, but he was a bird with red
Yeah,
chest,
so-
so he wants
yeah,
that red chest
Yeah.
so badly,
yeah.
and there was no red chest. And one day he got in the bushes and he pricked himself with the needle of a thorn. Yeah. And then all
Blood.
his chest
Was it?
was red.
Yeah,
And from that day he was a bird with the red
Yeah.
chest.
so we have to find this thorn and get pricked.
This thorn who can prick in our heart.
Yeah. And being fully what we are.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was nice talking to you guys. Thanks for this beautiful interview.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank you. Sitting in Arnhem for the second time, talking to Michiel. Our first conversation was in Dutch, and now in English.
Yes,
You have made some YouTube videos also in English.
yes.
You've read a lot of Advaita books in English. Can you tell us once again why you prefer to read those books in English?
Because they're not twice translated. Most of once translated from Indian. Yes, I think it's better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can you tell us some teachers who you read and you were very fond of?
Ramana Maharshi, voor mij, those books, yeah, the source, they point to your source, yeah, so I like the most.
And there was one guy you recently discovered on YouTube. What's his name?
Know me.
Know Me.
Yeah.
And what does he tell the people?
Well, actually, the same thing like Ramana Maharshi. Actually, exactly the same. I think he realized the same thing. So they're not so much different. I think.
Is there only one thing that can be realized? Is it universal?
Yeah. There's one source for everything. Yeah, they say it's you. It's you yourself. Yeah, I mean, what you are must be never changing, and yeah, continuous. And there can only be one thing. Well, it's not a thing. It's yeah, already what you are, and everything appeared to you sort of objectively, and then you can say that everybody is the subject. But what I also say is that you are even beyond that, because you cannot be defined.
So it's a little bit difficult to talk about something that cannot be defined
Absolutely.
or put in words.
Actually, it's impossible, but yeah, you can point to it. Yeah, actually, it's not. As long as you name it, then you want to become it. But, yeah, that's not possible.
Mm-hmm. But you already are it.
Yeah, but, before you were born, like Nisargadatta said 100 years ago, yeah, where were you then? And then, then you were also, you existed.
Yeah, and it's really strange when you start thinking about the moment of your coming into existence. Was that the sperm cell? Was that the egg of your mother? Was that when the two combined? Was that when they first divided? You cannot really point your finger at saying that's the moment that I appeared. Okay, we celebrate the birthday. Huh? We celebrate the day you came out of your mother. But before that, you were also alive inside your mother. So maybe we have to celebrate the moment of conception. But yeah.
No, I think it's before time.
Yeah.
Before time even started. So you can investigate. Maybe where time came from. Where it began.
Yeah.
But it's not in time.
Thinking always needs time to frame something. So we cannot grab this with our thinking. Or can we?
No, absolutely not. You have to investigate where thought came from, where the thought originated. That must be you.
Mm-hmm.
I say.
But am I thinking my thoughts myself, or are thoughts being given?
They just appear.
They appear.
Like everything just appears. All the time.
Mm-hmm.
Today it's Easter. We celebrate new beginning. I don't know much about it, but what I say is that that happens continuously. Beginning and ending. Coming into existence and disappearing again.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's every day. Every day the same.
And do you mean by waking up in the morning, or?
even when
Every moment, right now,
you are appearing again and again and again
and disappearing.
and disappearing. But still, I see you all the time.
Yeah,
Is that a mind thing that connects those two?
yeah. I don't really know, but yeah, it's before the mind. Before the mind comes up, then you are. Yeah. It comes and it goes. And I think that's constantly happening. Yeah.
Yeah. You have this term called Advaita. You also have this term called Neo-Advaita. Do you see any difference between them?
Yeah, I think the view Advaita is before now. Kind of what's then the Neo-Advaita is more intellectual, I think. That's not gonna work.
No?
Intellectually, who gets it? That's all mind. It's all in thought.
Yeah.
Real Advaita is that there's only one thing that is actually real. That everything is actually an illusion because it doesn't last. It's a bit like a dream.
Mm-hmm.
Appears in when the dream is happening, it all is real. Seems real. That the dream will end. So I think I don't know.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this song from Supertramp, Dreamer. We're nothing but a dreamer. So could you say that when we die, do we then get our natural state back? Or am I still talking from a me standpoint?
Yeah, separate me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The natural state is always.
Yeah, it is already.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually another state. The state doesn't last.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It always come and go. So I think the happiness or bliss, you want to make that permanent. In the dream, that is not possible.
And how come we want to make that permanent? Is that because we know that our natural our being is bliss, is happiness?
Yeah, there's maybe an unconscious feeling that there is something permanent. And I want to say, as an example, in the Netherlands, Johan Cruyff, the famous footballer, he died. He also once mentioned that maybe he was immortal. I think he said that. And that maybe was an unconscious feeling, like that there is something that we are, that is not dying, but the body died and the mind is gone, but something stays.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
How is that for Magiel? Is he afraid of death?
No, the character maybe, the dream character maybe a little bit, but there's the feeling that I'm not dead. So not really scared now.
No. Because you have an illness called Duchenne.
And the prediction for that is not that you're going to live to 100 years.
No.
No. In our Dutch interview, you told me that your prediction was 20-25 years.
Yeah, 20 years. So
Yeah, and now you are,
37.
yeah, so almost double.
Yeah.
Yeah. How can you tell us once again, for the English viewers who didn't see Dutch interview, how that came about for you? That insight, that recognition. You read a book. You opened a book for the first time.
Yeah, was the feeling that I would not become happy in the world. Like people think they become happy and stay happy. And then I thought about the Buddha and enlightenment, so I went on the internet and I came to a site from Lola Jones, Divine Openings. That was an e-book. That was called Everything is Going Great in My Absence. Let the Divine do the heavy lifting. That was, she has went to India and she was silent for a few weeks, I guess. And then she made painting, and that was in the book. And well, if you looked at that for a few minutes and closed your eyes, then I would want it. I think I left it away, and then I felt huge bliss, and like everything disappeared. Then I found Ramana Maharshi, and started to investigate who am I really. Yeah, that's a bit how it went.
Yeah, it's about 10 years ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Since then you also started your own website. Can you tell us the name of the website where we can find it?
Who are you really? Who are you really?
Dot
.com.
Or org.
I don't really know even.
I think it's org, but we're gonna put the link underneath this interview. whoareyourreally.com or .org. We're gonna find it. And please turn up your volume when you visit the website, because you hear a sound, and that sound lasts very long time. You did that on purpose, I think.
Yeah.
What does that sound mean for you, which you hear when you enter your website?
It doesn't mean a lot, but I thought it was nice to
Okay.
just put it on the site.
Yeah, because I know this from Eckhart Tolle DVDs, where he uses this chime, and he says, listen closely, ding, and you listen to how it fades away, and it brings me in a very peaceful
Yeah, I like it too.
state. Yeah.
No one does that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at the very beginning of the satsangs, he does that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, can't,
So what do you write about on your website? Only Advaita?
yeah. It's only about that, yeah.
There's a lot of links on there with the movies you saw you like online. Lisa Cairns I saw on there.
It's,
What do you like about her?
spontaneousness. I think it's just not so special. Just normal
Yeah.
living. Yes, you can talk about it very well.
Yeah.
Better than me, I think. But it's not about the words.
What is it about?
Nothing. Actually.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think I want to say is we think we are a body who's aware of the world, but actually that's not true. If something she says too, you are aware of your body and everything objectively, and it appears to you. Yeah, that's the most important, I think, to see.
Still, the question that comes to my mind often is, if I'm not only the body, if I'm not what I can perceive, am I outside of the world, or am I inside and outside of the world? Do you know what I mean? Is this okay? It appears in me, but am I inside it?
Well, what Noam says, it's if it's all an illusion, and there's only one thing real. So only the real is gonna stay, and that's the most important.
Mm-hmm. But if you call this world an illusion, why bother about the world then? I could go out, and that's a comment I hear a lot from people who are not into Advaita. They say, well, if the world is an illusion, you can go out and shoot everybody and rob banks and make every woman pregnant. It's just an illusion.
But who is doing that?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah. These things happen, but yeah.
Not because of me.
No, I think you cannot decide what happens. In a dream also. The dream happens, exactly like it happens.
Still, there are people who talk about lucid dreaming. They say they have influence inside the dream. You ever heard of, read or something about that?
Yeah, I don't know much about it.
No.
I didn't have that. Yeah.
Is ego something real?
No, it's not there. I mean, it exists only because of identification
With
the body.
the name, the body.
Mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Still, you're called Michiel, and you're seen by a lot of people in the world as a disabled person. That's what they would call you,
Yeah.
because you cannot move your own feet or cannot use your arms in the way not disabled people can. How is that to be named or be framed like that, like a disabled person?
It's not really something I bother about, and I cannot change that.
Mm-hmm. But is that maybe also because you do not see yourself as a disabled person? That you don't mind people calling you that?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I can get around it. Yeah. But if it's not me, then it doesn't matter. I am beyond everything, so the source of everything. Yeah. So that doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking about, I cannot imagine how it is to not move my feet and but you say to me that I'm, just as you are not moving your feet and legs and arms, I'm not also.
Yeah.
It's being done.
Yeah. It's not you. The body is not you. Yes.
Can I define myself by something?
No. It's indefinable.
Yeah. Yeah, it brings peace when you tell me that, but it also brings a little bit of confusion.
For whom?
Yeah, for my mind, who's trying to make it concrete.
Yeah.
into something.
You want to grab it.
Yeah. Want to turn it into an idea I can believe in or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Even self-inquiry, all that stuff you can believe in. It's not a belief.
No.
It's an experience. Yeah. But for whom is the experience?
Yeah.
Who experiences everything? That's the thing you must find out.
And how long does such self-inquiry take, Michiel? How long took it for you? Did it take for you?
Yeah. That's the question. I don't know if it ended or not. You cannot know. That you cannot know. Yeah, that's not up to me. So what is the point? At what point? Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, I don't know.
Is there an end to self-inquiry? Can you say now now it's done?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess once you really know, you really know. Yeah.
Yeah, for me that's a little bit difficult because I also hear that some teachers still visit satsangs from other teachers or still read the books and still watch other YouTube videos, and I think, oh, well, maybe they haven't seen it all then, because why would you still watch other ones? But yeah, that's maybe from my mind state that I judge that.
Maybe it just goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you're right. I mean, like Alexander Smith or Nisargadatta or something, they would never do that.
No.
So maybe indeed that's burned. That stops automatically. But I think you yourself cannot stop it. I mean, yeah.
It just stops when it stops. Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm?
Yeah. It's the same with trying to fall asleep. You just fall asleep whenever you fall asleep. There's no control over that. No.
When you try to fall asleep, when you try it won't work.
No, you still stay awake, yeah. Still trying something. Yeah, I think Alexander once told that when he visited Walter Keers, another Dutch teacher who isn't among us, they would just sit with each other and watch out the window or smile at each other or drink tea, and then after a couple of hours they left and they said, hey, it was a nice evening, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might do that too. I mean, since it's an interview, yeah, sit in silent, might do the same.
Yeah. It's not about the words.
No.
No. Still there's this programming inside us, also inside me, that when it stays silent in a conversation like this for 10-20 seconds, it starts to feel awkward.
Yeah.
Or some things come up like, oh, I have to say something.
Yeah. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. To do an interview, you have to.
Yeah, that's one of the rules of interviewing. Have you ever been to a retreat or a silent retreat?
No. Just, just silence. You don't need to go to a retreat.
No.
It can just appear. But it will also disappear. If you make it happen yourself, then, what is you are the silence. The real silence you are already.
Yeah.
So if you try to make things silent, that won't last. That's not gonna work.
Yeah. And could you say there is one particular guru for you? Did you say, is that Ramana or, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
And how come he is the real guru for you?
Yeah, the silence, I think, and yeah, he was the first one I saw, and yeah, it gave me such a huge feeling of bliss, and yeah, so that was clear to me. And yeah, now a living guru is no meaning. I think,
Yeah.
to me, that is the
It's called Know Me, and these also can be found on YouTube. He talks about
society of abidance in truth. That's the easiest thing to find it.
And where is he residing? In America?
Yeah. Don't know where.
Yeah, Olaf can find him.
Yeah.
Know Me. And Ramana Maharshi wasn't alive when you did you see a picture of him or heard the audio tape? How did that work?
YouTube.
YouTube, yeah.
So I'm walking off the mountain. Yeah. No, not sure.
And that was it.
Yeah.
But not
And
the
then,
word.
then came the teaching.
Yeah.
Well, I of course, but yeah, that was the first thing. Just silence.
And is it in his eyes or in his way, the way he walks?
No. No, beyond that. Yeah, you feel your own source. And it shines through him, I guess. But it's still your own source. So yeah, eventually there's no difference between himself and yourself. It's the same thing.
Yeah. And can you see that in everyone and everything right now?
Yeah, you can see it. Maybe you can feel it. But can I feel it? Yeah. Sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I still think that is when we have this conversation, I feel stillness inside also. But it cannot be claimed by anyone. It's not your stillness or my stillness or the stillness of the room. We could say it's the stillness because it's Easter, it's Sunday. No, it's just there.
Always.
Yeah. Yeah, I once had an accident with my moped, and I can remember that also, that when I was flying through the air, when I was hit by the car, there was complete stillness when I was flying through the air. I went down on the ground, I smelled the grass where I was laying, it was all very intense. Yeah.
So, yeah, you cannot do anything then.
No.
It's sort of surrender, I think.
Complete surrender.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel any pain at that moment also.
Okay.
It was a moment of bliss, yeah.
Yeah. Strange.
Yeah. Just when the first person came to me and asked, is everything all right? And the sirens of the ambulance I heard, then suddenly the person came back and started to think, oh, I got into an accident and can I still walk? And wow, and then the pain came. Yeah. Yeah. You hear that a lot from people who were into accidents. Yeah. Just for the viewers, you weren't into an accident. You got the illness Duchenne at how old?
They discovered at 4.
4.
When I was 8, I got a wheelchair.
Yeah. And we talked about this before. Did that make you unhappy?
No, I was happy.
You still were happy as a child?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how was it for your parents? Were they unhappy because of their son having this illness?
For a little while, I guess.
Yeah.
Not that I really noticed.
No.
Yeah.
And how is it for you with the knowing that you maybe today would be your last day? That's for me also the case, but for this body or whatever. But for you, or do you say no? I never think about those things.
No, I never.
No.
I really don't know.
Because you know what you are is never gonna die.
Yeah.
Was never born.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think everybody has it a little bit.
Mhm.
It's not gonna happen to me. But, yeah.
You don't know.
You cannot know.
No.
Yeah, what dies? The body dies.
Mhm. The form. Yeah.
Maybe there will be another form. I
Mhm.
don't know.
Yeah. So the formless is what we are.
Yes.
Yeah. I remember a talk by Eckhart Tolle. He said once, even the sun will die. That was an awakening moment for me when he said that. Even the sun will once die.
Eventually.
Huh? Eventually, yeah. Yeah.
The whole universe is also not lasting.
Yeah.
It's also form.
Yeah. Is then maybe the problem that we are trying to make something solid out of something that is, yeah, not lasting, that we're trying to make something of ourselves which is permanent?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we try.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
No.
Not possible.
But it could be that we try that because deep down inside we know that what we are is permanent, is everlasting.
Yeah, I think.
Maybe that's why we try to keep everything in place and the same.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, holding on to things.
Yeah.
Attachment.
Yeah. I'm going to move the camera for a little position. I'm going to grab a sip of water. And we'll talk for another 15 minutes, okay?
Of course.
So, Michiel, I took a handheld camera so people can also see your wheelchair. That looks like a very expensive wheelchair with all kind of high-tech things. With this, you can. This is your joystick. You can. What can you do with that?
Drive the wheelchair. Move the wheelchair.
And this computer here?
Well, I can open the curtains, turn on the lights and open the doors. That's kind of things.
Yeah. And did you always have this modern wheelchair, or were you dependent on other people to do those things for you?
I didn't need them before. Yeah, the wheelchair I needed, but not the high-tech things.
Yeah. So talking about Advaita, I asked you once before in the Dutch interview, people could maybe comment and say, well, that's just because you have a disabled body that you say to yourself, I am not the body. Is that the reason?
No, it's not a belief.
It's a realization.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I feel it's true.
Sorry?
I can feel it, that it's true. Yeah. It just happened.
And can we feel that also? How can we feel that we are not the body?
Investigating it for yourself, if that's true. Not believing what somebody says. But, yeah, investigate.
See for yourself.
Yeah.
And when I realize that I'm not the body, then maybe I'm going to think, okay, well then I'm my thoughts. I'm just my thoughts.
The thought thought I. That's a thought as well.
The thought I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where does that thought come from? When you think it, it's already gone.
Yeah. Strange thing how that works. We believe so much in that I thought. We investigate it. We don't investigate. We put everything in it. Yeah?
Yeah.
We emphasize it every day.
There's always a voice in your head, and you think that it's you. But yeah, we never investigate if that voice is you. Yeah, something stays aware of that voice.
Yeah, something has to hear it.
Yes.
So could you say that I'm not the hearer, but I'm the hearing? I'm not the seer, but I'm the seeing?
Yeah, you could say that.
But is it true?
It's more true than
Yeah, then,
the other way around.
yeah. And for you, it's also, you have all these machines who are trying to, or helping you breathe. So for you, you can see that you're not only the body, you're also then the machines who are keeping the body alive.
Yeah.
So Michiel, is there anything you want to ask me?
Who do you think you are? That sounded a little weird. But, yeah.
Who do I think I am? Yeah, sometimes I still think that I am Patrick, the radio DJ, who has a lot of followers on Twitter, and I still check how much views I have on YouTube and all those stupid things. But then existence takes my YouTube channel away, and then I start shaking because
It's all gone.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Is that you?
That's the question.
The work goes on. Yeah, you think you're doing it, but it's sort of going automatically. It appears.
And disappears.
Yeah. But who experiences the work? And what you know of yourself?
Yeah. And could you say that everything that appears has to disappear? That's a law.
Yeah. That's for sure.
So even the earth will disappear once.
Yeah, the universe will disappear. They say it appears in you and disappears in you. But you stay.
And have you ever asked yourself the question, Michiel, is there a reason why the one thing that we are, or they even call it the thing, the oneness, whatever, the all created this dream inside itself?
Yeah, I did, but yeah, I don't think so. There's no reason. And did it really appear? Yeah, it really appeared, but is it real?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's not. In the end, I mean, after you die, did it all happen?
That's the question.
Yeah, it's all gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's just one thing real. That's the non-duality.
Yeah. Yeah, we still come back to the dream.
But not for the dream character.
Yeah, he thinks it's real.
It's real for him.
Yeah. And isn't that a law also, that the actor has to believe that the role he's playing is real in order to play it with everything he has? Yeah.
Like a theater.
Yeah.
The drama and happiness. Everything happens.
Yeah.
Bad and good, but yeah.
The Dutch teacher Joannika Ring, who I talk to a lot, also says that the person has to believe he's the person from about age, let's say 8 till age 40, because that's a way how we learn compassion for one another. Because I know what it is to be a person who has success and failure and ups and downs and grief and sorrow and happiness and bliss, that I can, feel with you when you have the same. Does that sound like music into your ears, Michiel?
Not really.
No. Okay. Well, I brought her book for you, so maybe after you read it, I can ask you some questions about that. When people want to get in touch with you, is that possible, and how so?
Yeah, it's of course possible. To the website, on Facebook.
Who are you really? .org or .com, we're not sure about that.
Yeah.
Facebook, Michiel van Dijk.
Yes.
And
Twitter.
your Twitter name is also
Yeah.
Just One Life?
Just Life.
Just Life.
It's lowercase. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stripes.
One question that comes to mind, final question, is that you seem like a very intelligent person. You have a good set of brains. Is that needed to realize this? Or can even the biggest fool on planet Earth realize this?
Yeah, I think it can just happen. Just like that. You don't do anything for it. And suddenly you feel it. That can happen, I think.
Yeah, okay, that I believe, but you were a smart guy, so you also start reading books when maybe the foolish one would just read comics and sex books, Playboy and Hustler all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Isn't this still something that the more intelligent people search into in that direction earlier than someone who is just thinks that enjoying a good dinner and sex and everything is the only thing?
Well, if you're too intelligent, you're going into the mind earlier, I think. And you want to intellectualize it. So no, I don't think you need to be smart or something.
It can be a hindrance even, too
Yeah.
much intelligence.
I think so.
Yeah. 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 Maybe some final words of wisdom, dear Michiel?
Wisdom. I don't know if I have wisdom. I think I said what it's about.
Yeah.
I don't know what to add. No, sorry.
So this is not about being wise. I've not been talking for 45 minutes with a very wise man.
No, I think not.
What was I talking with then?
I don't know.
Myself?
In a way.
In a way.
Your real self.
Yeah.
The source.
That's what makes me emotional all the time when I hear that on a tape or read that in a book by Jeff Foster. The one who is speaking these words is the one who is listening to it, or the one who is reading these words is the one who wrote it. So it all points back to the same, that it's still the one that's pretending to be two, Michiel and Patrick,
Yes.
in duality. And in essence, it's just not duality. It's always the one.
Yeah, that's it.
Pretending to be separate, pretending to be intelligent, not intelligent, disabled, not disabled.
Everything.
Yeah. Well, that's a nice conclusion of this nice talk we had.
Yes.
Thanks for your time, and give me a call when you want to talk some more, okay?
I will.
Thanks, Michiel. Ik zit hier met een hele vrolijke meneer. Die we voor het eerst, althans ik, zagen op televisie bij Jan Rijdt Rond. Zou je even voor mensen die dat niet gezien willen hebben, willen zeggen wie je bent en waar we het over gaan hebben?
Oké, ik ben Marcel Stegers. En we gaan het hebben over non-dualiteit. En er is zoveel over te vertellen. Wauw. Ik hoop dat we genoeg belangrijke punten kunnen zeggen.
Marcel, hoe oud ben jij?
Ik ben 34 eigenlijk. Maar eigenlijk ben ik altijd al anders dan anders. Omdat ik door heel andere ogen heen kijk. Al sinds vroeger eigenlijk. Waarin bijvoorbeeld mijn familie mij niet zo goed kon begrijpen. En ik er qua gevoel een beetje alleen voor stond. En zelfs sinds vroeger begon ik eigenlijk mezelf te ontdekken in hoe ik anders was. En en zo werd ik eigenlijk steeds meer zelfbewuster van dingen. Wat ik bijvoorbeeld in de maatschappij, wat anderen als normaal beschouwen. Dat ik dacht van, ergens in gevoel klopt dat niet. Waarom zoeken mensen in de tijdelijke wereld naar iets wat hen voor altijd gelukkig maakt? Terwijl dat is al één ding wat ik al niet begreep. Maar bij mij het denken is sowieso al anders dan anders. En en dat was voor mij al een extra uitdaging.
Hoe oud was je toen je dat voor het eerst dacht?
7 of 8.
Ja?
Ja, ik zal de thuissituaties niet over hebben, maar het is best wel moeilijk geweest vroeger. Buiten dat ben ik best wel hoogsensitief. En mijn ouders konden niet met mij omgaan. Dus nu gaat het al wat beter. Maar omdat ik mezelf heb leren kennen en ik er beter over kan hebben. Het was best wel een moeilijke situatie waarin ik heel veel verschillende emoties mocht meemaken op een heel jonge leeftijd. En veel mensen die vinden dat heel apart dat ik zoveel zelfkennis al eigenlijk heb. Wat iemand die al dubbel mijn leeftijd eigenlijk nog mee bezig moet zijn.
Ja.
Dus en dat...
Kunnen we zeggen dat jij verlicht bent, Marcel?
Ja, verlicht is eigenlijk iets voor als je bijvoorbeeld ergens mee zit. Weet je wel, dat je dan kunt loslaten, die emotionele bagage. Dus loslaten kan een heel moeilijke weg tot het hart zijn. Of een makkelijke weg. Het ligt er aan hoeveel waarde je eraan hecht. En daarin hoeveel meer moed je moet tonen om het te kunnen loslaten tot hier. Het is juist dat simpelste kan ontzettend vreselijk moeilijk zijn. Maar juist door jezelf te leren kennen. En niet met alles om je heen bezig te houden. Met andere mensen of situaties wat het juist moeilijk heeft gemaakt. Daarin, door jezelf en je zelfbewust te zijn. En het gevoel wat je in jezelf ervaart tijdens iets. Dus, dan wordt het op een of andere manier duidelijk. Zonder dat het verstand dat hoeft te begrijpen. En dat is, zoveel meer waard dan dat het hier, dan lost het zichzelf eigenlijk op, want hier in het hart, des te meer je van het verstand, de afstand tot aan het hart, de eenheid. Het hart is de zetel van de ziel en de ziel is deel van het geheel. Wat, hoe moet ik dat zeggen? Je voelt als je hier bent, ook als mediums, en heel veel andere mensen, mediums hebben niet per se een gave, want iedereen is hier gelijk. We zijn hier als één grote familie. Je kunt elkaar zo duidelijk aanvoelen. Dus behalve als de ander bijvoorbeeld niet wilt en zich afsluit, dus een afstand is, dan leeft hij eigenlijk in de tijdelijke wereld vanuit egoïsme en dualisme. Bijvoorbeeld mensen die in een visueuze cirkel van innerlijke strijd leven, continu in de problemen mee bezig zijn, het willen oplossen. Maar het gekste is, de oplossing komt pas als je jezelf opoffert, een overgave tot je hart. Als je dat waar je mee zit, waar je zoveel liefde voor hebt om daarmee bezig te zijn, hoe ellendig het ook voelt, als je dat gewoon de moed vertoont en het loslaat tot je hart, dan pas kan het universum eigenlijk meer zijn werk doen, want dan kom je meer terug tot je natuurlijke staat, oorspronkelijke staat van bewustzijn als vreugde. Dan merk je ook dat je weer vanzelf kunt lachen, want een glimlach is een universele taal. Dat is vanzelfsprekend, net zoals een goed gevoel is vanzelfsprekend. Je hoeft het niet te zoeken in een vriend of vriendin, relatie of wat dan ook. Het is vanzelfsprekend hier. Het is juist doordat we hebben geleerd uitwaarts te leven, onszelf te overleven, aanpassen in de maatschappij, dat we zijn vergeten wie we werkelijk zijn. En we zijn alle kinderen van het licht. En hoe volwassen je denkt ook te zijn, toch ben je ergens nog afhankelijk van. Eigenlijk, want de hoogste macht, die is bijvoorbeeld afhankelijk van de kleinste dingen die juist dat groot houden. Terwijl hier, de kracht van het hart, is juist hoe het ons, de innerlijke schoonheid, wat je laat zien. Als je steeds meer hier leeft, dan straal je ook meer uit. Dan voel je anderen ook beter aan en anderen voelen zich ook makkelijker bij jou. Want het licht, de magie van het leven, dat is liefde. En liefde is in het eenheidsgevoel dat hier vanuit gestimuleerd wordt. En dat is in de uitstraling ook te zien. En wauw, er is zoveel over te vertellen.
Ik vind het leuk dat je zo enthousiast vertelt.
Wauw.
Maar mag ik even vragen, hè?
Ja.
Even terug naar het begin, want er zullen nu mensen zijn die zullen dan zeggen, jij zal toch wel, niet dat ik er waarde aan hecht, hè, maar jij zal toch wel in het verleden een diagnose gehad hebben. Hoe noemen ze dat dan bij jou?
Ik heb verschillende testen gehad in mijn leven. Ik heb op verschillende scholen gezeten. Ik zal zeggen, ik heb op een speciale scholen sowieso gezeten, waar ik extra aandacht kreeg. En ze wisten het ook niet precies. En de psychologen, de dokters wisten ook niet precies wat ze met me waren. Hoe ze de etiketten op mij moesten plakken. En ik heb een vorm van autisme ook. Dat zeggen ze ook omdat ik bepaalde trekjes ook ervan heb. Van autisme.
Ja, dat hebben we allemaal, hè?
Ja. En ze zeiden zoveel dingen ergens, maar ik trok me er niet veel van aan, want ik wil mezelf ontdekken in wie ik werkelijk ben. Ja. En de dingetjes, de aardse bedoelingen die ik heb, is bijvoorbeeld in het schrijven, wat weer met de hogere bedoeling te maken heeft. Maar de meest bijzondere bedoeling, dat we allemaal hebben, de universele bedoeling voor ons allen, niet alleen op aarde, maar waar dan ook overal, is om te ontwikkelen in liefde. En dat doe je van hieruit naar hier. En verschillende geloven, met alle respect voor verschillende mensen, hoe die in het leven staan. Het is zoveel verschillende wegen en hoe mensen bewandelen in het leven. Er is eigenlijk maar één, hoe noem je dat, God, zuiver bewustzijn, één weg en dat is hier naartoe. Maar er zijn verschillende manieren in hoe je naar deze weg gaat. En vele mensen hebben daar hele lange tijd voor nodig. Terwijl het eigenlijk iets zo simpels is, dat het gewoon door het menselijk verstand niet begrepen kan worden.
Ja, is het echt zo simpel?
Eigenlijk wel, omdat het gewoon, juist door het stoppen met denken, komen de oplossing tot bewustzijn. Maar, wat ze vergeten te zeggen is, des te meer liefde, des te meer liefde je cultiveert, en de kracht van bewustzijn is het tot eenheid komen met. En des te sterker de liefde gecultiveerd wordt en je hecht je daaraan aan dat wat je wilt bereiken of dat wat je wilt herinneren. Daarin, des te sterker de liefde is, waar je dan bijna niet kunt loslaten, dat je dan de moed vertoont om jezelf, niet een dier of wat dan ook op te offeren. Nee, jezelf. Dat is pas een ware opoffering.
Ja.
Je eigen ego op te offeren in het licht van je hart, waarin dat wordt opgelost. En jezelf verlicht van de pijn, de kwelling vanuit het tijdelijke. En daarin komt het vanzelf. Want zoals een zee, bijvoorbeeld een woeste oceaan. Des te meer de afstand is, des te meer je hierbij bezig bent. In egoïsme vanuit dualisme. Dan is het zo chaotisch. Dat je alleen maar bij de tijdelijke bezig bent. In plaats van wat hier non-dualiteit is. Wat echt altijd is in plaats van het tijdelijke. En dat is zo verschil. Want als je hier naartoe gaat. Steeds meer tot aan het hart, tot aan het eenheidsgevoel, waarin je met alles en iedereen al automatisch altijd al verbonden was en ook altijd zal zijn, dan voel je elkaar ook sterker aan. Maar de ego is een rotstak, die kan zich er wel eens mee bemoeien. De geconditioneerde denkwijze en hoe mensen hebben aangenomen dat normaal is. Maar het bijzondere is, niemand is per se normaal, want voor de ene is normaal anders dan de ander, maar wij zijn alle heel apart. Toch bijzonder vanuit het hart. Bijzonder in hoe wij eigenlijk als één familie zijn. Maar daar komen we pas achter. Dat als we bijvoorbeeld de bodem hebben geraakt. Dat we dan denken... dat we dan denken... Ja, dat we dan niet denken. Maar dan... Kijk, dan denk ik aan iets van de bodem geraakt. Ja. Ik heb ook al moeilijke momenten in mijn leven gehad. Maar dan precies dat wat het effect heeft. Precies dan ben ik gelijk bewust... van iets wat dus niet bepaald positief is. En dan voel ik dat aan mijn lichaam. Maar ja, in ieder geval als je de bodem raakt, dan kun je maar één weg en dat is omhoog. En dan is het meer geforceerd en hoe je ego, ja, laat maar, dan geef je het op. Maar of je bent zo verliefd, zeg maar, dat het even allemaal niks meer uitmaakt. Bijvoorbeeld met een vriendin verliefd bent, of verliefd dat je in één keer veel geld hebt, flauwekul. Maar ik bedoel dat mensen iets heel graag willen en ze hebben het. En dan die gelukzaligheid ervaren. Maar de werkelijk geluk zit in je hart. Dat hoef je niet dat je aan iemand moet hechten vanuit het tijdelijke. Want het probleem is, de angst vanuit de ego die zich daaraan probeert te hechten, die forceert zijn eigen wil op een gegeven moment als hij ziet dat het mis kan gaan. Want je kunt niet een ander dwingen om bij je te zijn of te hechten. Want dat is alleen maar een kwelling. Want je kunt ook onvoorwaardelijk met de ander omgaan door meer jezelf te leren liefhebben, jezelf te kennen. Want alles komt altijd terug naar jezelf. Want de bedoeling is op aarde dat we alle elkaar onvoorwaardelijk ondersteunen. En de positieve ondersteuning, dat is wat we nodig hebben. En daarin elkaar eigenlijk ondersteunen bij hart als we erom vragen. Of als je voelt dat het wel nodig is. Maar niet iemand forceren vanuit jouw wil van zo moet dat, want anders. Dat is die ego, want anders of wat als. Ja, de gedachte van, ja, dat je al vooruit denkt dat zoiets zou moeten zijn. Maar überhaupt het denken, dat brengt ons verder weg in afstand van het gevoel. De ego kan wel eens heel vervelend zijn en ons gevoel veranderen dat het alleen maar een persoonlijke waarheid is. In plaats van de echte waarheid, een persoonlijke realiteit en hoe wij het beleven. In plaats van de werkelijkheid dat vanuit het hart is. De innerlijke wereld, de innerlijke koninkrijk, zeg maar, wat ze in de Bijbel noemen. Dat is eigenlijk het eenheidsgevoel. En de hemel en de hel is echt wat mensen zeggen. Dat vond ik ook apart, want dat heb ik eigenlijk nergens zo echt gezien zo eigenlijk, of gehoord. Maar dat had ik gewoon in één keer, kwam dat gewoon, met het schrijven ging het gewoon vanzelf. En ja, de hemel is het eenheidsgevoel dat je hier hebt. En hier, als deel van het grote geheel, is eigenlijk waarin het licht straalt. Des te meer je vanuit het hart aanwezig bent, des te meer dat je in de hemelse zaligheid aanwezig bent. Dat is het licht die uitstraalt vanuit het hart. Vanuit het hart is de zetel van je ziel. En de ziel is juist dit van waaruit het licht afkomstig is. En des te meer je tot jezelf komt, zelfbewust, des te meer je bij jezelf bent. Vanuit je eigen kracht, dan kun je je eigen wonderen verrichten. En de wonderen, des te meer je vanuit eenheidsgevoel aanwezig bent, dan kun je je eigen toevalligheden eigenlijk creëren. Doordat je harmonieus en synchroniciteit bent met alles En iedereen, omdat ieder ziel is eigenlijk... je bent eigenlijk, ieder ziel is eigenlijk de spil van het universum. Je bent de middelpunt van het universum. Ook al is iemand in Amerika of iemand hier of iemand ergens anders in het universum, toch iedere ziel is eigenlijk de middelpunt van het universum die zich met alles verbindt. En eigenlijk komt door hoe jij bewust bent, heeft effect op je leven en hoe je denkt. Positieve gedachten, die verzachten je ook. Je voelt dan ook wat rustiger. Je voelt gewoon, je voelt meer hier, omdat het gewoon goed gevoel. De vreugde is onze natuurlijke staat van bewustzijn. En als we negatieve gedachten hebben, is meer vanuit het conditioning, vanuit de tijdelijke wereld is dat opgebouwd in ons. De angst die we elkaar doorgeven door iets, daarom schrijf ik ook liever over positieve dingen, want ik voel dat als je over negatieve dingen denkt, wat voor effect dat er gewoon op je heeft, dat is gewoon...
Ja, je daarom,
maar ik voel dat gewoon. Ja, en daarom ben ik ook dankbaar voor al het moois hier eigenlijk. Als de vreugde van de kinderen die buiten spelen, dat Oostenrijk, al het moois. Als iemand glimlacht, echt vanuit hier, dan is dat gewoon, sowieso een glimlach is fantastisch. Maar het is gewoon...
Maar Marcel, hoe komt het dan dat er toch dingen zijn die negatief zijn? Zeggen ook wel eens in non-dualiteit.
Dat is omdat we nog niet beter weten. We zijn nog niet zo sterk zelfbewust dat we over antwoorden. Want kijk, we zijn nog steeds allemaal zoekend. Maar alleen zijn heel veel mensen, die bedoelen het zo goed, maar ze zijn veel zoekend in de tijdelijke wereld.
Ja, en de tijdelijke wereld bedoel jij de wereld
om ons heen.
Van de verschijnselen?
Ja, in de tastbare wereld.
Ja.
En de wetenschappers willen bijvoorbeeld het tastbaar bewijs hebben dat God bestaat. Maar God is eigenlijk... net zoals... God is eigenlijk de hoogste vorm van liefde.
Ik word zelf ook een beetje...
Ja, weet ik.
Wacht even.
Sorry, ik heb zoveel te vertellen.
Nee, we hebben de tijd. Rustig houden. Ik pak even wat te drinken.
Ik ook.
Neem je ook even wat te drinken? En, want ik ben even benieuwd. Is er bijvoorbeeld volgens jou, Marcel, zoiets als vrije wil?
Ja, natuurlijk. Dat hebben we. We hebben de vrije wil, de keus om onze eigen weg in te slaan in de tijdelijke wereld. Maar juist,
Hoe werkt zoiets? Jij zegt dus kiezen...
Ja, dat is eigenlijk al sinds de geboorte dat we eigenlijk worden afgeleid van hier eigenlijk. En dat is omdat we zo van tradities uit geleerd hebben dit door te geven. Dat gewoon de maatschappij is, we moeten we aanpassen. Ja. En we moeten gewoon de dingen doen om te overleven. En alleen is niet, de mens is meer bijzonder dan alleen maar dat. Er is nog meer dan alleen dat. En dat had ik vroeger al eigenlijk in de gaten, dat me eigenlijk heel veel pijn deed eigenlijk. En dan was ik eigenlijk alleen maar zelf. En ik had het er met niemand echt over, maar ik was zelf in mijn zoektocht, zeg maar.
Ja, want heb jij het ook geprobeerd om geluk in de wereld te vinden? Of?
Ik heb wel eens een vriendin vroeger gehad. Een vriendinnetje, maar daar had ik gewoon, was Cindy, dat is gewoon, ik ben dankbaar dat ik haar had, want ik had vroeger best wel een moeilijke tijd. Maar het was gewoon iemand waar ik, net zoals bijvoorbeeld een huisdier die ik heb, waar ik gewoon troost kan vinden, want dat was vroeger was een moeilijke tijd, wat gewoon, waar ik die troost nodig had. En ik ben blij.
Waarom was het moeilijk vroeger?
Dat is een beetje een persoonlijke kwestie.
Nee, maar ik kan me wel voorstellen, je voelde je er niet bij horen.
Nou, ja, bijvoorbeeld. Ja. En de familie wist niet precies hoe ze met mij om moesten gaan. En
ook weer begrijpelijk. Want
omdat ik anders ben. Omdat ik niet zoals andere mensen reageer. Of ben, weet je wel. En daarvoor zeiden ze vroeger van, wat is het met die jongen eigenlijk? Ja. En daarvoor hebben ze gekeken met testen en alles.
Maar die hooggevoeligheid bijvoorbeeld, hè? Ik heb nu bijvoorbeeld, ik zit nu met mijn rug naar een raam. En ik hoor de hele tijd die auto's achter me langs gaan, hè? Ja. Heb jij van dat soort dingen ook last?
De prikkelingen komen, daar heb ik vaker in de gaten dat als ik heb zelf een BGB en daar ben ik dankbaar voor dat het in het land kan. En dan komen begeleiders, die komen dan mij ondersteunen met zelfstandigheid, want ik wil graag een eigen plekje hebben om te wonen. Ik woon nog thuis bij mijn moeder. Vanwege dat deze maatschappij een stuk harder aankomt bij mij dan veel mensen die het gewoon, weet je wel, zo'n weg in proberen te vinden. Maar...
Kun je eens een voorbeeld noemen van wat voor jou lastig is?
Ja, bijvoorbeeld nieuws. Bijvoorbeeld het nieuws. Ik kan geen nieuws meer kijken. Want ik heb er zoveel eigenlijk dat je de dingen die er gebeuren, kijk, we hebben onze handen vol aan onze eigen dingen. zeg maar, wat we zelf in ons leven hebben. En daar op het nieuws kunnen wij niks aan doen, zeg maar. Alleen maar bijvoorbeeld een kaarsje aansteken of te vragen laat het goed gaan. Maar er is zoveel ellende eigenlijk, om er dagelijks mee bezig te zijn. Hetzelfde als heel veel kinderen die bijvoorbeeld van die vechtspellen spelen. Vroeger was het nog heel simpel met die Super Nintendo. Wat je denkt, was dat voor flauw. Weet je wel, maar nu is dat zo realistisch. En ook dat GTA gedoe en al. Kijk, ik vind het wel mooi gemaakt, grafisch. Maar ik hou meer van avontuur of RPG's, wat vrolijker spellen. Zoals Mario van Nintendo, dat vind ik wel cool. Maar die gewelddadige spellen of zo... Ja, en heel veel gewelddadige films. Ik kijk dat gewoon eigenlijk niet. Omdat het gewoon ergens... Dat heeft gewoon effect. Alles wat je waarneemt heeft effect op je bewustzijn. Ja. En dat, als mensen meer hier leven... Van, laten we dat maar kijken. Onze tijd maar even besteden eraan. Omdat het gewoon leuk is. Maar ze hebben vaak niet in de gaten hoe sterk dat effect heeft. Diep in je.
Ja, je voelt het, hè?
Ja. Wauw. Daar heb ik ook zoveel over geschreven.
Marcel, kunnen we dat wat jij schrijft al ergens teruglezen?
Ja, ik heb veel gedeeltes heb ik op Facebook al jarenlang gedeeld. Maar ik heb sinds eigenlijk een tijd heb ik een eigen website, www.werkelijkgeluk.nl. En daar ben ik nog steeds mee bezig. Iemand die van WordPress verstand heeft, die helpt me af en toe. En daarbij proberen we een manier te vinden hoe ik onvoorwaardelijk de teksten kan delen. Het is alleen zoveel geschreven dat ik heb inmiddels al 2500 pagina's geschreven, waarmee de helft van de stapel nog op papier geschreven is van vroeger. Ik schreef al sinds dat ik 10 was. Ik heb zo'n koffertje waarmee ik vroeger al dingen schreef.
Over dit onderwerp?
Ja, maar toen wist ik de woorden nog niet. Nee. Dus zei ik ding is dat, dan probeerde ik zo wat figuurtje. En toen begreep ik dat niet. En toen heb ik steeds meer zelf ontdekt de woorden die eigenlijk gewoon erbij passen.
Ja, want jij hebt dus zelf niet allerlei boeken hierover gelezen?
Ik heb wel heel veel boeken, maar ik ben... Oké, dat zal ik zeggen. Dan ben ik ook wel eens egoïstisch, want ik wil het zelf ontdekken. Ik wil niks overnemen van anderen. Ja. Want dat van die boeken of zo, ik heb wel eens soms dat ik op gevoel... Dat schrijven is gewoon een drang van verliefdheid eigenlijk. Dat gewoon vanzelf, als ik opsta, dan heb je gewoon... Ja, je kunt het niet zo bevatten vanuit verstand, maar op gevoel eigenlijk gewoon... Ja, je wilt er gewoon in één keer... Ik schrijf en dan gaat het vanzelf.
Ja, het eind moet gelegd worden.
Ja. En dat heb ik soms wel eens... Ja, ik heb verschillende boeken omdat ik daarbij ook respect heb voor de schrijvers. Die die alles ontdekken wat wat in de mens nog meer mogelijk is. Maar het begon eigenlijk omdat ik nieuwsgierig was over telekinese. Ik had echt een bizarre ervaring gehad toen eens een keer. Maar ja, daar ben ik zelf nog een beetje nieuwsgierig aan uit te pluizen.
Kun je die ervaring eens vertellen?
En dat was toch wel 10 jaar geleden. Was met een andere jongen. Was ik een voetballer aan de zijkant. En die jongen die had het best wel erg. En toen hechtte ik me nog best wel aan mensen. Ergens was dat ik nog steeds ermee bezig in die ontdekking. Maar toch met die hooggevoeligheid. Dat was echt bizar. Dat was eigenlijk die intense vreugde hier vanuit het eenheidsgevoel. En die bal wat hij had, daar waren we mee voetballen langs het water. En die ging in één keer over het water en dat we er niet meer aan konden. En ik voelde dat bij hem, dat gewoon, omdat ik me aan hem hechtte, dat voelde je ook direct. En
wat voelde je?
Ja, ik voelde direct ook aan zijn gezicht te zien. En daarbij die verbinding, dat ik dan gelijk aan hem voelde van... En dat wilde ik niet voor hem. Ik wilde niet dat hij verdrietig was.
Over die bal?
Want die had die van zijn oma en daar was er echt verdrietig van. Ja, het is maar een simpele bal, maar toch, het betekent heel veel. De kleinste dingetjes kunnen voor heel veel mensen heel veel betekenen, wat een ander niet zo begrijpen. En toen voelde ik dat, waarbij dit eigenlijk zo'n, alsof er iets getrokken wordt aan mij, gewoon zo van, dat gevoel in één keer van blij. Echt heel blij, heel vrolijk. En in één keer alsof je omlaag valt. Ik kan me dat gevoel wel terughalen. Mm-hmm. En een beetje zo, daarom ben ik er ook over schrijven en ontdekken van wat is dat eigenlijk.
Maar wat gebeurde er met die bal?
Maar toen was ik eigenlijk zo naar die bal. En dan was ik gewoon zo van, kom. En toen was ik gewoon eigenlijk in gedachten, was ik gewoon dat ik die bal naar de kant wou. En dan, dat is heel raar. Maar over het water ging gewoon, er was windstil. En die ging gewoon een rechte lijn zo. En dan was ik s'avonds, dat ik de hele tijd zo van, wat is dat? Ik zat zo, er was een andere man, die was aan de zijkant. Die zei zo, wat kan ik je helpen? Maar ik had die niet gehoord. Ik was zo gefixeerd op die bal. Ja. En op een gegeven moment dat hij zo, er was eerst een gedachte dat ik die energie eigenlijk stuurde. Dat ik me zo hechtte aan die jongen, dat ik me hechtte aan die bal. Dat staat weer verbond. Dus eigenlijk klemde en op een gegeven moment dit goed gevoel eigenlijk alsof die al naar mij toe was.
Ja.
En dat in me zag zo. Terwijl ik die andere man nog niet eens in de gaten had wat zo schreeuwen van kan ik je helpen. Dus zo sterk wou ik dat hij die bal terugkreeg. En dan, en dan was dat beeld gegaan. En toen in één keer was ik gewoon, ja zo. En toen zag je dan in één keer, zei hij. En toen ging een kippenvel. Ik ging in één keer zo overal kippenvel. En toen zat ik eigenlijk de hele tijd alleen met erover na te denken van, wat is dat? Wow. Weet je wel zo. En,
Het schijnt dat Jezus over water heeft.
Ja,
dus ja.
Maar kijk, dat zijn dingen, net zoals wetenschap bijvoorbeeld ontdekken, dan is het in mij ook een beetje in wetenschap, een beetje zo. Buiten dat geloof ik ook wel, is mijn geloof. Geloof is openheid om te ervaren. Als je gelooft in God, dan sta je open om de goddelijke energie in je te nemen. Maar de ego, die zegt, ja nee, maar er moet een verklaring voor zijn. Die beperkt die ervaring. Want de mens is daar een eigenwijs en die wil daar bijvoorbeeld zijn eigen waarheid uithalen van zo is het. Maar dat hoeft niet begrepen te worden vanuit verstand. Het mag ervaren.
Valt er dan wel over te praten, Marcel?
Jawel, er zijn wel verschillende manieren om over te praten, natuurlijk. En er is ook tot zover eigenlijk een beeld uit. Dat met dat schrijven wat ik doe, gaat eigenlijk gewoon vanzelf. En dan er zijn zoveel stukjes dat ik inmiddels geschreven heb. Over de 2000 bladzijden.
En waar gaat het dan meestal?
En dat zijn gewoon stukjes eigenlijk die op een gegeven moment dat ik schrijf. En dan soms als ik ermee ben bemoeien, dan stopt het. Ja. En dan schrijf ik er zo'n kruisje bij. Ja, echt als ik of er af wordt geleid van mijn moeder of zo. Of dat echt invloed op mij, dan voel je ook. En dan op een gegeven moment komt dat weer terug. Juist omdat ik dat zo fascinerend ben en ik ben er zo dankbaar voor. Ook voor alles wat ik mag meemaken van alle mensen. En dat is gewoon, in alle situaties en alles, dat ik er zoveel kennis uit heb mogen ervaren. De wijsheid zit in het hart hoe je het ervaart. De kennis is wat je van opsteekt.
Ja. En hoe kwamen die mensen van Jan rijdt rond bij jou?
Die hebben mij eigenlijk eerder contact gehad met YouTube. Of met filmpjes die ik op YouTube had. Omdat ik zeg maar heel kinderlijk in mijn hoofd zit. Maar tegelijk, dat hadden ze dan gezien in mij. Omdat ik dan heel veel deed spelen en heel veel plezier beleefde. En dat vonden ze apart. En dan wou ze bij Man bij het Hond wou ze eerst met mij gaan filmen. Maar toen was het thuis een beetje een familie ding dat even moeilijk was. Dat was iemand overleden in de familie. En dan zei we, laat me even. En toen is dat gewoon weggegaan. En toen was het Jan rijdt rond. Ja. En toen ging het eigenlijk vanzelf. Ja. En ik vond het juist gewoon. En ik ben hen daar ook heel dankbaar voor. Over dat ik daarover mag vertellen, over spiritualiteit.
Kwamen mensen daarna, hebben ze je gemaild? Kwamen ze naar je toe, die mensen die dat gezien hebben?
Sommige mensen die hebben me op Facebook toegevoegd. En er zijn genoeg mensen die hebben op de site gekeken. Maar heel veel reacties hebben het er niet over gehad eigenlijk. Ja, ik heb er wel gehoord van heel veel mensen op Facebook die dat hebben gezien. Die zeiden wel, wat bijzonder eigenlijk. Wat bijzonder en wat leuk. Maar zo voor de rest, ik heb wel gehoord dat veel mensen ook hebben gezien. Maar die hebben mij nog niks over verteld.
Ja. En zou je het leuk vinden om hier dan bijvoorbeeld dus in een zaaltje met mensen over te praten of zo? Heb je nog andere ideeën die je graag wil doen? Want je loopt over van enthousiasme over dit onderwerp, hè?
Het liefste is het eigenlijk met schrijven. Ik heb mijn eigen, mijn slaapkamer heb ik op mijn eigen energie heb ik die opgebouwd.
Hoe ziet die eruit dan bijvoorbeeld?
Ja, heel kleurrijk en vrolijk. En ik heb een fotocollage met, dat helpt ook heel veel. Bijvoorbeeld als mensen de positieve energie in zijn leven willen opbouwen, dat ze dan een fotocollage maken met de mooiste momenten in hun leven. Je moet je eens voorstellen wat voor effect dat heeft. Bijvoorbeeld als je iets wilt, een droombord, als je iets wilt bereiken, dat je dan bijvoorbeeld waar je vrolijk van wordt, wat je optilt tot hier. Tot in je hart brengt van, dat zou ik wel willen. Kijk, oké, het is wel hier vanuit een tijdelijke, maar er is wel een weg om daar naartoe. Want zelfs affirmaties, dat je dat zegt, dat het op een gegeven moment in je zet. En dan heb je die fotocollage met al die mooie momenten die je zou willen ervaren. juist dat heeft ook zijn diepere effect. Net zoals woorden een diepere betekenis kunnen hebben dan alleen die woorden dat gesproken wordt. Want ik hou van jou bijvoorbeeld, heeft een heel ander effect dan dat je iets negatiefs zou zeggen. Het ligt er nou daar ook aan van hoe het is gesproken, van hoe de mens bewust is, vanuit welk bewustzijnsniveau men aanwezig is en van waaruit die woorden gesproken worden.
Ja.
Dus dat is wel apart. Ik kan wel zeggen, ik hou van je, maar dat het van hieruit is, of hier vanuit, ik hou van je. Maar dan vervagen de woorden en je voelt ze.
Ja.
Dat is echt zo cool.
Ja.
Sorry. Pak even wat drinken.
Ja, natuurlijk. Pak even wat drinken. Maar Marcel, ik was ook nog eens benieuwd, wat je nu over hebt, gaat bijvoorbeeld de film The Secret ook over. Heb je die ook gezien?
Ja.
Ja. En heb jij de film What the Bleep Do We Know gezien?
Ja, ook.
Die was ook cool, hè?
Ja.
Ja. En wat vind je zelf nog? Heb je nog andere films die je gezien hebt? Je zegt, daar moet je eens naar kijken. Waar dit onderwerp ook in voorkomt.
Oh, okay.
The Truman Show bijvoorbeeld. Nee, vond je niet zo?
Jawel, die is wel leuk, maar...
Nee? Zie je dit niet in terug?
Ja,
of The Matrix?
Ja, natuurlijk zie je dat wel in terug. Natuurlijk ook met dat label, dat door de kracht van bewustzijn, dat je dan invloed hebt op de materie. Ja. Natuurlijk, en juist... Oh, even een stokje.
Ja, denk maar.
Ja, juist door... hoe je bewust bent, heeft effect op je persoonlijke trillingsfrequentie. Als je... dit is dus... Ja, ze hebben zo heel veel verschillende namen. Het hemelse uitstraling van het hart. De hemelse uitstraling, de eenheidsgevoel. Ik heb zo'n idee dat het eenheidsgevoel, het licht, de uitstraling van God, eigenlijk dat het ook de Heilige Geest is. Dat het alles samenbrengt. Dus eigenlijk dat het alles dat aanwezig is. En dat je dat pas duidelijker merkt zodra dat je je meer overgeeft aan je hart. En
hoe doen we dat?
Hetzelfde als bijvoorbeeld, er zijn eigenlijk... Ja, ik geloof niet in... Er is alleen dat mensen in afstand zijn van het hart, is omdat ze dan... Ja, dan dimt het licht, het innerlijk licht, de innerlijke schoonheid. Dat ze zich meer bezighouden met uiterlijke schoonheid, met hoe mooi dat ze zijn met het lichaam of zo. Het is wel belangrijk om schoon te zijn, dat wel. Maar om mooi op te maken, omdat je dan iets anders voelt, omdat je ergens toch voor jezelf schaamt. Ja, dat is... Kijk, ik hou van kleuren en zo, maar... Nou, kijk, ja, het is omdat ik blauw gewoon hartstikke mooi vind. Daarom ben ik dat... Ja, en al die kleuren, daar hou ik vrolijk van.
Kun je ons helpen, Marcel? Kun je ons van het hoofd naar het hart brengen?
Ja.
Hoe doen we dat? Heb je daar een oefening voor?
Oh, wacht. Wat ik nog wil zeggen is... Er is eigenlijk geen duisternis. Er is eigenlijk alleen de afwezigheid van licht. Des te meer je hier komt, des te sterker het licht zich bewijst in jouw aanwezigheid. Dus oftewel, innerlijke schoonheid zich bewijst in jouw aanwezigheid. En hoe je tot het hart komt, dat is eigenlijk... hetzelfde als iemand bijvoorbeeld al 40 jaar getrouwd is met iemand en die vrouw van die man, die overlijdt. Ja, ik ken iemand die heeft... En dan zie je dat ook zo. En dan voel je... En sommige mensen die kunnen er in hun eigen leven nog niet eens overheen. En sommige mensen die hebben er een jaar voor nodig om eroverheen te komen. Maar dat heeft ook te maken met het innerlijk verlangen naar vernieuwing. Dat innerlijke verlangen van... Ik wil nu eigenlijk verder. Maar dat heeft dan ben je al meer over aan het gaan tot hier. Omdat je daarvoor kiest. Maar als je continu bezig bent van... Ik moet datzelfde gevoel weer terug. Maar dat gevoel, dat goed gevoel, zit al altijd in je. Alleen je komt tot afstand alsof je iets kwijt bent wat er al altijd is en altijd was. Voordat je überhaupt deze menselijke vorm aanneemt. Ja. Maar de weg is in ieder geval kort of lang. Het is heel persoonlijk aan de personen of situaties en wat ze hebben meegemaakt. Hoe sterk dat zich daarin hechten.
Dus je zou de dood van een geliefde bijvoorbeeld kunnen zien als een mogelijkheid om...
Kijk, als diegene, het ligt eraan hoe sterk diegene zich aan die persoon heeft gehecht. En dit gevoel eigenlijk nodig heeft. Ja, dus een persoonlijke overtuiging leeft dat hij dat nodig heeft, het gevoel, die aanwezigheid van die persoon. Het is ook heel moeilijk om iemand te verliezen. Hetzelfde als een moeder. Dat het kind uit huis gaat. Het is in één keer een soort van leegtegevoel in huis van, ik mis eigenlijk wel de aanwezigheid. Dat is eigenlijk zo. Dat zijn die aardse dingen eigenlijk. Dat het voor ons allemaal als mens soms wel eens best wel een uitdaging kan zijn.
Ja.
Dat is wel moeilijk. En dat begrijp ik ook wel. Ik heb het ook wel meegemaakt, vele situaties, dat ik me ergens aan hechtte. En ja, maar mijn doel is eigenlijk meer om de weg eigenlijk tot het eenheidsgevoel, eenheid en eenvoud. En omdat ik anders ben hier, en ja, hoe moet ik dat zeggen? Ja, door mijn kinderlijke kijk eigenlijk, doordat ik heel anders hierin naar de wereld kijk, het is gewoon alsof het allemaal veel makkelijker gaat. Maar als ik probeer te forceren vanuit een persoonlijke overtuiging van angst van het moet eigenlijk, want anders. En dan, ja, dan gaat het heel moeilijk worden, terwijl het eigenlijk gewoon heel simpel kan. En het is heel simpel. Als ik me niet aan hecht en het idee van het moet nu, want ja, je weet wel, de ego, die rotzak.
Ja.
Ja, maar dat zit in ons allemaal. Juist door die angst wordt de ego opgewekt, zeg maar, in de mens. En daarom is met opvoeding van kinderen is het ook heel belangrijk dat je dan niet alleen, dat ouders niet bezighouden met, nee, dat kan allemaal niet. Maar dat ze ook, belonen met, wat goed dat ze dat hier naartoe geven, dat ze hier de aandacht toe brengen. Van hoe leuk, hoe dankbaar dat ze zijn. En met iedereen geldt dat. Niet alleen ouders, kinderen, maar met alles. Dat merk je, hoeveel goeds dat doet. Dan zie je altijd de lach in plaats van dat die afstand veroorzaakt wordt tussen die twee personen. Dat is het ook.
Ja.
Ja.
En speel je veel met kinderen?
Bij ons in de buurt, iedereen kent mij. Ja, ben ik helemaal mezelf. En dan ren ik rond met voetballen, met van alles. Ben ik gewoon hartstikke blij. Helemaal in vreugde. En net zoals mijn passie schrijven. Dus de eenheid en eenvoud. Het is hier eigenlijk, dat vanzelf gaat. Maar als ik me hiermee bezig hou, dan ben ik het liefst binnen. Als er iets is, zeg maar. Dat bijvoorbeeld, als er iets in de familie is gebeurd. Dan dat je dat aanvoelt. En ergens leef je dan zo mee dat je er toch wel een beetje aan hecht als mens zijn. Dat je, dan zit je daarmee en dan kun je niet zomaar, door die afstand en hiermee bezig zijn in de tijdelijke wereld, dan ben je eerder geneigd te hechten aan iemand of iets, omdat je weer tot het gevoel wat van nature eigenlijk hier is, wil terugkomen. Ja. Maar dan zoek je in de tijdelijke wereld, ik wil hier naartoe komen. En dat is de ego die zich daarmee bezighoudt. Maar de ego die vindt alles goed, behalve dan dat de ego, dat ik de keus maak om mezelf, de ego, op te offeren dan het hart. Waarin de ego in het licht wordt opgelost. En je dus eigenlijk verlicht wordt van de kwelling, waarin je continu in een vicieuze cirkel bezig bent, zoekend naar alles wat je in jouw overtuiging denkt van gelukkig te zijn. Daarom kijk ik bijvoorbeeld niet het nieuws of zo, want dat kan wel behoorlijk lastig zijn als je dingen ziet, je weet zelf wel. Ja. Daarom, dat kan ik niet.
Nee. Je hebt ook een wandelmaatje, hè?
Ja.
Dat is Frans?
Frans, ja. Ik heb 3 begeleiders die me helpen ook met praten over dit soort dingen. Die zijn er heel open voor, gelukkig. Dat is echt fijn. En één begeleider die helpt mij ook met koken, Tom. En die, dat is gewoon op weg naar zelfstandigheid.
Want je wil graag op jezelf gaan.
En dat is best wel lastig, want buiten het klein budget die we hebben, is het gewoon ook het zoeken en het krijgen. Maar het grappige is, mijn gevoel zegt, die zegt het wel, maar om het dan, als ik ergens mee zit en ik stel een vraag tot aan het hart, dan is de universele taal is een liefde, een licht, en dan voel je dat eigenlijk en dan is het al duidelijk zonder dat het verstand doet. En dan heb ik daarin mezelf eigenlijk meer leren kennen in het gevoel en dat is best wel cool. En er is eigenlijk verschillende dingen. Ik ken sommige mediums die zich bezighouden met iedereen te helpen. Het is heel mooi om iedereen te helpen, maar als je vaak bezighoudt ook met mensen zo'n problemen en zo, als je ziet wat die mensen dan als die thuiskomen, wat die dan voor bagage dan eigenlijk, wat het dan, daar hou ik me ook liever niet zo mee bezig. Ik hou me liever bezig met het terugtrekken op mijn kamer en schrijven en dat te geven aan de maatschappij.
Ja.
Zonder dat ik er een boek voor uit wil brengen. Want er zijn heel veel mensen die ik ken ook die het niet kunnen veroorloven. Want het brengt zo'n voorwaarden met zich mee als je een boek uitbrengt. Want ja, er moet toch betaald voor worden. En de website die ik heb, samen met, ik krijg er een beetje sponsoring voor. Ja, van mijn vader.
Ja, lief toch?
Ja. En dat ik dan wel daarvan zelf die keuze heb gemaakt op deze manier. Dan moeten ze wel internet hebben eigenlijk. Maar dat ik op deze manier wel aan de mensen, met de mensen de teksten deel. En ik zet er geen copyright op of zo. Ik maak het niet mijn eigen. Want het is onvoorwaardelijk hoe ik het ontvangen mag. En het is onvoorwaardelijk hoe ik het geven zal. Dus ja, en dat is het gewoon. En heel veel mensen hebben gezegd, maak er dan een boek van. Want ja, de maatschappij is zo dat je er wel iets voor terug moet krijgen. Het is niet erg. Maar ergens een gevoel zit ik er wel echt diep mee. Dat ik er wel eens over heb gehuild, dat ik dat niet kan. En dan doe ik maar andere dingen of wat dan ook. En ja, voor mij is het wel een extra uitdaging eigenlijk om een plaatsje te vinden in deze maatschappij. Want ik heb ook gemerkt dat er is zoveel informatie over te vertellen ook. Als je bijvoorbeeld in afstand bent tot hier. Hoe die prikkelingen, hoe dat wordt waargenomen. Ja, dat is dat je dan niet sterk vanuit je eigen kracht bent, maar een afstand van je ware zelf. Je hogere zelf, het eenheidsgevoel. Dat je dan, dan ben je continu bezig met persoonlijke kwalingen. Omdat alles, zie je, dan gaat het weer, en dan heeft dat weer invloed op mij, omdat ik daar een beetje, mijn aandacht besteed aan iets wat niet zo positief is.
Ja.
Want ik herinner me een tijd dat ik ergens al mee zat, en dan zat ik met begeleider Theo, was ik zo'n lange weg waar heel veel auto's kwamen. En daar hebben we vaker gelopen. Alleen, toen had ik er nooit last van. Ik sprak over spiritualiteit en al het moois. Maar er was een tijd dat ik eventjes ergens mee zat. En toen merkte ik ook hoe die auto's langs de weg, hoe dat echt, dan hoorde ik gewoon van ver af iets aankomen. Dat die waarneming, die prik je dan gewoon. En dan word je daarin worden mensen eerder geïrriteerd of kwaad om zo. En dan proberen, dat is al mild uitgedrukt, want het kan zo ver gaan. Het is gewoon de mens die zichzelf probeert te overleven hier in de tijdelijke wereld. Maar dat is de continue vicieuze cirkel van innerlijke strijd. De strijd is met jezelf, niet met een andere persoon of een situatie of wat dan ook in de wereld. Het is met jezelf. Pas als je jezelf leert kennen en wie je werkelijk bent en daarin te herinneren dat je als kind van het licht bent. Met de bedoeling te ontwikkelen in liefde. En met ons allen samen, kom hier. Hierin is vrede. Vrede en de stilte van de stilte. Ja, en hierin ben je net zoals je net geboren bent. Het zuiver bewustzijn is hier. In het eenheidsgevoel. Eigenlijk, wauw. Ja, er is zoveel informatie over eigenlijk. Zoveel waar ik dankbaar voor ben. Dat ik over heb mogen schrijven. Alleen al over dit onderwerp. Dat,
Je bent er echt verliefd op, hè?
Ja, want dat schrijven ook. Dat is gewoon het voelt als een verliefdheid aan voor mij. Want kijk, net zoals mensen dat bijvoorbeeld met elkaar hebben, die verliefdheid. Heb ik dat met het schrijven bijvoorbeeld nu. Dat is bijvoorbeeld, dat is gewoon mijn... Ik heb er geen woorden voor. Ik ben er zo dankbaar voor. Om te kunnen schrijven over al het moois eigenlijk. Over God, bewustzijn en wat de mens nog meer... wat in de mens nog meer mogelijk is. En dat gaat gewoon vanzelf eigenlijk.
Ja. En het gedeelte hiervan is dus te lezen op je website, op Facebook.
Ja, en ik hoop wel eigenlijk alles binnenkort erop te kunnen zetten.
Moet nog even overgetypt worden.
En kijken hoe we dat kunnen aanpassen. Dus. Maar we zijn al goed onderweg.
Ja?
Ja, zeker.
Heb je daar nog hulp bij nodig? Kun jij nog mensen gebruiken die daarmee kunnen helpen met typen? Of heb je liever een vast clubje mensen om je heen?
Ik heb 2 mensen die me wel daarbij helpen. Dus daarbij is het niet zo'n probleem.
Ja. Kunnen we je ergens anders mee helpen? Je zoekt woonruimte, zeg je?
Ja, eigenlijk het liefst hier in de buurt. Want ik ken
Roermond.
Eigenlijk regio Roermond. Waarin ik eigenlijk alles heb en iedereen ken. En
ja, je gaat niet
dus
in Amsterdam.
Nee. Dat al helemaal niet, sorry.
Nee.
Wauw.
Te druk?
Weet ik. Ja, te druk. Ik ben er wel een paar keer geweest, maar je merkt echt het verschil. Dat is sowieso wel awesome. Dat is wel cool. Hoeveel verschillende energieën er alles samenkomen. Maar voordat je überhaupt thuis bent, dan val je al in slaap.
Ja.
Echt, zo, omdat het zo'n impact heeft wel.
Ik voel het ook hoor. Als ik vanuit de Randstad terug naar Limburg of Brabant rijd, is het ook net alsof ik in een warm bad terechtkom. En ik,
Ja, Limburg is daarin wel heel stuk rustiger.
Ja. Het is fijn hè?
Ja.
En zijn er nog misschien dingen waar je fan van bent? Muzikanten, artiesten? Dat je zegt, die zingen ook over die liefde. Herken je het in andere dingen dan in geschreven dingen? Schilderijen misschien?
Maar ik ben bijvoorbeeld dankbaar dat ik met jou erover kan hebben.
Ja.
En ja, mensen die daar geïnteresseerd in zijn, maar die ook echt, wauw. Ik vind het al, ik ben al dankbaar ervoor dat ik erover kan schrijven. En dat doe ik al een hele tijd. Dat alleen al, dat kleine beetje dat ik dat kan doen.
Ja.
Alleen de thuissituatie is af en toe best wel heel moeilijk. En daarom stottert dat wel af en toe. Omdat bij ons thuis leven ze in 2 verschillende werelden. En daar heb ik heel veel over geschreven, over het verschil. Maar het is best wel vermoeiend, omdat ik wil graag een eigen plekje. Omdat ik woon thuis nog bij mijn ouders. Maar die leven in een totale andere wereld dan ik. En dat voel je ook, want hoe lager je bewust bent, hoe je meer dat je hier met problemen bezig bent, hoe kleveriger de energie ook aanvoelt. En als je meer tot het hart bent, dan voelt die energie zo vrij. Dan denk je dat je vanuit je eigen vrije wil de dingen doet. Eigenlijk zit je hier gevangen in de illusie dat je denkt iets nodig te hebben om geluk te ervaren. Maar de echte vrijheid is hier. Dus door je eigen wil de enige echte keuze te maken om jezelf op te offeren aan je hart, dan ben je pas vrij. En dat voel je ook. Dat is een gelukzaligheid, dat blijft altijd. Dat is echt wauw. Dat is, alleen mensen worden heel makkelijk afgeleid in de tijdelijke wereld, omdat dat best wel chaotisch is. Ja. En dingetjes zijn soms leuk en dan trek je de aandacht aan. Ik heb dat zelfs ook wel eens hoor.
Ja,
dus,
met wat bijvoorbeeld?
Ja, ik heb bijvoorbeeld sinds kort heb ik op mijn computer doe ik ook nog wel. Ik hou van RPG's. Van vroeger al, dat zijn role-playing games. Oh, ja. Final Fantasy 9 in het bijzonder. En op Steam, sinds kort was dat spel beschikbaar. En dat trok me wel mijn aandacht en ik, dat is wel cool om terug te beleven. Ja, zoiets bedoel ik dan. Dat raakt je het is wel mooi op zich, maar ja, kijk, ook de dingetjes om te sparen, zoals geld. Bezittingen, aardse bezittingen. Het zijn gewoon tijdelijke dingen die we bijvoorbeeld persoonlijk waarde aan hechten. Bijvoorbeeld mijn telefoon. Kijk, ik heb maar een klein budget en ik ben er heel voorzichtig mee. Maar daarbij als het valt, bijvoorbeeld het gaat kapot. Ergens toch voel ik het wel, want dat vind ik best jammer. Want ik kan er nog heel veel leuke dingen mee doen en het is gewoon makkelijk. Het maakt makkelijk in deze wereld. In deze tijd heeft iedereen internet bijna en alles. Ja. En dan voel je wel, kijk, als je geld genoeg hebt, dan is het allemaal eigenlijk een stuk makkelijker. Dan lig je er niet meer wakker. Maar zelfs ik lig er dan toch wel een beetje mee wakker. Maar kijk, en dan net zoals de verwerking van iemand wat je lief hebt, dat er niet meer is. Dat is een soort van gelijk dat je dan even moet zakken. De weg kan kort of lang zijn naar het hart. Waarin het weer gewoon goed voelt. Omdat je de rust hebt dat dit stilt. En dan daarin kun je pas eigenlijk, dan komt het naar je toe, de oplossing. Omdat je wilt dat het gemaakt wordt. Maar vaker is het zo dat mensen de aandacht besteden aan het negatieve. Bijvoorbeeld, het is kapot en ze blijven daarin bezig zijn dat het kapot is. In plaats van de aandacht besteden van hoe kan ik het maken. Weet je wel, er zijn weer 2 verschillende werelden. En dat bedoel ik eigenlijk met bij mij thuis wonen. Er zijn 2 verschillende werelden. Ik wil mezelf ontdekken. En de andere kant, bij onze thuissituatie, wil alles doen om van God los te komen. Wil zichzelf niet ontdekken, omdat ze met dingen zitten. Met alle respect voor de mensen.
Maar heel veel mensen hebben dit, hè?
Ja, heel veel. Ik heb dat ook, zo'n situatie wel eens gehad. En ik begrijp dat. En ik laat iedereen ook in zijn waarde daarmee. Want ik moet met mezelf bemoeien.
Je kan het niet voor ze oplossen, hè?
Nee, want tenzij een ander vraagt om advies of hulp. Ja. Dan geef je gewoon een mandje adviezen, wat je denkt dat voor goed lijkt te zijn voor de ander, om mee te leren. Ja. En dan kunnen hun uit dat mandje advies kunnen ze wat halen.
Leuk gezien.
Wauw!
Ja, dat was het mandje.
Ja!
Dat was het mandje.
Te veel advies.
Ja.
Oké, wauw.
Ja, cool. En zoek je nog mensen om hier meer over te praten of zo? Kunnen mensen je mailen? Of,
nou, ik heb op mijn... Ja, ik ben eigenlijk... Als ze een beetje, vanwege de site en de kosten die erbij komen, als ze een klein beetje bij willen dragen, zou ik het wel waarderen. Ja.
Heb je op je site een donatie?
Ik heb de site. Nee, ik heb gewoon de IBAN erop staan. Dus, ja. Kijk, weet je wat? Ik heb op de site een heel stuk waarmee alle rapporten over mij staan van mijn leven. Ik heb in een Thomashuis gezeten. Heb ik 2 jaar geleefd met mensen die zijn heel anders. Die wonen daar beschermd. En daar heb ik ook 2 jaar geleefd omdat ze mij hebben geleerd dat het niet erg is om anders te zijn. En dat zijn de meest liefste mensen ook. Dat je ook, een jongen in het bijzonder, Ruud, die heeft de Angelman syndroom. Die blijft altijd als een baby hier, zeg maar. Mm-hmm. En daar voel ik me ook, daar kan ik ook heel leuk mee spelen. Ja. Het is gewoon, hij kan ook niet praten en zo. Maar als er bijvoorbeeld een vliegje op zijn hand komt, of de meest simpelste dingen, bijvoorbeeld in de lucht als je zo kijkt. Ja. En dan waar andere mensen gewoon rechtuit kijken en ze kijken niet eens omhoog. Maar hij ziet dan die dingen zo eigenlijk. En dan kijk ik met hem mee. En bij mij valt het dan zitten we soms echt de hele tijd te kijken. En als er iets is, zoals een vliegje op de hand, dan lacht hij helemaal dat de begeleiding bij moet komen. Omdat hij dan helemaal rood wordt van het lachen. Ja. En dat is echt zo mooi eigenlijk. Het simpele, teruggaan naar het eenheid en eenvoud. En dat is als we ons onthechten van de aardse dingen en terugkomen naar wat echt belangrijk is. Ja. De hartelijkheid en al het moois eigenlijk die in ieder mens is. Alleen juist doordat de maatschappij en doordat we dingen in overtuiging zijn van moeten. Maar het voelt ook gewoon dat het moet. Want het brood komt niet zo vanzelf. En ik snap dat ook wel. Ik heb ook wel geprobeerd voor momenten. Het is heel moeilijk. Vooral voor mensen die minder gevoelig zijn dan anderen. Daar is het al een hele taak voor. Wat meen je voor mensen die hooggevoelig zijn? Daar heb ik sommige mensen mee gesproken die ook hooggevoelig zijn. Waar hun doorheen gaan. Dat is echt, hun krijgen dan medicijnen die het gevoel onderdrukken. En daar zeg ik nee tegen, want het gevoel hier is het leven zelf. Je kunt het leven niet onderdrukken om dan maar denken van, ik ga er maar op vooruit. Want in feite, doet dat zoveel kwaad, dat allemaal. Dus ik hoef dat niet. Ik ga er zelf voor. En dan is het gewoon als het even moeilijk gaat. En dan trek ik me terug op mijn kamer. En dan ga ik, dan kom ik tot mezelf. En dan ervaar ik mezelf volledig. En dan komt daarna pas het schrijven. Want het schrijven komt eigenlijk meer hier. Als ik meer hier ben, dan gaat het steeds beter. En als ik hier ben en ik schrijf dan komen de woorden anders op papier. Dan heeft het eigenlijk dat waar ik mee zit beïnvloed dan het schrijven. Dat is echt grappig. En dat is ook het succes als schrijvers bijvoorbeeld een boek uitbrengen. Dat het succes heeft te maken met hoe sterk ze eigenlijk onvoorwaardelijk met de liefde bezig zijn van, niet van ik wil, want ik moet, want ik wil dat. Nee, dat ze volledig aanwezig zijn in dit moment in het gevoel. En sterker de liefdesgevoel om het schrijven zelf. In plaats van het uitbrengen of wat je voor terugkrijgt. Ja, dat heeft wel eens een effect en dan voel je, dat is de energie die je voelt achter de woorden die geschreven zijn.
Ja, kwaliteit heeft het dan. Hè?
Ja.
En heb jij nou vaak ruzie met mensen? Lijkt me niet.
Met mijn moeder af en toe.
Ja.
Maar af en toe, maar dat is vaker omdat wij verschillend leven. En daarbij is het, zij wil mij op haar manier helpen. Zij roeit met de spanen die ze heeft. Ja. Alleen is het bij haar zo dat ze denkt dat het mij helpt. Maar alleen de overbezorgdheid van ouders werken vaak het kind tegen. Ja. En hoe? Dat zie ik niet alleen bij mij, maar bij andere kinderen, bij andere mensen.
Ouders ook. Ja.
Dat werkt echt tegen. En dan bedoelen ze het zo goed, maar ze hechten zich daaraan en dan werkt het tegen. En dan wordt de afstand alleen groter en dan komen ze dan daarna achter.
Ja.
De afstand. Pas dan als ze zeggen van, en het loslaten. Ja, en dan wordt alleen al dat moment van die vergeving, dat je jezelf vergeeft en het loslaat tot je hart. Sorry man, omdat je dan realiseert van dit zou ik ook niet willen. Ik zou de positieve ondersteuning willen. Ik zou erkenning willen van iets goeds wat er gedaan is. Ik zou wel graag geholpen worden zonder dat de wil van de ouder geforceerd wordt op een kind vanuit angst van nee, dat moet je doen, want anders dit of dit. Ja, dat werkt echt tegen. Kijk, ik snap dat soms wel eens de dingen dat je moet oppassen in de maatschappij. Omdat gewoon, als je niet genoeg geld hebt, dan red je het niet meer. En dat zijn vrienden die je op zichzelf woonden, die zijn terug komen wonen thuis. Die hebben ook gestudeerd en zo. Of ja, die hebben gestudeerd en die zijn terug komen wonen thuis. Omdat ze het financieel niet zo redden. Omdat het al een beetje te moeilijk was. Want ze wilden ook eens een keer uitgaan of zo. Hey, ik rook niet, ik drink niet of ik ga niet uit of al die dingen. Ik probeer de centen volledig, ik geef de centen volledig aan de dingen, de doel die ik heb om, dat niet zomaar een impuls inkoop is of iets, maar echt bedoeling om op mezelf te wonen bijvoorbeeld.
Ja.
En dat, buiten dat is iets van mij persoonlijk. Maar de donaties zou wel ten goede gebruikt worden voor het behoud en het verbeteren van de site bijvoorbeeld. En alle plugins en die bij, want ik wilde graag alles origineel, ook de template en alles, uit respect voor de makers. En daarbij, voelde ik gewoon veel beter aan. En dan krijg je de ondersteuning daarbij. En op de site zie je dus een heel stuk over mij. Dat is eigenlijk, letterlijk heel mijn leven eigenlijk bijstaat. En ook een YouTube kanaal heb ik, Child of Light 16. Dat is, daar zie je eigenlijk, ik heb 450 filmpjes waarmee je vanaf de geboorte, eigenlijk zie je eigenlijk al dat ik eigenlijk anders ben. Zelf echt vanaf de geboorte, uit al die filmpjes die we nog hebben, heb ik daarbij gedeeld. Dus, en ze zei ook dat ik een van de eerste vlogger was.
Ja.
Nee, dat wist ik niet, maar het zal wel, dat zei ze. Maar
Ja.
ik vond het wel grappig, dus dat zei ze. Ja. Maar ja, ik heb er zoveel verschillende filmpjes, dat is echt, en dan zie je ook momenten hoe blij ik ben en alles. Ja, als ik buiten met de kinderen gewoon speel en plezier heb, gewoon, dan is dat een en een eenvoud. Dat is gewoon mooi. Ja. Zodra als er iets is met iemand of wat dan ook, dan moet ik proberen niet te persoonlijk aan te trekken. Je kunt er wel helpen, maar niet jezelf ermee bemoeien en dat zo sterk persoonlijk aan te trekken. Want dan heb je er alleen zelf mee, heb ik zelf in de gaten.
Ja.
Dus daarom probeer ik ook minder tv te kijken eigenlijk. Daarbij eigenlijk, bijvoorbeeld het nieuws bijvoorbeeld.
Ja.
Alleen vrolijke dingen. En bijvoorbeeld Disney ben ik, Walter Disney ben ik echt ook dankbaar dat hij zoveel vrolijks heeft gebracht in deze wereld.
Ja.
Dat heeft deze wereld nodig. Daarom ben ik ook fan van de Efteling. Die ook zoveel, dat zie je gewoon echt, dat als je daar loopt en die mensen om je heen, die gewoon even, die sfeer daar ook in de Efteling is gewoon, daar word je gewoon zo vrolijk van.
Ja.
Ja, dat voel ik nu al, gewoon hier zo doorheen, als je daaraan denkt. Dat is echt.
En het woord vrolijk...
Behalve het lang wachten, dat is de rij. Maar ja, toch?
Het woord vrolijk zit ook in je website, vrolijk?
Nee, werkelijk geluk.
Oh, ik dacht vrolijk geluk.
Nee, werkelijk geluk.
Werkelijkgeluk.nl.
Aan elkaar, ja.
Marcel, leuk om met je te praten. We hebben nog een paar minuutjes. Wil je nog iets toevoegen aan het interview? Wil je mij nog iets vragen? Heb je honger? Wil je wat drinken nog?
Ja, ik drink dadelijk even
Ja.
meer. Dat ik
Wil je misschien Jan van Delden nog even bedanken?
Ja, is goed. Dat doe ik sowieso dadelijk via e-mail ook.
Okay.
En super bedankt dat je dit mogelijk hebt gemaakt. Ook dat je hem dat verteld hebt.
Ja.
En ik ben jou heel dankbaar dat ik dit mag vertellen.
Ja, ik van
Kijk,
jou
op YouTube wilde ik ook wat filmpjes erop zetten om er zelf te praten. Maar dat is eigenlijk, het schrijven ben ik zo gewend. Dat trek ik me terug op mijn kamer. Waarin de energie gewoon, voor mijzelf hoog is door alle vrolijke dingen. En dat ik zelf mijn kamer kleurrijk heb gemaakt. Ja. En dan gaat dat wat vanzelf. En dan, ik heb nooit echt geprobeerd, sinds eigenlijk met die begeleiders te praten. En met Jan rijdt rond. Dat dacht ik, en toen jij dat mij zei zo. Toen dacht ik, dat wil ik echt heel graag. En toen werd ik alleen al verliefd van het idee van dat je dan, voor deze mogelijkheid. Dat is echt cool.
Leuk. Marcel, dankjewel.
Dank je.
Ja. Sitting here in Lelystad for a second talk with Karen Visser. The first talk we did was through the mobile phone on Apple FaceTime or audio. To talk about, first of all, the Headless Cafe. Can you tell us something about that? What is that and what do you do?
Well, I called it a Headless Cafe because I liked the name. It was unpretentious. It is unpretentious. And it's all about the philosophy of Douglas Harding. And then actually when I say philosophy, I don't mean philosophy, because what I like in this approach, so to say, is the practical part. It are the experiments. It are crazy infantile or childish experiments that we do ourselves, and that can show you reality as it is. It's very hard to tell another person about what reality is. Actually impossible by nature, because one can only see it for himself. And these experiments that Douglas Harding developed, they are just fantastic because you can't miss them. It's like an attention of focus. You just use your own senses, your own clear seeing, nothing mystical or anything supernatural or whatever. And you just see for yourself what reality is, and that's, how to express it. It's just this moment, this experience, and this space that I am, in which everything is happening at this moment, at every moment.
And why is it called the headless way? Because you make use of the head?
No, it's the other way around. What he discovered in his early 30s was that actually when he looked from his own perspective, and that applies to all of us, is that I can't see my own head or my own face. And instead, if I really look down now, I see this body appearing from my shoulders and my breast down to my arms and my leg. It's actually great for videoing because I can show it. This is all that I see of myself. I don't see my face. Of course, I think that I have a face because I've seen it in the mirror. Other people confirm me constantly. Oh, you know, you look a bit white. Or are you feeling well? Your hair doesn't look so good today. Or, you know, all the constant, my whole life, I've had these messages about how I look. You're a girl, you're, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Or, but the reality is I've never seen it myself. Unless in a reflection, in the water there when it's still, or in a mirror,
or a picture,
or a picture, a picture.
And what does that imply? What does that say to me, that I can't see my head or face?
Well, nothing, of course, at first. But when you're going to think about it, okay, I see nothing here, and it even gets confirmed. For example, when from my perspective, I mean, it's not from the camera's perspective, because there you see a woman with a face and an arm that's just doing like this. But if you who are watching this would do it with me, then I can't, even the top of my fingers are now disappearing, my hand, my whole arm, into, I don't know how to call this space, because it's really, well, nothing is even a word. I have no idea. It just disappears and it comes out again.
Yeah.
But this emptiness, or this spaciousness, or this borderless, because also I can't see the ends of it, nor here, nor here, nor here, this space, everything appears in it. You appear in it right now, this room appears in it, and actually every moment, my whole life, appears in it, comes from my body, sort of vents out into this room, beyond the walls, into the garden, whatever is the situation at that moment, and that's always the case. So this nothing here contains everything, and that is my true nature from my own perspective. Yeah. Not from your perspective if you look at me, but from my own perspective. And then I'm starting to understand the mystics who talked about everything and nothing, and everything suddenly starts to make sense.
Make sense to
me about what I truly am. That here at heart I'm empty of everything, and everything comes from there, appears from there. And whatever I think I am, my appearance that I've sort of adopted, because people have confirmed me my whole life that I am this girl, this woman, this young woman, this old woman, well, whatever they confirmed me on, is an image in my own mind. Is an aanname in Dutch.
Assumption?
Assumption. It's an assumption. I can't prove it at this moment, that I have a face or a head. I can say, well, you know, I see a pinkish thing here, that's my nose,
You
so
can
I
touch
have
it.
a face.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So let's touch it and see what actually, if I can actually say, honestly, I'm touching my cheek now.
Yeah.
Well, you will confirm it.
Yeah.
But if I do it for myself, I just feel a sensation. And I have no idea what it is. And if I touch here, I feel another sensation in another spot, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But if I am touching my forehead, that's a whole image, a fantasy in my mind, because I can't know it for sure. For me.
Yeah. And does that bring peace immediately, or?
To me it does. I can't say if it did immediately, but it explains all the stresses of my life for a great deal. For example, at work, because I'm supposed to be there somebody, so I feel the stress from actually this nothingness that has to come up with a certain personality that fits in the work circumstances. And for example, now this interview situation, I'm again supposed to be somebody who, well, now talks about the headless approach. And so there are constantly situations where I'm supposed to be somebody, but when I have a look here, I can't find anything. So that's stressy. But when I go back here, so for example, when I work with disabled people, so sometimes or often that's a stressful or really intense situation. When I go back, I just do this and I think, oh my God,
Yeah.
I'm empty at my heart. I'm empty at my center. There's nothing there. And that's who I truly am. There's nothingness here.
So being someone is always stressful.
I think so, because in a way, for yourself, you have to make it up. You get confirmed from the outside,
Yeah.
like you did well or you did not well.
Yeah.
But it's not a natural situation for me. I've learned to be this woman, you know, whatever is appropriate in the situation, or I find appropriate. But for me, I'm at my heart, I'm not it. For me, this woman, Karin, who others say I am, I see her in the mirror, and I can adopt and take on that image, knowing that everybody sees it except me. But she's there, is she? She's actually always in the mirror a meter away, or further if I see myself from top till foot. Head to toe, they say in English.
Yeah. So what happens then when we are asleep? Well, we take on another persona. I can be Napoleon, for example, in a dream.
Yeah.
Does that also say that in essence I am nothing, just trying to be something, or?
I don't know. Harding has never talked much about dreaming and all those things. He just say the consciousness is uninterrupted, because you could go from the daily consciousness, like now I'm, you know, I'm here nothing, but in my consciousness I'm also this woman, because she is present here and I see part of my body here. And then in a dream I'm something else. And then I wake up again, so seamlessly you become from Patrick Napoleon back to Patrick.
Yeah, for me it's a validation of what you are saying, that there is not one version of me.
No.
Which is constant, and because already the version of Patrick 10 years ago was a whole different ball game than what is going on right now.
That's true. And it's true at every level, because at the cellular level that's true as well.
Yeah.
So this whole appearance is in a constant change, whether it's very slowly or it's a bit faster. And in my head, in my fantasy, I say, well, I'm this woman, and I'm a constant, but it's actually not true. that I am a constant, but because everything is changing, and that explains to me the stressfulness of life. Because in reality, if there isn't a constant in appearances, and I tell myself, yeah, there has to be a constant because that's what I'm clinging to. I'm this woman, this is my character, this is my passport, this is who I am. Well, then you're in for a good amount of pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have to get Botoxed. To stay the same.
To stay the same,
yeah.
And that seems to make you depressed. They've recently found out,
yeah.
so then you have to deal with that, and God,
it
goes on and on and on. Yeah.
So when you invite people to come over here, could we call that a satsang, or is it different?
No. In the satsang, how I see it, at least, is that there's somebody who pretends to know it or has a certain energy that he wants or she wants to share with others, and that's not my intention at all.
No.
I have the experiments that I've done a few times more than the other people, so I'm inviting them straight away to join in and do them together, and then we go. Well, actually you can't miss it, the outcome from these experiments, because they're designed to very, in a simple way, see how things are. And then we start to talk about it, because everybody interprets that from their own life and their own situation and their own specific viewpoint and expression, and that's so beautiful, because what you would see or what would stand out for you is something else as what should stand out for me or stands out for me. So I can learn from you, and you maybe learn from me, and so it's a very inspired situation where we all share our views and our discoveries from these experiments, and I love it. I really love that. Yeah.
Totally equal. So
equal, absolutely.
You're
as reality is equal, because I can't know it more than you do. The moment you see it, we know the same thing. Even if I've seen it 300 times already, and you see it for the first time, actually, what I've come to learn over the years, your expression of it is way more beautiful than mine. Because for you it's a total surprise if you would do it the first time. So I'm tremendously enjoying people who are new and are so amazed at their own discoveries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what kind of people come and visit you? Are those people who hit rock bottom, or are it people who are very successful and know that is not the end or not the thing to get?
A little bit of everything. Sometimes new people, but I think a lot of people come who have been on a specific path already for a long time, and in the end weren't happy about it because it didn't bring them what they were looking for. And I've thought about it a lot, actually, because myself, I've also been a long-term intense studier on few paths, and stopped at it after a number of years, because I wasn't. There were still doubts. I felt I'm clearly going in the wrong way, or this specific training or meditation or learning situation doesn't bring me any more than I'm feeling I'm on the same spot all the time, but only, and that's why I'm offering this Harding approach, only this Harding way, which is so simple and so ridiculous. All the doubt disappears. I thought, well, this is it. I've always been it. Actually, this whole seeking journey is rather ridiculous, because you end up with nothing. But this time it's how shall I say it, really a proven nothing. I've really looked everywhere, and now I know for sure I am this emptiness in which everything appears every moment. I'm always here for myself. Wherever I go, the world moves with me, and it's always changing. And that's just the nature of the whole game. This body changes, these hands, I've seen these hands changing over the years. When I look in the mirror, I see this face changing, getting wrinkles and
grey hair.
Not so much yet,
Okay.
but it will come.
Yeah.
It will come, doubtless. And and that will change, that personality. But this at heart, this emptiness, actually, this consciousness is still has been there as long as I remember.
And has never changed.
The consciousness itself, no. But what it was conscious of, yes.
Ah,
yes.
That's a good
Yes.
distinguish.
Yes, yes. I've had lots of desperation in my life. Oh, what is this life? Who am I? Well, not in that form, the question not in that form, but, you know, how am I supposed to be in this drama of life? What is death? I wanted to know what is God.
Mm-hmm.
I've been brought up without any religion, so I went on a search pretty quickly as a child already. And I mean, if you're a human being and you have a curiosity, you're seriously curious about what this all is, then you want to know. So where do you go after you've explored a career, explored having a family and bringing up children? Well, I started already before that, but you know, I sort of got the two together as far as that went. Being on a spiritual journey and trying to be an ordinary mom. And of course your kids don't want you to be a special meditator or anything, they just want you to be mom. And and then in the end I just wanted to know, so I'm really happy. I'm at last, after 3 decades, I've unraveled the puzzle, and I think this is it.
Yeah.
And this is nothing glorious, this is nothing special, this is totally ordinary, this applies to every other human being.
And even other creatures, animals.
Animals, the
Yeah.
plants here, my cats, everything.
Yeah.
And the people on the bus that I see probably are not very aware of who they are in their center. And nevertheless, I know that they're, well, to say it a bit holy, a divine expression as well.
So you're not going around being the enlightened woman from Lelystad?
That would be a big joke here.
Yeah, but you could make a lot of money by being that and opening a big mansion here.
It would be taking on another personality, wouldn't it? But this time a spiritual personality.
Yeah.
And I must say, I have done that a bit in the past. There were years that first of all, I was convinced the only thing that you could do with having more clarity was to become a teacher yourself and get students and so on. So I did it for a few years, but it was not satisfying at all.
No.
And I find it a lot of pressure again. And then the second thing is, it's not true. It's simply not true.
But does it serve a purpose?
What I think serves a purpose is if you share with somebody else a way that they can see for themselves. And they shouldn't trust me on my word. Also, that mistake I've made myself. I've trusted a teacher on his word, even though I didn't understand much of it. I took years to sort of decipher the messages, and really had a lot of investment in it, money-wise and love-wise and personal
devotion to it.
Devotion, yeah. it brought me nothing, and that's one of the hardest lessons I've learned. That
it's not necessary.
I don't know that. Maybe for me, if I think this has been a positive lesson in my life, I've learned for once and for all, you can't get it from another person. You have to see for yourself.
Yeah.
You have to see for yourself. Nobody else can tell you who you are. Because in the end, if you, well, je hand in vuur steken, they say in Dutch, it means stick your hand in the fire. So, you know, you really am absolutely sure about something. Nobody else can tell you that because there's always a bit of doubt.
Yeah.
You can take it in for a long time and you know, repeat the words of the master and even start to believe it yourself if you've gone long enough with it. But in the end, you can't say it for sure.
Yeah.
And the whole quest for truth or clarity or what this life is, if there's the slightest bit of doubt, it's not finished. It's only finished when you really can say for yourself, okay, this is it. And, and again, that's pretty sobering.
Yeah.
Because it's absolutely ordinary.
Nothing special about that.
No, you become the most normal human being on earth.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to brag about, there's nothing to pat your own shoulder for. There's nobody who... well, again, I can, you know, put on, well, we joked about the white sheet here and,
yeah.
and the flower.
Yeah.
Say, oh, I have something to say.
Say namaste.
Namaste and so on. And definitely it will serve a purpose. And I've learned a lot from my teachers, but in the end it was me who saw for myself just the most basic reality of every moment, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it will stay like that.
And can you taste, let's say, in other people if they found that or not? Can you, or can it be checked? Can you say, oh, well, that's someone who saw it, he didn't see it, she saw it?
Not really, because again, it's not in appearance, isn't it? But when I have a communication with somebody, either by email or by, for real, by phone, there are sentences that I think, I'm not sure. It's kinder to say, I think this is a young person on the road. This person had just their first oneness experience or that they're bigger than their body and are fully, overwhelmed by it and thank the Lord and everything. And then I know it will change because it's not about experiences. The experiences come and go. And it's guaranteed that from the highest bliss you tumble down either quickly or after a while and into the opposite, which is mostly pretty nasty or depressed or whatever. And so you see the other side.
Yeah.
Because this world that appears in this consciousness is constantly changing. And it's not that... because I've seen it now, suddenly the whole world is on the sunny side of the street forever.
No.
It's not true. The whole spectrum still plays its part. It's just what the world is made of. So, also I am depressed and I have my moments that I don't like it all, but I must say, since I know I am at heart here this empty thing in which everything is appearing and I know it will go, and also the beautiful times will go, it's a lot better. It's really a lot better.
Yeah. It's called self-inquiry. Here in Holland we have a magazine about self-inquiry. It's called Insight.
Yeah.
And you just started a new job as the editor-in-chief of this, call it magazine.
Yes.
It's 4 times a year.
Yes.
And what do people get out of this magazine? Is it just...
I have no idea, I tell you. I have no idea.
Is it just for fun? For me, it's a purpose. It's a nice read. I get new people I'm interested in for interviews. And but as you just said, you cannot give this to someone else.
No.
So is this just a pointer, or what can we say about it?
I don't know. I also think that with my getting the job, actually, it's very nice because the editor group has been men up till now.
Yeah.
And I'm not the youngest editor now. There's another younger editor a little bit, but I'm the first female and I'm straight away chief editor. So also for me it was a bit like clawing. Okay, I hadn't voted for this, but clearly it's how. I mean, it just went like that. It's one of those things.
So is it now going to be printed on pink paper? The female version of Inside? No.
No, but the other editors already make jokes about my slightly different choices, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But I like for it, and of course we'll see how that applies to other people if they like it too, because then hopefully more people would take a subscription or buy it.
Yeah.
What I like is if it would be an inspiration for everybody on the path. So for young seekers, people who start to seek, and they're looking for some pointers or guidelines. So there definitely should be articles that are giving information. Then, of course, for the people who are on the path forever and have read all the Ramana and Nisargadatta books, for them there should be articles, maybe of another not yet translated little bit from a book somewhere. And that's mainly 1 or 2 of my fellow editors who know all of that, so they make sure that's in it too. And then I like, for myself a lot, that people, there are articles of writers who say how it inspires their life. Because once we see, and there are many more people now who see who they are than 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago, then it was still very exclusive. But now, so many people just know who they are and they keep living.
Yeah.
So how does this express in a life? And that's what fascinates me. How does it express in your life? And how can I learn from you? And so that's a lot of articles that I give a yes to. That's just somebody who knows, or he or she knows who they are. They've lived it for a considerable amount of time, and they're telling what it did for them in their lives.
Yeah.
And because that's, in the end, I assume that's what it is for, isn't it? Seeing who you are, and then because you're still alive to go, so what change does it make? If you realize you're one with everything and everybody else, how does it affect you? Do you still make the same choices as you made when you didn't know it?
Yeah.
So that's my...
Sounds interesting.
It does, yeah.
And it's not the first thing you do on paper, because next to you is laying the book, The Freedom to Love. Could we call it? Is it an autobiography of Catherine Harding, or is it more than that?
She should be mad if I said it was an autobiography, because it meant she had written it herself.
Yeah.
But she made me clearly state this was not her idea, but it was mine.
Why was that? Well, why did you want to write a book about? For people who don't know, it's the late wife of Douglas Harding.
Yes.
Catherine Harding.
She's not yet dead, but he is dead.
Yeah.
So it's the widow.
How do you call it? The widow, yeah.
The widow of Douglas Harding, yeah. I met her and she was fascinating to me. To me she was an embodiment of the whole headless approach, of somebody who knows who she is, who is totally humble in it, who had a life with many ups and downs, so not a privileged life at all. Many children, been a single mom, a very difficult first husband, has always been drawn to do good works for the world. A teacher, and then she met Douglas Harding when she was in her late 50s and he was in his 80s.
Oh.
So that's also rather special. And then they traveled the world, and then of course he died. And the way she could tell about it so freely and so, not withholding anything. She's a very good storyteller. So that combination, I thought, here's finally a woman who knows who she is not going to sit on a pedestal, has been through many challenges that women can have in their life, and yet she's this shiny being, and I can just sit beside her and we can have a conversation. And nobody else seemed to have the idea to start writing about her, and I mean she's in her 80s, so
yeah.
It was a bit now or never. And I liked her, and I asked her, and she wasn't very keen at first.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Because she said it was against seeing. This book would glorify her personal life, and seeing is not to glorify anything. So even halfway the book, when I worked on it already for a year, she called me and said, "Oh, Karen, oh, it's dreadful, but we can't proceed with the project. I'm so sorry, I'm really so sorry, we have to stop it." And then, well...
With the French accent, she told you to...
yeah, we had to stop it. And I said, yeah, but why? And then she said, well, it's against the principles of seeing, and it would be against everything I stand for, and so on. And by then, of course, I knew already so much about her with her own words, so I could contradict it with her own words. So at the end of a long phone call, she said, well, okay then.
Yeah.
Okay then.
And has she have regrets afterwards, or was she pleased with the...
She still finds it a bit difficult, that it's all out there, and people from the headless approach, but also I hope many other people. This book is an inspiration, because not only it's about her life, but it's about her vision, and also at the end there are some experiments.
And it has the subtitle. The subtitle is called?
The Life and Vision of Catherine Harding.
Is it also about Douglas, or?
And I made it a point not to be about Douglas, because there are more books about Douglas. So if you want to know that, just read one of those books or go on the internet. I really wanted this book to be about her. Yeah. About her, a woman, written by a woman, and well, inspiration for everybody, but also especially for women. Why? Because there are so many books for men, by men. Yeah. And if I can generalize, there's so much sometimes about concepts and thinking. And as I said, I think before, by nature, if you are, have a female body, maybe embodiment of the whole thing comes more easily, and there are slight differences in how it works out in general, spoken in general. There's for example, I'm not so ambitious myself about
presenting Karen to the world.
No. But when I do, when there's a workshop here, every day, every time I do it, I notice I so much enjoy it. Yeah.
So this is a necessary evil to get more people to come and visit you, maybe, or does it feel like that?
Well, there's a little cloink.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a bit about. I'm conditioned. So my character is more. I like to sit in the back row.
Yeah.
But now I can see I've become a seasoned person, maybe because I've spent so many years on my spiritual journey and have gone through so much experience that I also feel it may be a little bit of my responsibility to share some of that.
Yeah.
For whoever wants to hear it, and who doesn't want, well, fine. Or, if somebody's more interested in somebody who offers a really long-term thing, like you can meditate for 10, 20 years and gradually you will get from one stage to the other. Well, don't come to me, because it's pretty sobering.
Yeah.
This is it, and what you do with it is up to you. Or somebody, a more devotional type who wants to adore a teacher and learn from a beautiful presence. Well, that's fine too.
That's not your way.
From my own experience, I would say it hasn't brought me anything.
No.
Yeah.
Is that the reason why there are so many more men talking about this on a stage than women, that maybe men use it to still make something bigger out of themselves? Or how do you explain that there's more male teachers than female teachers?
I don't know. I can only say, I really don't know. I do feel the temptation. For example, we were in Malaysia, Amarnath, my boyfriend, and I, because he has been teaching there, and we taught together, gave a workshop together, and they're very devotional there, and it's so tempting. It's really, if you are a spiritual teacher, you take that role on you. You really, I hope for the person, you learn how to deal with that temptation that other people project on you constantly, that you are.
How is it for someone who is in a relationship with another person who is totally not interested in this? Can that easily grow apart, or has to be? How does that work? Have you seen relationships fail because of someone getting into this, or?
Well, my own marriage failed because of it.
Yeah.
So I can only speak for myself, of course. Yeah, my ex-husband was at first interested, and then when I really got the hang of it, for me the sky was the limit. For him, clearly it had been enough.
Now, how come?
I don't know.
But you never asked him, did he get scared? Or what do you think the explanation is? Do people get scared?
I think so. Because after all, everything you believe in yourself you are is at risk, isn't it? Also physically, when I was in the clarity process for a long time, and there we did very deep relaxations where you don't feel your body anymore. I know from a lot of my fellow practitioners that they got really scared there. They felt like they were completely disappearing, and I loved it. I loved it to come to a very subtle stage where I remember once I just felt the blood flowing through my veins, and after all it's a fantastic experience, but it goes, because as any experience, it's just temporarily. But it's a scary thing also, even in the headless approach, that's so, I think, safe. When people really think, there's nothing here, they're sort of shocked, some of them. But who am I then? And that's a good question, of course. Yeah, who am I then, or what am I? If I can discover nothing here. And so you have to figure it out anew. What is the relation to this empty space and this person that I seem to be in the world. And then I found out it's not a clash at all, they're not in contradiction. It's a very paradoxical game invented by I don't know what. But it's for me it's a relief, and I've heard that more often, that for others it's a relief.
And is that because your life was so, quote unquote, miserable? Or was it just a normal, ordinary, happy life, and it still was a relief that that was not who you
are? Yeah, I wouldn't label my life as a miserable life. I would just say that somebody who wants to know these things and has a tendency to really want to find out, you go maybe a bit longer in situations that are not so good for you than another person would do. I've lost your question. Can you say it again?
Yeah, well, I was just thinking about when my life is like, well, it's not really 100% perfect, but I have the good car, I have the nice wife, I have the good food. Are you then less willing to give that up than someone who has maybe not so good life?
It seems so. Many people start their seeking path through a crisis.
Yeah.
I did too, at 28, the classical age for a crisis. So it all went according to the book. So a crisis of some nature, either health-wise or your marriage or relationship or
family member dies
or God, is in that way.
Yeah.
And also I think this is maybe not for everybody. I'm just guessing here because I don't know, but I think maybe there is something in a person, in the character or the conditioning or something that this person really wants to know, and other persons are satisfied with not wanting to know. But I wouldn't say that it necessarily leads to less suffering for them, because I see so-called normal people suffer a lot in their lives. They have a relative good job and a marriage, but there are so many things they don't get, and they have all this stress and moods and
drink a lot.
They drink a lot, or other unhealthy things, and then I think for myself, I think, oh, how helpful or fruitful it would for you to go on a little investigation, but I wouldn't suggest it unless somebody would be really specific. Because I'm not a missionary or anything. And most of my friends or people that I meet, they know what I'm doing. So if they have some interest,
they can
just ask.
Yeah. There are some teachers who say, without a crisis, no awakening. So you need that crisis, or a burnout or whatever. That's the moment of opening.
Yeah.
They tell you, congratulations with your burnout. Welcome. Welcome to the club, or or even Jung, I think, said it opened the champagne, or Freud, Jung, I think, somebody really at the bottom. That could be a relief when someone tells you that, because in the society, when someone has a burnout, don't talk about it. Don't say, he's like you're contaminated.
Yeah, exactly. Something has gone terribly wrong.
Oh, he's not okay.
Yeah. But burnouts are part of life. Burnouts are simply part of life. Then, something has been too intense or not good for your health or your mental health. So actually that's on another level. But it can lead to the investigation of what can't suffer from a burnout. Never.
For me, it was a relationship crisis in, let's say, 2004 or so. That's when the pain became so big. I had to find Eckhart Tolle and books, and then some relief came. I thought, hey, that's interesting. So in backwards, I can say thank you for that relationship crisis, because if I was still with the same girl and we had 2 children, maybe I never got in touch with this
Yes.
fire or whatever you
Yeah.
want to call it.
Yeah, I know, yeah. For me too, when I look over my life, I think I can honestly say I'm thankful for everything. Because every moment, no matter how miserable it was, or how painful, or how much I not would want that for somebody else, every moment has learned me something. Yeah.
It's like,
Also the moments I deeply regret,
yeah,
like having been nasty to my kids, think, oh, if I would do now again, I would be a much wiser parent. But even those moments have taught me something. Yeah. And of course, I apologize to my kids for the years after. They say, "Ma, what are you talking about?"
yeah. It's like the English pop group The Tremolos sang, "Even the bad times are good."
Yeah, not at the moment that they're happening, of course.
Yeah, but in
the long,
hindsight,
yeah,
yeah.
in hindsight, yeah.
Okay, we are approaching the end of our little talk. Can you give us some practical information? How many times a month or a year do you organize the Headless, or do you still call it the Headless Cafe or not?
Yeah, I do.
And how many times a year?
Not so often this lately, because I'm very busy now also with my new job as the chief editor. And I have another job with the disabled people.
Yeah.
And also I notice, strangely, that for some people this headless approach isn't very attractive because it doesn't seem to offer a lot. People are more interested in hocus pocus and
7 steps to enlightenment.
7 steps to enlightenment. You'll be happy if you get somewhere in 20 years.
Yeah.
And or create charisma from a teacher.
But still, it's a practice. I can imagine that people are interested because it is a kind of practice.
It is a practice,
yeah.
and the practice is super simple because you just show yourself a few times a day or even a few times a week what the reality is from your own perspective, your, how do you say it, singular first person perspective, and that's it. And as you talked about peace, for me, gradually over time, that started to make a difference because the mind, also I noticed my mind picked it up. Because my mind, of course, is conditioned over my whole life to think I'm a person. So that mind needs it's helpful to have a practice.
The mind needs training.
Not training, I would say reminders. Reminders. So the mind is so helpful, and the mind is such a great instrument.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of saying, "Oh, it's all the fault of the mind."
It wants to serve you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you feed it the right things, if
Yeah.
you feed it reality, it will get it. And now my mind, when I'm not aware, sometimes reminds me it's the other way around.
Reminds you. Yeah.
It reminds me.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So in this, and it's so, I mean, it's a bit end of the line, this approach, but I would say it's a good end of the line because you see what you are, you see who you are, and that's the beginning of the new phase. And the new phase I would call is how does it apply to my life? So if you then remind yourself through these very easy, funny things as often as you want to, then guarantee there will be shifts in your life, small shifts, just another answer to another person or another little insight, and it does deepen, even though there's nothing to deepen, but somehow it sinks in this whole system deeper and life becomes much more enjoyable.
Oh, great. And is it expensive to come and visit you?
No, I charge 50 euros for a day workshop. I would say it's affordable for everybody. If somebody is really edible. I've also invited people when I knew they were in in a difficult financial situation. Yeah.
And can we expect more articles about the Headless Way now in Inside Magazine?
Well, in the next one, because Douglas Harding is dead 10 years. He died in 2007. So in my first issue that I've run myself, I'm honoring it. So there will be a few articles about him.
And are you interested in people who write about this? Can they email you their articles, or do you say, I get so much articles, stop?
Well, if somebody has an idea for an article, they can always email me through Inzicht, through the magazine, the redactie. And of course there are only 64 pages in every issue, and every issue has a theme. So I've only room for so much, so I choose the best, what I think is the best. And the best variety for all the readers. Yeah. So there's no guarantee it comes in it, but if you think you have something to say, write a short article. That's a good suggestion. Short. Yeah. If you write a short article, there's more chance.
The more chance you get in. Yeah. And from my perspective, I have to say it's a great magazine, and it's only €25 per year for 4 magazines you get in the bus. So for people who are interested in this, and it's a Dutch magazine for.
It's Dutch. Yeah.
So if you Google,
and it's beautiful. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, it's in color. And it's good paper, and it's for me. It doesn't matter if it's a magazine of 2 years ago or a month ago. It's timeless. So it's like little booklets you can put on the shelf and read in 5 years, and it's still actual. It's not about Trump or Putin or Erdogan. It's about who we are.
Yes.
So it will never become old.
No.
It's always fresh and new.
No. That's true.
It's the only magazine that doesn't wear off, or doesn't get old. Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
That's how it feels for me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too
for the nice cappuccino and the great talk, and hope to talk to you again sometime.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Thanks.
Sitting here with my friend Ramon. Better known as under his artist name Charlie Lonois.
Yes.
Of the famous duo Charlie Lonois and Mental T.O. For people who don't know you, you scored a lot of big hits in the happy hardcore segment of the world.
In the 90s.
In the 90s.
Yes.
Now it's 2017.
Yeah.
And you are still
playing as a DJ.
Yeah.
Yes.
How come?
Because I like it. I still feel that my heart is in it. For instance, when tonight we were talking just before about it. When I go to a performance, then it might be in the middle of the night, or just as it is today. We were traveling to the south of Holland, and we were visiting you before. And afterwards, we go into a hotel, and we sleep a little bit, and then we go to the club, and we have to start at 2 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
But then we make a kind of a holiday, a short holiday of it.
Yeah.
And that's good. That feels really good.
You're not playing every weekend?
Not every weekend, no.
And what about, you could imagine, I have to get a lot of money because in 10 years or 5 years, this is all going to be over.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking in the 90s. In the 90s, for me, it was like, oh man, we have to grab it all. We have to do it all. I cannot say no to any kind of gig because we have to grab 300 gigs a year, 250. But now I'm getting a little bit older, and think whatever Buddha, the God or something like that on my naked knees, that it's still going on, and that I still can play the music. And the good thing is that I'm now inside more relaxed about this. So I say, okay, I don't have to do so many gigs. I like it, but not so many, not like 200, but like for instance 30 or 35. And that feels really good, like a really good energy.
Yeah. And has it been a while that you stopped playing? Have you done a sabbatical for a year or two?
Yeah, 2005. Yeah, that was after really a very rough period again, like a rush, you know, with the Star Splash period. People who don't know it, just Google Star Splash. 2001 until 2004. At the end of 2004, I had the same thing which I had back in the 90s, that I was on the edge of a burnout. And I was on, we very short, we were doing a video in Daytona Beach. I was flying back to Amsterdam, and I was on the airport, and it was on a Friday morning. I landed there and I booked the Mercure hotel there on the airport, just to sleep a few hours and then go to Linz in Austria. But I was sleeping there just like 4 hours, and I woke up and I didn't know where I was. Like, oh, maybe you had it also sometimes when you had a very short sleep, then you don't know where you are. So I went to the sushi bar to grab some food, like a breakfast. And for instance, at that moment, the whole Schiphol airport was turning around me. Like, I began to feel very dizzy, and exactly the same as I had back in the 90s, also in a club in The Hague. So I went on my knees there, and the people were looking at me. What is this?
What's going on?
Yeah. So I felt really terrible, and at that moment I thought I had to do a sabbatical. So I did a sabbatical in 2005, wrote my book, Autobiography of a DJ.
A documentary was made out of it?
Yes, documentary in 2007.
Is this still on YouTube?
Yeah, still on YouTube, still on my YouTube channel.
Okay.
Yeah, Charlie Lono's YouTube channel. In this year, and also writing the book, was for me a very important thing, because I could, how do you say it in English, the drijfveren, why I was doing all those kind of things, why I was doing the DJing, why, because of the money, because of the women, because of because of the fame, you know, all those kind of things came up in me, and I could really see from a distance what was going on in the person of Ramon, of Charlie Lonois. And that was very important. So at the end of 2005, I decided I'm going to play again, but now only 10 to 12 times a month.
Yeah. Different motivation.
Really different motivation. And also in that time, I had a house on Ibiza. I rented a house together with some friends. So I brought my mountain bike to Ibiza, and also my family, and we had really good quality time there. I was biking over the island there, and just really enjoying the summer, the spring, and the after summer. It was really good.
Yeah. It gave you new energy.
New energy, yeah.
Some people know it, some people don't, but you are also a Zen teacher.
Yeah.
How come?
Yeah, it was, like I said before, at the end of the 90s. How can I say it? Something inside said for me, I am not satisfied the way I am living. And what's missing? I have a very beautiful girlfriend. I have a very big car. I have a very nice house. I'm very healthy, but something was missing. And not really in words, you know, but for instance, my brother, who's also here, he said to me, come on, for the good energy, go boxing. So I went boxing, and I felt in my body again, you know, really good energy. And then after some time, I wrote an interview in the newspaper in The Hague about 2 German managers which went to Japan to do a sesshin there. A sesshin of, I think, like 1 week sitting there in the Japanese temple, and like it was really a tough time, but also they learned a lot about themselves. And like what I was reading there in this book, because I bought the book and I was reading it like in 2 days out. 2 days it was for me, I was totally into it.
Which book was that?
It was Zen and Management. Zen and Management.
Okay.
Yeah.
It still can be found on.
It's a really popular book in the management segment.
And that grabbed you, and you thought, this is it.
It grabbed me really by the balls, and it was like I had to read it 2 times after each other, and then I thought I want to do something with it with the Zen. So I went to the bookshop again, and I thought reading another book about Zen. And then I found like a prospectus, a folder of a teacher in The Hague which gave lessons in Zen. And I really didn't know how to, what do I have to think about and how does it go? Well, I thought, okay.
Let's try it.
Yeah. Went to this course, and it was only sitting on the kitchen, on a small black cushion. Sitting there.
With your eyes closed?
No, I had my eyes like small open, like really small, and then concentrate on one point in front of me and following the breathing. And then what I noticed that I had so many thoughts, like a tornado of thoughts going. When the one thought was coming, then the other one was coming, and it was really like hardcore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And what happened? Did those thoughts stop by themselves? Or
Yeah, they stopped. But when I was trying to stop them, then I began very tired of want to stop it.
Yeah.
It's not possible to stop thoughts. Because what I know now is that thoughts are the same as your breathing, or the flowing of your blood, or the beating of your heart. We all have thoughts, and it's very, very healthy that we have thoughts.
We don't have to get rid of them.
We don't have to get rid of them. But at that moment, I was scared a little bit of so many thoughts. And we were sitting there like 15 minutes the first time. And I can remember that also in those 15 minutes that there was one moment of those thoughts and the judgment about those thoughts that stopped a little bit. Like it become more like water, which is very very strong, rough, stormy. Yeah. It began to ease, and to more like being a mirror, Yeah. And that's what I noticed there. And now I can tell it in words, but at that moment I was only experiencing it.
Is that the essence of Zen? Or what is the essence of Zen?
The essence of Zen?
Yeah.
The essence of Zen is concentration and is leading a healthy life.
It's a lifestyle.
It can be a lifestyle. Yeah, you can also make a rational thing out of it, or a theory. But how they practice Zen in Japan is a healthy way of living.
Yeah. So it has to do with everything, not just meditating, but also
working,
your house, food, your love life.
That's it. The metaphor of Zen. For instance, when they practice it in the temples, and what I also do with people when I organize the weekends in Drenthe, is that we practice Zen, for instance, working in the garden. So doing really the farmer life, and that's really hardcore life. That's really hardcore working. And we do it also in silence, So when we have to say something against each other, like really basal things or normal things, we do it. But that's one thing.
In silence.
In silence. Yeah, in silence. Also, when we get up very early. So 4:30 we get up. Then we start meditating at 5. We do 2 periods. After this, we do sports, and then we have the breakfast. So first, putting some energy in the body, and then having breakfast.
Did you stop smoking?
Smoking? Yeah, long time ago.
Okay, but not because of Zen. That they
No.
Did you stop anything? Did you stop using whatever?
In the beginning.
Yeah.
In the beginning, I had to think that I had to become a vegetarian. So for about 6 months, I stopped really like eating any kind of fish or meat. But after some time, I started doing this again. But now I'm eating meat every Yeah, like when I feel like doing it. For instance, we were driving this way, and we stopped at the restaurant, and I was eating a chicken soup, and that's okay. Yeah. But I know when I'm eating this soup, I know that an animal has given his life to give me my energy. You know?
It sounds like eating mindfully.
Like this, or like the Indians. The Indians, for instance, they did it like when there was like the bisons, the bisons. Mm-hmm. They came by every once a year with a lot of bisons, and the Indians they shoot them. But before they shoot them, because I think for the whole crowd of Indians which were living there, they had like maybe 5 bisons were enough. So they made it like a kind of a prayer that the bisons give their life to keep them alive.
Be thankful.
Be thankful, and also know that everything is one.
Yeah, it supports each other.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
And you respect that, and you give some love back or whatever.
We're not separated.
Yeah. I want to talk about that oneness some more, but first of all, I know almost for sure that a lot of young DJs are watching this and think, I'm going to get inspired by Charlie Nonois. This man became a big star. I want to become a big star also. Mm-hmm. What's the best advice you can give to young guys and girls who want to reach the same as you reached?
Follow your heart.
No advice, no rules you have to follow. No mistakes.
No rules. No rules. Don't follow any rules, because the best thing is that you do what is inside you. You know. Mm-hmm. I mean, I just said all one, no separation. Yeah. For instance, I learned a lot about Ben Liebrand, Lex van Koevoorde, about Peter Slaghuis, which were very big examples for me
in the 80s.
In the 80s. Yeah. But I made my own style out of it, and that's very important for the youngsters, that they don't have any rules. And for instance, when I was making music, the first music that I produced was like copies of KLF. You know, I tried to make KLF
Last Train
sounds.
to Trans Central.
Yeah, so my first record, RJ's Rule, Rave This Nation, was really like a copy of KLF.
You have to start somewhere.
That's it. And then afterwards, you let go of the examples and you become your example, but in your form. So that's what I was telling you before. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Mm-hmm. Emptiness is form. That's it. That's the whole explanation of it.
Could you say that you are the inventor of happy hardcore?
The inventor.
How did it go? Did you just pitch at the wrong time? You thought, hey, that sounds nice. How? Where did it come from?
Theo and me began working together, Mental Theo. And he was like really the man of the hardcore records. Mm-hmm. I was like the man of the melodies. And when we came together, that was like that he put up the tempo, and I put on the melodies. Yeah. So I was in my studio like trying to reach a perfect sound. And he was like, "Oh no, that you don't have to make it perfect, you know." And then we were playing also as DJs in Germany with the rave sound, you know, Marusha, Westbam, DJ Dick, and all those kind of hot sequencer. They made like a really happy sound, which became in my heart, you know. I liked it very much, and also
it touched you.
It touched me very much. And then we came in England, and the breakbeats. And that touched Theo. Yeah. So together we made this thing, and we said, okay, we have to do a little bit of rave, a little bit of Dutch hardcore, and a little bit of English happy hardcore, Britain hardcore, and then put it together and make happy hardcore. And that's when happy hardcore. So we are the inventors of happy hardcore, but we are also not. We did it together with the rave, with happy hardcore in England, and with the hardcore in Holland.
Is that the same for everything in life? Can nobody claim that he is the inventor of everything?
Nothing. We are all doors.
Doors?
The doors.
Yeah. And where does it come from through that door? Inspiration.
It comes. It just comes. Be still, and it comes through you.
You're talking Bruce Lee now.
Really?
Yeah, he once said, "Be still like water, my friend."
Okay.
But it's another thing. Okay, let me think. This is also for the website about Advaita, non-duality.
Yeah.
Have you ever been
mellow? Have you ever been mellow?
Have you ever been to a satsang?
To satsang? No, never been to satsang.
No.
I saw it many times on your channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I really like it.
Do you see, of course, you see comparison with Zen, but what's the main difference then between non-duality and Zen?
Well, I think that I like satsang more than the things in Zen, because in Zen it is more like you have an authority, you have like a teacher which is in front of you, and this is the Japanese Zen. I'm not talking about the Japanese Zen. But in that's in Japan, you sit like in front of this teacher, and the teacher says, "Yeah, okay, tell me your answer on this question or that question," and I don't know. No. Okay, then go sitting again. Sit. Yeah, and they hit you with the stick. Sit again.
Very strong.
Yeah, very strong. And think about the answer. Next time I want to have a real good answer.
Yeah.
But that's a little bit crazy. We are not Japan, you know. We are not separated, but we are not the same culture.
No.
But and then you have this satsang. When I see this satsang in, for instance, Hans Laurentius, sometimes I see it on your channel. Then I think that's a really good modus, because something spontaneously comes out of the silence, and that's what I really like, because that's also the essence of Zen. When you go deeper and you go. Voorbij. Hoe zeg je voorbij? Voorbij in English. Voorbij in English. Past. When you pass the teachers, when you pass the masters, then you come to what is really spontaneously, and that's what also the teacher or the master wants from you. He wants that you go as fast as you can, seek yourself a girlfriend, make children, and live a normal life.
Yeah.
That's what they want.
Become normal again.
Normal? We are normal.
Yeah, but sometimes we go to spirituality to become special.
Yeah, but that's not what Zen about. I don't know other things, but Zen is not about special. Zen is about normal life.
Yeah, that's a famous quote. Before awakening, chop wood, carry water.
Yeah.
After awakening, chop wood, carry water. But still, a lot of people see you as a special someone. You know, when I tell people I did an interview this afternoon with Charlie Lono, it's, oh, and how is this man in real? Is he nice? Does he have a big ego? That has to do something with you. When you come at an airport and there are, maybe not today, but then in the 90s, 500 girls screaming.
Yeah.
What does that do with your... Does it fuck up your brain? What does it do?
Well, yeah. I can imagine when I think back that we were playing in Saarbrücken in Germany, and we came with our car in front of the hotel, and we had to play the next day there. We came in front of the hotel, and there were many girls sleeping there, sleeping bags in front of the hotel, just to see. We were thinking just to see some other guys caught in the act, which were also sleeping in the same hotel.
Backstreet Boys, kind of band.
Yeah, but they were just lying there to see us, you know. So
Charlie Lono is a mental.
Yeah. So we were like, okay, but that does something with your brain.
Yeah.
It
also, I heard some teachers say, an artist coach who said it gives you kind of chemicals in your brain which you can get addicted to.
Yeah.
How do you keep sane when you get that kind of fame and that kind of attention from people?
Yeah, it's crazy, because I had not so long time, but I had short time that I was also believing in my own success, you know. And for instance, this DJ which is standing there on the stage and gets all the applause, and when I was coming home, I was the same.
Yeah.
I was not the boyfriend of my girlfriend.
Yeah.
No, I was the DJ, you know. So, for instance, the same as the director of a bank, which is the manager, comes home and is the same against his wife and his children.
And what does that do? Did that relationship...
didn't end very well.
Yeah, because of that.
Yeah, also because of that.
Yeah. And no regrets? You think, man, I don't think my career was that important?
I had regrets, but at this moment I don't have any regrets.
Oh.
I just, I faced it, and I've seen that it had all to do with some kind of things, and then it's okay like this. I'm still alive. I have now a beautiful girlfriend also, and
No children?
no children. No.
No regrets on that?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you would be a great father.
Yeah, I think also.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think also. Yeah.
But you're the father of Happy Hardcore, but that will